The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 151. Developments. Alexander and his troops regrouped while the Jotuns finished the zombies off. Other than Alexander, who was simply tired, all his troops looked beaten and battered. This was not to say that they were weak or inexperienced. Their equipment just didn't match up to the standard of the Jotuns, and their techniques, while ingenious, did not have the same spirit energy efficiency. But despite all that, Alexander was quite satisfied. This had been a quick skirmish after a long chase, which gave them little to no time to prepare. When they attacked the main zombie horde, they would have better preparations. The only regret that Alexander had, other than his few dead soldiers, was that they were not able to attack Pramod. He clearly had escaped with the other group of zombies. By now, he had already joined the main horde. Once the last of the zombies were finally killed, Alexander ordered his soldiers to retrieve the bodies for their soldiers. They needed to understand how they died, in case it was something preventable. In the meantime, Alexander walked towards Crawford-41. Over the past day, everyone had already gained some idea of who the commanders of each army was, which is why Alexander knew exactly who he needed to talk with. On the other side, Crawford-41 looked at Alexander with a mix of amusement and respect. Though there were areas in which they were lacking, this was probably one of the best performances he had seen from someone belonging to a sky-level civilization, a civilization unable to leave their star system. Not to mention, their killing efficiency was very high and their losses, considering their limited resources, were very few. That was where his respect came from. His amusement originated when he heard a report saying that Alexander actually tried to compete with Kara. Alexander could not be blamed for not knowing about the Deathsorn family, he did not have the relevant exposure. Still, considering the crazy and suicidal antics of the Deathsorn, it was rare to see someone even be in a situation dangerous enough to compete with them, let alone have the frame of mind necessary to compete rather than survive. Crawford, Alexander acknowledged the young man, approaching him. They were actually similar in age, with Crawford-41 being in his late 20s. One would think that with the background of the universe, cultivators would have already surpassed the Foundation realm by their late 20s, but that was not so. Unlike on Earth, where it was an amazing feat for Alexander to break into Foundation in 2 years, it was not considered impossible for the rest of the universe. They just simply didn't, despite being able to, because there was no real advantage to rushing their cultivation. It was a difference in perspective brought about by a difference in environment. If you're going to shorten my name, I prefer you call me 41, the man replied. Did you encounter the armored demon? I tried to intercept him, but they broke off. He's met up with the main horde by now. Crawford-41 frowned. They had already failed one objective, which was not a good start. Then he looked towards the teenager. His previous golden aura had disappeared, and he could see a bit of fatigue in his eyes. They were technically competitors for the prize, but the main objective was still to destroy the nodes, and this teenager had already proved useful. With all of that in mind, Crawford-41 said, "You should check up on your soldiers. These zombies have all been laced with a special poison that makes even the slightest of scratches lethal." Alexander grimaced and immediately passed on the news. All his soldiers who had been wounded were mostly suffering from blunt force trauma. The ones who had suffered scratches or bite were the ones that were dead. He would have to change some of his plans, but that was for later. Currently, he came to Crawford-41 for only one reason. I don't know if you know this already or not, but the main zombie horde is massive. We are gravely outnumbered. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but they range anywhere from 30 to 40,000 zombies. This is not a fight we can engage in alone, especially now that there is a demon capable of planning in charge of them. Crawford-41 was not aware of this, but he only slightly frowned before his expression returned to normal. This is crucial information. We need to communicate with the other humans and beasts and plan an attack, but we can't waste too much time either. I have the means to communicate with the other Earthlings, Alexander said. We just need to contact the beasts and hope they listen. The two immediately started planning. Even though they were competitors, without each other's help, neither of them would succeed. Like this, another hour passed by before they were ready to lay siege to the main force. Alexander's army used this time to rest and recover their spent spirit energy. All was progressing smoothly, or smooth enough. But as the 2-hour mark approached and all the armies readied positioned themselves for the attack, something similar was happening on Earth. Zeus Leventus, a descendant of the Leventus family from New Las Vegas on the Moon, stood nervously in the space carrier. Hovering silently over a mining facility on the dark side of the Moon, the space carrier was one of many, each holding dozens of soldiers. The greatest irony of it all was that this particular mission was being overseen by one of Zeus' great uncles. They were attacking this facility not for the benefits it would provide, but to arrest control from the forces that occupied it. This was a strategic resource, the absence of which would cripple the economy on the Moon. Zeus was woken from his daydreaming when the speakers released a very determined voice saying, "All forces, attack." As if a switch had been flipped, the night went from calm and peaceful to immediately being extremely chaotic. All the carriers open-fired, not only penetrating the oxygen dome formation surrounding the facility, but the various outposts as well. The doors opened, and the soldiers jumped out, a jetpack accelerating their descent that was slowed by the weak gravity. The craziest thing was that despite all the chaos, it was eerily silent due to the lack of atmosphere. Except for the tremors that could be felt on the surface of the Moon and the occasional flashing light of a grenade, there was no evidence of the chaos taking place. Zeus also jumped and followed his team as they descended. He needed to get to a computer still connected to the interplanetary network as soon as possible. Deep inside his heart, he already knew that the network was likely already shut down by whoever orchestrated this attack, but still, he hoped. He needed to communicate with Alexander. That was the only way either of them would have any hope of surviving. Little did he know, Alexander was nowhere near Earth to begin with. On Earth itself, the situation was both extremely chaotic and extremely peaceful. Various soldiers positioned in strategic locations began an attack at the same exact time worldwide. For some unusual reason, there was little to no resistance to the attacks. Dams, solar power fields, nuclear reactors and basically any kind of power supply stations worldwide were taken over and shut down. Government buildings were invaded with an efficiency that should have been impossible. The few islands of resistance that could be found worldwide were mostly independent groups, caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Quickly, though, they too surrendered. Most, if not all, nuclear weapons facilities were overrun. All nuclear submarines lost contact with the surface. Before any of the soldiers left behind by the 5 family heads could use their keys and report the situation, they were killed. The precision with which each person loyal to the family heads, in possession of a golden key, was killed, spoke volumes. In London, in a quaint little house, there was a young girl playing games on her phone when suddenly she disconnected from the internet. She groaned and got up to reset her internet router, but suddenly her house lost power. Confused by the sudden development, the girl's mind had only just begun to think of possible reasons for why this could be happening, such as a broken wire to the main transformer or something, when one of her elder sisters barged into her room. "Something is happening. I was on a call when I heard gunshots on the other side, and the phone disconnected. Then the electricity went out. We need to contact Mom and Dad," the younger girl was only beginning to say, when her second and oldest sister walked into the room. "No, in case of an unexpected development, we need to establish communication with the relay station and ask for instructions." Her voice was cold and commanding, just like her eyes. "Belle, what about Big Brother?" the young girl reluctantly asked, slightly afraid of the answer. "According to our surveillance, Lex's location is unknown. He is most likely safe." Belle frowned slightly. "He is most likely safe, but I'll request the relay station to send down some security. Dad won't like the interference, but if the situation is dangerous enough, he'll allow it." "What about us?" the middle sister, Liz, asked. "What about us?" Belle replied blandly. "First of all, we don't even know if something serious is even happening in the first place. And even if something serious is happening, these bodies are just spirit clones. Even if they die, nothing will happen to us. Not to mention, their purpose has already been fulfilled. We only need to contact the relay station and act according to their orders." Just as the younger girls were hoping everything was all right, the sudden sound of gunfire woke them to the truth. Then someone kicked down their house door and soldiers started pouring in. Chapter 152, The Pride of Uncle Sam. It seemed that all of a sudden, Earth was in chaos. In the most well-executed and efficient manner in the history of the planet, regimes fell and new rulers took their place. One would think that the ICPAs would resist the change, but ironically, it was the ICPAs that led most of the rebelling armies. With an in-depth understanding of the regions they policed, they knew exactly what to do to seize actual control rather than simply protect them. At the rate that things were progressing, even though all the family heads, spies were killed, it would only be a matter of time till someone else with a golden key escaped to the inn. Yet that was a matter for the future. Right now, all eyes were on the massive screen as the first joint assault on the zombie horde was about to begin. Earth was in the lead with the highest number of points, and as for the person with the most kills, it was neither Alexander nor Kara Deathsorn. It was the soldier wielding the Gatling gun, NPC-1. But no one focused on him, or why he had such an unusual name. Their focus was on the fact that Kara had a total of 51 kills now, while Alexander had 53. Alexander had quickly taken the lead from her, and by denying her kills kept her total behind his. The audience had inadvertently dubbed the two rivals and could not wait to see how things continued. The assault was not as coordinated as Crawford 41 would have liked, but the fact that everyone agreed to attack at the same time was already good enough for him. A total of 12,500 going up against anywhere between 30 to 40,000, not to mention less than 10 hours left, gave them abysmal odds. He could not believe the innkeeper thought such a difficult ordeal was a game. To be fair, Lex himself was caught unaware by the number of zombies. When he was designing the games, he ensured that all zombies above the required level would be ejected from the game zone. Yet, while he tried to estimate how many zombies would be defending each point, he grossly underestimated the numbers. He expected that the devils may beef up defenses after they found out about the games, but this seemed a little too much. Fortunately, the game had an upper limit to the number of zombies based on the number of participants. Otherwise, if an army of 1,000,000 zombies showed up in one of the future games, Lex shuddered internally just thinking about it. As Alexander and his troops neared the zombies, he realized that the mass of zombies could no longer be called a horde. From a random mix, the zombies had turned into an organized fighting force. Zombies with long range were mobilized in the back, protected by several groups of zombies, with a clear advantage in close combat. In the air, massive undead birds circled as they kept a close eye on the approaching prey. For better or worse, most definitely worse though, this was the enemy they had to face now. Still, everyone remained undeterred. As dangerous as zombies were, on the ladder of demons, they were at the very bottom, as Alexander had learned in a crash course the Jotuns had provided him. Their individual fighting force was usually weaker than the average cultivator. So long as they approached this systematically, they could still win. A green flare went up in the sky, indicating that the Jotuns had begun their assault. Unlike Alexander and the other Earthlings who planned on using long-range combat to weaken the enemies, they directly charged in. Based on what Crawford 41 told Alexander, considering their equipment and training, the Jotuns were expecting to go through the whole games without a single casualty. The limited time was truly the only difficulty they faced in this war. As advanced as they were, looking through a scope that aimed his newly assembled mortar, Alexander could not help but think the Jotuns were a bit pretentious. Why not use the advantage of technology? He fired the first shot, using actual physical ammunition this time, which prompted several other teams to fire as well. The Earthlings watched from a safe distance as the first of their artillery hit the zombies and, with the energy of a bunch of teenagers playing video games at midnight, started taking more shots. Even the 4,000 other Earthlings were taking a similar approach. Under the supervision of a few soldiers who were also trained as spirit tech engineers, the soldiers created a minimal version of a catapult. As primitive as the device seemed, its ammunition was the latest technology and pride of Uncle Sam. They loaded what looked like a moored mine into the catapult and fired freely. Relatively speaking, the massive metal ball flying through the air was slow and easy to target, which is exactly what the zombies did. Amongst the many other kinds of attacks, a bone spike was the first to hit the metal ball, and instead of a fiery explosion, the ball burst into hundreds of smaller balls that quickly fell into the crowd. The zombies made no effort to avoid the falling balls as they lacked the momentum to be dangerous, and just watched them when they finally landed on the ground. For a split second, it seemed as if nothing would happen. Then one of the balls released an annoyingly loud, sharp screech. As if activated by the sound, each of the balls suddenly absorbed a massive amount of spirit energy and launched towards the screeching ball, as if pulled by a magnetic force, and ripped through the zombies in their path. When all the balls finally reunited, they trembled, and then caused a massive spirit explosion. The force of the blast absolutely eviscerated all the zombies within 100 feet, and the traveling spirit shock wave killed many more zombies by crushing their zombie cores with an overload of spirit energy. Many things on Earth could be disputed, but no one could deny that the Americas had the greatest talent in making things explode. On the beast's side, similar to the Jotun army, they decided on an upfront charge. The elephants took the lead, breaking through the zombie ranks, allowing the rest of the beasts to attack freely. At a glance, there seemed to be little to no tactic being employed by the beasts. Yet the truth was, with their incredible strength and defense, this was their best play to begin with. The wolves were close behind the elephants, and attacked with extreme prejudice. Despite lacking in technology, in the simplicity of their savagery, they were keeping up with the earthlings in number of kills. In less than a minute, over 1,000 zombies were already dead by the combined armies. At the inn, the mood was extremely positive, as humans and beasts alike rooted for those they supported. Despite their initial intimidation, it seemed like the zombies were bound to lose. But as hopeful as Lex was that things would continue to play out this way, he doubted the devils would give up so easily. Perhaps if Pramod had not joined, Lex could believe that the trend for the battle was set, but he could not believe the devils had him join just to let the zombies be slaughtered so easily. Without even realizing it, they hit the 4-hour mark. At exactly this time, there was an announcement across the battlefield. 2 treasure chests have been placed at opposite ends of the battlefield. Each chest contains 100 tokens that will be absorbed by the first 100 contestants to reach them. One of the chests contains tokens that will fill the owning participants' endless spirit energy and physical stamina for the duration of this match, while the others will give the owner a secret advantage during the next game. The announcement ended as abruptly as it came, but the words had an abrupt reaction. The most immediate effect was on the soldiers, who were momentarily stunned by what they heard. But pausing in battle was extremely lethal, as the zombies did not bother to stop attacking, pushing them into a precarious situation. The second reaction was by the various commanders. The repercussions of the announcement had varying levels of effect, not only on this game, but on the next one as well. Most importantly, endless stamina and spirit energy would allow them to gain a massive number of points, while a secret advantage in the next game would also put them at an advantage. Almost as if it was rehearsed, all the armies immediately retreated. The announcement said that the chests were in opposite directions, but their specific location was unknown. Everyone sent out their scouts and drones. Even the flying zombies were sent out by Pramod to search for the chest. Only Alexander, who had satellites in the sky and got a live feed of the entire map, immediately knew where the chests were. By the next game, everyone would know about his satellites and he would lose the advantage, but for this game, they played a critical role. Immediately he set out towards the nearest one, while pretending to send out scouting units. Just as the mood on the battlefield had immediately changed, so too did the mood in the Colosseum when a man covered in blood came running in, wearing a look of panic. He looked around till he identified Fateh, one of the 5 Naskants, and ran towards him. The man tried to whisper, but those nearby, as well as Lex, who had the power of the host attire, heard him when he said, "War has broken out on Earth." Chapter 153. Refugees sitting cross-legged on the floor in the very center of the zombie horde, Pramod looked at the vile organ in his hand. It looked like a beating heart, but instead of muscle and tissue, it seemed to be made of rotting leaves and bark. His one and only mission was to kill as many humans and beasts, all if at all possible. Originally, his plan was to use this cursed quibbly heart on his enemies after they had been worn out after fighting the zombies endlessly, but the 2 treasure chests presented another opportunity. If he could manage to get to the endless spirit energy, during this round he could kill as many as possible with his own 2 hands, and save the heart for the next game. Or maybe, if he got an advantage for the next game, he could use it to set up traps. Either way, there was not too much pressure on him. The devil that had commanded him had given him the mission, but also told him to treat these games as a training opportunity since the nodes would be lost regardless of the situation. With no pressure for success or failure, he could do as he pleased. So for now, he waited. As soon as his birds informed him of the location of the chests, he would make a drastic move. The loss of a little over 10,000 zombies in the past hour did not faze him in the slightest, and he continued to sit on the ground as if he were meditating in a park. A few dozen feet below him, the node was hidden in an underground base. A part of him also wondered, if he destroyed the node himself and gained all the points, would it be worth it? Would the prize still go to the planet Vegas Minima, or would it go to the devils? Lex was slightly confused when he heard the panicked man's whisper. What did he mean war had broken down on Earth? War, even in this modern day and age, was not necessarily rare on Earth. Without taking any sides on the matter, there were many conflicts not only between what was described as the West and the East, many countries had high tensions with their neighbors. An embarrassingly long list of countries' names flashed through Lex's mind when he thought of countries it would be troublesome to be neighbors with. This was also only considering the affairs of the so-called mortals. Large-scale war between cultivators had also been curtailed by the ICPAs. Yet before the man could explain more to Fate, or Lex could come up with a plausible explanation, the familiar ring of a new quest rang in Lex's mind. New quest. You have encountered a special event called World War. All guests coming from the planet experiencing the World War will have a period of 70% discount on all expenses. All guests below the age of 15 will have a 99% discount on all expenses. As the most prestigious establishment in the universe, the Midnight Inn must be a safe haven during troubled times. Host as many refugees as possible. Quest time limit. Duration of World War quest reward. Subject to number of refugees hosted remarks. Some things are worth more than MP, such as a good reputation. Scam everyone till you get it. Lex froze when he read the quest, and his shock was so huge that even the host attire wasn't able to stop his body from tensing up. Though no one dared to scan the innkeeper with their spiritual sense, many had their focus on him at all times. Let alone Remy and Akihiko, who were sitting beside him. The mystery devil along with a number of other prominent guests noticed the anomaly in the innkeeper's behavior immediately. Lex snap out of it, Mary roared in his mind, quickly snapping him back to his natural state. Yet the damage was already done. Many people started wondering what had happened to elicit a reaction from the innkeeper. They started replaying scenes from the games, wondering if something had happened there. A few people wondered if his reaction had to do with something that happened at the inn. The mysterious devil, whose senses were by far the strongest here, naturally overheard the words the bloody man had whispered. For a moment he considered if that was the reason, but then dismissed it. There was a delay of several seconds between the words and his reaction. At their level, even a single second could be stretched to fit a billion thoughts, let alone a few of them, so it was unlikely. What he did not know was that the delay in reaction was because Lex was listening to his new quest. Such a simple misunderstanding had saved Lex from revealing a huge secret, yet no one realized it. But even as Lex had recovered his composure slightly, his mind was in chaos. What did the system mean by a world war? What was happening? There was no indication of this whatsoever beforehand. He was not worried about anyone else at this moment except his family. He had been waiting to bring them to the inn because he wanted to become stronger first, but how could have anticipated such a situation? A million thoughts ran through his head before he calmed down. At this moment, he could not give a rat's ass about maintaining his facade. His focus was entirely on the bloody man's words as he explained the situation and thought of what he could do. At first, they cut the connection to the internet, then the power. Communications were severely compromised, so we had to wait for the backup generators and private communication channels to understand what was happening. All governments are already under their control. Many countries' militaries tried to put up a fight, but they were either quickly defeated or their leaders were captured. Dozens of sects are taking part in this, and from what it seems like, so are the ICPAs. Anyone who could put up a strong resistance has either been detained or killed. Nuclear facilities have fallen and many holy lands have lost control of their formations. And this is just the bits and pieces of information we were able to gather before we lost communication. All key points worldwide have been taken over. Civilians haven't been hurt so far, or at least, the ones who didn't try to fight back haven't. Lex, you need to be clear-headed, Mary said loudly in his mind, attracting his attention. Your greatest asset is the system and the inn. You need to maintain their power and prestige. On Earth, you have no contacts, no power and no say. If you're worried about your family, well, to be completely honest, unless you use the inn, there's nothing you can do for them. So don't break character and don't let anyone know the innkeeper is interested in Earth. It will only spell trouble for you. Lex grimaced, but eventually acknowledged what Mary said. Thank you, is all he said to her. He needed to clear his head and understand the situation clearly, only then could he react appropriately. While chaos was beginning to spread across Earth, and among their representatives at the inn, Alexander had already reached the first chest. After leaving sight of the other armies, he had headed in a straight line at maximum speed, not caring to preserve his spirit energy or stamina, and he was rewarded accordingly. Without any suspense, and with none the wiser, Alexander opened the first chest and felt a token latch onto his arm. Spirit energy coursed through his body, completely refreshing him. He felt a special artificial film coat his meridians, preventing them from suffering any wear or tear due to the excessive amount of spiritual energy. The feeling was more intoxicating than any drug, and yes, Alexander had tried various drugs, under supervision of course, that he had ever experienced. For a while, he even forgot what he was supposed to be doing. But the feeling passed, and the boy recovered. He opened his map to check the location of the second chest, and to see if any of the armies were near it. Preferably, he wanted the second one as well. To his horror, he saw that nearly 80% of the zombie horde was moving towards the second chest, and had nearly reached it. There was no way Alexander would be able to get the other chest. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he had an idea. All units assume bulldozer formation and await my return. The node is vulnerable, we have to destroy it before the others return. As the 99 soldiers who were with him also recovered from the euphoria of the endless spirit energy, he gave the order for them to return. Activating his body technique to the absolute maximum, Alexander rocketed towards his destination, his gold aura shining brighter than ever before. Chapter 154. Nuclear deterrent. As nonchalant as Brandon usually was, even he was not smiling right now. He'd had a strong feeling that something would happen during the games, but despite all their investigations, they yielded no results. Now it seemed the answer was in front of them. It was impossible for such a massive conspiracy to be hidden from all 5 families, unless the members of each family were also involved in them. It seemed they had suppressed everyone's ambitions for too long. He was sitting in a room with the other families' heads. The bloody man was present as well, and had been thoroughly interrogated. To ensure the truth of what he was saying, the family heads had sent back several of their assistants and followers back to Earth, but none of them had returned yet. That in itself was information enough. The fact that we returned to Earth from the exact place we left is a big flaw, Richard finally said. It lets the enemy prepare a trap for us in advance. There is no point in delaying this. Even if there are traps, what can they do to us? We just need to return and take care of anyone who gets in our way. Matters are already beyond that. Do you even know who you can trust? Who will you take care of once you return? How many people will you kill as a demonstration? You know, the whole point of leaving us in charge was to avoid chaos. If we go back and start killing everyone who resists us, what will we do when they become dissatisfied? Silence filled the room once again. From the moment they had started the meeting, none of them had been able to come to a conclusion on what to do. The truth was, everyone was just evading the problem as long as they could, because once they did, it was likely they would have to kill their own kin. Other than Brandon, who was only 104 years old, the rest were a fair bit older, though they did their best to hide their ages. They lacked the youthful vigor required to tackle difficult situations. Just as they were about to begin arguing again, Richard's personal hologram appeared before him. Excuse me for disturbing you, but your granddaughter Celine is trying to reach you. Would you like to allow her into the room? Yes, let her in, he said quickly. Celine had been on Earth and had not joined him for the games, so her presence here was a great relief. But it also left a hint of dread in his heart. What if she was the one who betrayed him? The girl that entered no longer had her prior grace and elegance, instead her face was painted with anxiety. The moment she saw her grandfather, she handed him a letter, unsure of her voice to communicate effectively at this moment. Richard read the letter, his body trembling in anger as read the words, until he reached the end, when his shoulders slumped in defeat. The letter is from my nephew, Richard said, passing it to the others. That 10 nuclear devices have been planted in cities across the world. They have all of our locations of departure from Earth under surveillance. If any of the family heads return to Earth, they will set off 2 nuclear devices for each family head. Someone will come to the inn to negotiate with us in a few hours. Until then we've been instructed to stay here. His words chilled everyone's hearts. It not only confirmed their worst fears about being betrayed by their families, it put them in a position where they could take no chances. Unless someone could prove to them that there were no nuclear devices ready, with the people of Earth as hostages, the family heads were unable to do anything. Furthermore, From the inn they could not even communicate with the mysterious lady they talked to previously and let her know of the situation. All they could do now was wait. Lex, who had been spying in on the meeting, grimaced. Originally, his knowledge about the politics of Earth had been very limited, but occasionally, whenever he found free time, he would spy on these high-leveled Earthlings to learn more about his planet. He had a basic understanding of the 5 families, and now concluded that the so-called World War was a result of their family members revolting against the leaders. He didn't care much for their internal strife, but if any of his family members got hurt as a result of this, he would make them pay dearly. In this moment, Lex learned something about himself. He never realized it, but he had a very serious anger issue, and when thinking of all the things he would do to them should his family get implicated, he was a strong believer in revenge. Somewhere on Earth, in what looked like a very modern version of the Taj Mahal, Christine and Vera Joel stood close together, whispering amongst themselves. Around them were various security guards and only a few other people who were dressed casually. Among those dressed casually was Aisha Shazad, looking forlorn. "Are you sure about this?" Christine asked her daughter nervously. Yes, trust me." "Well, I'm not so sure about you, but I've already determined that I'll be absolutely safe here," Vera answered with too much honesty. "We just need to wait out the month, then we can leave this desolate planet." "I hope you're right," Christine answered bitterly. Suddenly, Vera turned her head towards a wall, a smirk suddenly appearing on her face. It appeared as though she was looking at nothing, but a few rooms away in that direction, one of the guards started making a report about the sudden war to a hologram of a woman. It was the same woman the 5 family heads reported to. Alexander had no knowledge of what was happening on Earth and had his entire attention focused on the task before him. If all went according to plan, not only would this game end earlier than the 12-hour mark, he would take a huge lead on the number of points. He and his 99 soldiers were running at maximum speed, radiating spirit energy far and wide for anyone to sense. But even if they were noticed, it would make no difference now as they had already taken the tokens. Despite running at his utmost speed and using as much energy as he could, Alexander had never felt better. Imagine doing the most arduous physical task your body could endure without dying. Now imagine being able to repeatedly do that task without fatigue or danger of hurting yourself. That was how Alexander was feeling. All he was really doing right now was running. Well, he was doing more than running. He was the beacon that led his troops to battle, the tip of the spear that would pierce the enemy, the front of the vanguard that would clear the path for those who followed. His idea was simple. He and his 99 troops would charge through the zombies and continuously bombard the node with the strongest, most deadly and destructive weapons they had. With unlimited spirit energy, they were literally experiencing video game cheats in real life. The first of the zombies entered his line of sight, and he entered theirs. By the time the zombies realized it was not a ball of golden flame approaching them but a person, he was already upon them. Cutting through the horde like a bullet through a loaf of bread, Alexander has his destination marked. As he laughed in mirth at the wonderful feeling of endless power, his troops began a coordinated assault on the horde. But in this scenario where their brains were slightly overstimulated by the endless euphoria, coordination simply meant screaming, "Watch how many I kill in this direction," before throwing their strongest attack that would usually leave them completely drained. As ridiculously as the situation had become, those who were still watching the match realized that these troops may have slightly lost their sanity. But who cared? It made for an entertaining show. Alexander reached the center of what remained of the horde to realize he could not see the node. Was it hidden somewhere? While he analyzed the situation, his 6 blades spun around him like a saw with a ferocity never before seen, slicing anything that tried to come close. Underground maybe, Alexander thought to himself and looked down. It was at that exact moment the ground burst open and an armored hand reached for his leg. Alexander leapt out of the way, but the hand was faster and longer than he expected. The 7-foot-tall demon revealed himself, the scaly armor adorning his body free from any dirt despite coming out of the ground, and caught hold of the teenager. Before Alexander could do anything to protect himself, Pramod used Alexander's body like a hammer and smashed him into the ground. It was impossible to tell under the helmet, but the viewers got the sensation that Pramod was grinning. Chapter 155. Expected more. There were numerous battles taking place in the games, mainly around the second chest. It was a frantic free-for-all, yet despite their best efforts, the chest remained in the control of the zombie horde that seemed to be slowly taking it back towards the center. The elephants met their match in zombies 10 feet tall, the wolves were stalled by the zombies with tentacles, the humans slowed down by a special breed of zombies that could dig into the ground. It truly was a spectacle. Near the center of the map, 99 fearless soldiers were launching repeated attacks out of what looked like rocket launchers, as if they would never run out of ammo. The truth was, these weapons were powered by spirit energy, so under their current circumstances, they really wouldn't run out of ammo. That, accompanied by their overly excited emotions due to the excess energy running through their brains, resulted in a situation where they were fighting the hordes like kids in a video game instead of backing up Alexander, who was deeper in. Yet despite all that, at this particular moment, most people who were still watching the games had their attention turned towards Alexander. The first time he was smashed into the ground, he became completely disoriented, the golden aura around him vanishing and the air knocked completely out of him. But that was only the beginning. Pramod did not slow his movements, and started smashing Alexander around like a rag doll. With a grip tight enough to crumple steel clamping onto the teenager's leg, he swung him over his own head and smashed him into the ground. Once, twice, thrice. As he was about to smash Alexander into the ground the fourth time without any resistance, people had begun to suspect him already dead, but that is when the 6 blades that had fallen onto the ground flew into the air, aiming to pierce through Pramod's hand. Originally, the giant demon meant to ignore the blades, as he had every confidence in his scaly armor, but when the first blade cut into his forearm, the demon had no choice but to release Alexander and retreat. The demon stared at his bleeding arm with a mix of pain and fascination, giving the beaten teenager some time to pick himself up. Even as Alexander wobbled to his feet, his head was spinning and he could not think straight. For the first time in a long, long time, Alexander had been taken completely by surprise and was disoriented. Before his infinite physical stamina helped him completely recover, Pramod decided to attack him once again. But things did not go according to plan. Even without the ability of coherent thought, this was not Alexander's first time in battle. His instincts were honed through hours of endless combat and expert training. His 6 blades, still as sharp and lethal as ever, immediately attacked Pramod the moment he moved towards Alexander. The few seconds they delayed him were enough for Alexander to barely recover. He no longer looked like a handsome youth, straight out from the cover of a magazine. Messy hair and a layer of dirt on his face were the least of his worries. He was suffering from a broken nose, several hairline fractures in his ribs and probably a severely messed up leg. Whether the bone was crushed or not could still be debated, but his muscles and tendons were surely ruptured. But even as he raised his hands towards his face to pop his nose back into place, Alexander wore a messy grin. What had he cultivated his body for if not to be able to handle such injuries, if not worse ones? This was not even taking into consideration how quickly he would be able to heal with his endless spirit energy. "Dat wash goodish," he said, before frowning. After wiggling his tongue around in his mouth for a second and discovering the problem, he spit out a few broken teeth. "That was a good surprise you gave me there," he said once again, his accent only slightly changed due to his missing teeth. "I don't even remember the last time I suffered a concussion. It was not aimed towards you specifically," Pramod said, his voice surprisingly mild and sweet, as if he was a kid. "But I'm glad I came across you. With your annoying stoic face and attitude that says the whole world revolves around you, you were really beginning to annoy me. I'll thoroughly enjoy taking you down." Alexander grinning, and looked at the massive demon in front of him. The teenager himself had not yet reached 6 feet in height, so he had to turn his head upwards, but his demeanor screamed as if he was still looking down at Pramod. For a moment, he considered exchanging a few more lines with his opponent, then decided to directly get on with it. The golden aura around Alexander returned, and he charged towards the demon. The 6 blades flew into the air, distancing themselves from the 2, but kept their aim directed towards Pramod. Even without doing anything, the threat of being attacked from 6 different directions was very real, even for Pramod, but the most pressing threat was the sword in Alexander's hand. But the demon did not shy away. A purple aura wrapped itself around the demon's hands as it directly slapped the sword away, directly pushing Alexander aside. Pramod's massive brute strength was already dangerous enough, but the purple aura had a corrosive effect on the sword as well. Alexander had to quickly use his own spirit energy to wash away the lingering purple aura, only to find his sword had dulled slightly from the middle. Alexander ducked, still looking at his sword, just in time to dodge a massive palm, and stepped closer towards the demon's body. Using both his arms, he swung his sword upward, slashing at the demon's neck. The demon dodged nimbly, its speed not at all affected by its hulking body. The two exchanged moves, each more lethal than the next, doing their best to kill one another. Yet despite their speed and impressive skill, so far all their techniques had been limited to simple augmentation types. Alexander augmented his sword's lethality, while the demon did so for his hands. The human teenager was the first to break the pattern, a golden bolt of energy escaping from the tip of his sword just as it passed Pramod's face after a dodge. Alexander was already readying his next move for when the demon dodged, but, unexpectedly, the bolt hit it directly in the face. Pramod yelled as he fell backwards. Immediately, Alexander took advantage of the moment and directly attacked. Unable to deflect the attack skillfully, as he had been doing before, Pramod released a massive burst of purple energy from his palm, blasting the sword out of Alexander's hand. For a moment, it seemed the demon had managed to protect himself. Then, one of Alexander's blades that had long been forgotten pierced through the demon's neck from the back. Through the helmet that the massive demon wore, Alexander could only see its eyes showing surprise mixed with horror. Then another one of his blades cut through the demon's neck, and another, until the head was cut clean off from the body. Back at the inn, everyone sat frozen at the sudden conclusion of the fight. It had only just begun. Where was the desperate battle? Where were the hidden techniques? How could it end so quickly? Was that all there really was to the demon commander? Either his end was extremely anticlimactic, or this Alexander was much stronger than he seemed. The kids from Troy Academy burst into cheers, waking up the rest from their reverie. In her room, Loretta continued to watch the screen with a placid look. It did not appear as if she cared about Pramod's demise. To be honest, I was expecting more, Alexander said, as he looked down at the demon's detached head. There were still things he held in reserve. He was just getting warmed up. But this was a good reminder to him. Life wasn't always like a movie. You wouldn't always get a long, drawn-out battle. A moment's carelessness could prematurely decide even an expert's fate. Using all his physical and spiritual strength, Alexander suddenly moved to the side as dread suddenly filled his heart, but it was barely enough. A sword, his discarded sword, pierced through Alexander's back and through his chest, puncturing his left lung. The crowds at the inn, humans and beast alike, froze as they saw the scene. Behind Alexander stood a headless body. To be honest, I expected more, Alexander heard a sweet voice. His eyes bent downwards at the head to see its eyes staring back at the body. His expression did not need to be seen, just from the look in his eyes, one could tell he was grinning. Chapter 156, Let me give it a try, no. A scream echoed through the inn, accompanied by a horror-stricken Helen. She did not know when she stood up, nor did she realize that she had screamed. All she felt currently was panic so deep it and firmly grasped her heart. Even Lex, who had been marinating in his own endless anger, was woken up from his thoughts by her yell. He was startled again to see Alexander on his screen, standing with a sword running through his chest. Absolutely pathetic, the head said, as its body left the sword in Alexander's body and approached it. For all your arrogance and bravado, I expected a better fight. But you fell so easily for the first trick I used, although I must give you props for moving out of the way just enough to protect your heart. The demon picked up the head and reattached it to its body, now looking down upon Alexander, who was still standing in the same posture he had been stabbed in. But then again, it was my own fault for expecting so much from such a pathetic species as humans. How can you even begin to imagine my power? You probably thought I was dead after you cut my head off. But I'm not a low-level demon like the zombies. I'm a nightmare demon, understand? I'm immortal. With that the demon burst into a fit of laughter. It seemed like he was enjoying talking down to Alexander, but the truth was the demon was only casually chatting while its head properly reattached to its body. A being such as that really was outside the understanding of humans. Even the guests at the inn or the Jotun soldiers had a dark expression on their faces. Alexander was someone who had attracted a lot of attention, and his current condition left a bitter taste in the mouth. But compared to a demon that could live even after getting its head chopped off, let alone Alexander, all humans looked weak and insignificant. What inherent power did humans have? What was their strong suit? If they did not cultivate, humans were so weak that a fall down a small flight of stairs could end their lives. All humans were really good at was adapting. They could understand the rules of the world around them, and since they could not bend the rules, they could use them to their own advantage. They could fashion weapons out of wood, make utensils out of stone. They could grow crops in the dirt and predict the weather from the wind. Even if they advanced enough to build a civilization advanced enough to fly in the sky and travel through the stars, all their accomplishments were external. They could harness the energy of the universe to make the most complex of tools to aid them, but in the absence of those tools, they were still weak. They could not reattach their own severed heads the way the demon had. Of course, if humans ever gained the ability to directly interact with and control energy themselves, instead of just taking advantage of their understanding of how energy normally behaved, what they could possibly accomplish was unimaginable. "Relax, girl," a calm voice washed over Helen, attracting her attention from the nightmare on screen. Behind her stood Audrey, Alexander's grandmother. "My grandson is not so easy to kill." Helen was taken aback by the old woman's seemingly calm attitude. If Brandon were not in a meeting and saw the current situation, his reaction would not be much different from Audrey's. They had unwavering faith, not only in their grandson, but in the life-threatening training he had undergone his whole life. They had confidence even more so because what was spirit energy if not a supreme form of energy, and what was cultivation if not controlling and manipulating that energy? Pramod continued to give a condescending speech, not at all noticing that the golden aura around Alexander had not diminished at all, unlike the last time he had taken Alexander by surprise. If anything, the color seemed to be getting richer. If one could see into Alexander's body on a microscopic level, they would notice millions upon millions of nanobots repairing the wounds in Alexander's body. The nanobots gathered in clumps around where the blade pierced his lungs, preventing blood from entering them as well as getting ready to seal the wound as soon as the sword was removed. But that was not all. Normally, when a human healed, his cells would undergo a division to replace the lost or damaged cells. But there was a limit to how many times a cell would divide during a person's lifetime. However, there was a technique used by cultivators who practiced both their body and spiritual cultivation at the same time, which would use up all the spiritual energy in a person's body not only to force the cells to split, but undergo a rejuvenation which would actually increase the number of times the cells could split. That was only one aspect of the technique called Buddha's grace, and the technique was a lot more complicated than that. It was meant to be used when one was critically injured, and would allow the person to heal just enough to survive a little longer. That was because, normally, the amount of spirit energy a person wielded was limited. But what if there was unlimited spiritual energy? And what if the body would not be exhausted no matter how much it healed itself? By now, even some of the guests noticed that the teenager who had a sword hanging out from both sides of his body was still standing, while he should have fallen down a long time ago. Immortality, a single word from Alexander's lips interrupted Pramod's speech, who suddenly woke up to the fact that the human still had not keeled over and died. "It sounds interesting. Let me give it a try." He grabbed onto the blade protruding from his chest and slowly pushed it back out, all the while maintaining eye contact. When the sword was pushed all the way out and fell to the ground, only a small amount of blood squirted out of the wound before a metallic sheen covered the wound. If people didn't know better, they would assume that instead of a human, a robot stood before them. "While I'm at it, let me put your immortality to the test," he said with gritted teeth, a twinge of anger coming through. He was putting on a brave face, but only he knew how close he actually came to death. If his heart had been punctured instead of his lung, while he could have continued to live, he would not have been able to move. The demon could have easily finished him off. Right now, his body was still healing and using a tremendous amount of spiritual energy while at it. The more energy that he burned, the darker the surrounding aura became. Without any words, the two suddenly launched towards each other and clashed, fist against fist. They had prepared to smash each other to bits, but a small spark from their first clash completely ignited the aura around Alexander. Instead of gold, he now appeared to be covered in flame, but he did not slow down even for a moment. An ungodly amount of strength flowed through his arms as he punched the demon's face, determined to see if he could still live after he squished it to a pulp. While Alexander himself still remained unaware of the fire surrounding him, the guests, and especially Pramod, were extremely aware of its awesome power. The strength of Alexander's augmented fists could be dulled by his armor, but the heat of the flame seemed to reach directly into his being. Pramod roared as his ominous purple aura exploded around him, but before he could use it to his advantage, 6 flaming blades attacked him from different angles. Pramod barely defended himself, but his aura was eviscerated. Alexander did not give him any time to rest, though. He raised his right hand in the air, and the 6 blades oriented themselves right beside it. Small yellow balls of light floated out of his fingers and started collecting at the tip of each blade. Influenced by the blazing glory of the flame around the teenager, the balls slowly became alight. Normally this would be a slow process, but the rate at which Alexander was burning spirit energy sped up the process so that in a couple of seconds, 6 flaming balls hung in the air. This was the technique he had learned from John, called Final Glory, meant to be used as a last resort that would normally drain him of all his spirit energy. Alexander did not care much for the name, but its effect was truly amazing. Alexander pointed his hand at Pramod and shot the blades towards the demon as if out of a bazooka. Each blade passed through the flaming ball, absorbing its energy as it passed. Pramod immediately sensed the threat and let out a ferocious roar before slamming the ground. A wall of dust rose into the air, hiding the demon from view, but that did not prevent the now flaming blades from reaching him. 6 earth-shattering explosions rocked the entire small pocket dimension, immediately attracting the attention of each participant. They looked towards the center, wondering what had happened. But while everyone was feeling a mix of shock and awe and reverie, Alexander cracked his neck a couple of times before he slowly started walking towards the dust cloud. Who knew immortals could make such great punching bags? An angry and crazed roar responded to his casual remark, but he did not care. 6 blades were floating around his right arm again, gathering 6 balls of flame, as he prepared his next round of attacks. Today, he would beat the crap out of an immortal. Chapter 157. First game ends. The crowd at the inn was going wild. They enjoyed the twists and turns in each fight, swooned as they saw the various weapons on display. Alexander's fight was just one of many. Quite a few had managed to make a name for themselves. A few outstanding beasts attracted a lot of attention, and naturally many of the humans. The Jotun soldiers did not dazzle with ostentatious displays, but their extremely consistent and steady performance was an award winner. Even up until now, they had not suffered a single casualty. The participants themselves, though, had a very different mindset. Most of them were extremely tired. Large-scale battles were very different from small-scale fights, and they had to balance their physical and spiritual stamina, something that not many were trained for. The mental fatigue had also started to wear them down. But despite all of that, they had around 5 hours left, and somewhere between 15 to 20,000 zombies still standing. They didn't even want to kill the zombies, they just wanted to get their hands on the treasure chest the horde was quickly escorting back, but just that seemed a momentous task. And if they weren't able to do this much, destroying the node would be even harder. But little did they know, the node was almost destroyed simply by accident. Pramod, battered and beaten, kept trying to lure Alexander away from the center. For a while now, he had just been using devastatingly powerful attacks that threatened to destroy the node just by attacking the vicinity near it. He himself was bleeding from all over, and his armor seemed destroyed in many places. But he truly did not care about the damage he was taking. In a sense, he had not lied when he said he was immortal. Such attacks, no matter how many times he received, would never kill him. Of course, he would not explain that to Alexander. The only thing on his mind now was to hold Alexander off long enough till his zombies brought the treasure chest to him. After that, he would let Alexander destroy the node because the truth was he had realized it was impossible for him to actually kill Alexander right now. While all of this was happening, Lex had calmed down now and was watching the game with a critical eye. He did not know enough about cultivation to understand the complexities of the techniques and abilities being used, but the one thing he could understand very clearly was his own inferiority. As of late, he had been getting slightly arrogant with all the influence he held at the inn. People older and stronger than him hung on his every word, and he made decisions arbitrarily. In brainwashing himself to seem more confident for his performance, he had at some point really started believing himself something great. But all it took was a single crisis on Earth to bring him back to reality. As much influence as he had at the inn, outside of it he was nothing. His personal strength was weak, and Lex Williams's connections were all for naught. He was so caught up in avoiding trouble on Earth that when trouble came, he had no one he could ask for help. Even his connection with Marlowe he had terminated. But this realization did not mean he was indulging in self-pity. Far from it, in fact. He was waking up to the cold hard truth, so that he could remedy it. If he stayed within his delusions, a simple accident was all it would take to cause him irreparable damage. With his self-actualization achieved, he needed to decide what to do next. He already put up a commission for items to heal the soul or information about it, so now in that regard all he could do is wait. Much more importantly, Lex was worried about his family. Without moving a muscle, he used his ability to put up another commission in the guild room for detailed information about the situation in London, which is where his family was currently staying. He also put up another commission for general information about the details behind what was happening on Earth. Once he had enough information, he would then decide what to do. His greatest power and asset was the inn and its influence, and he intended to use it fully. Currently, his attention was split between the family heads and the games. They seemed to be waiting for someone, which was good enough. The moment they learned anything, so would he. And in case his family was in trouble, he would hold events, put up commissions, offer jobs, give out trials, whatever it took to make sure they'd be safe. "Lex, you're getting angry again," Mary said softly, waking him from his thoughts. She was sitting on his shoulder, looking at him with a little bit of pity. Lately she had spent less and less time with him, because she realized she could not help herself but give him recommendations. That in itself was not a bad thing, but he needed to learn how to make decisions based on whatever information he had himself. After all, if her way of doing things was so great, she wouldn't be. "Thanks," Lex muttered, and turned his attention back to the game. He needed to keep himself occupied. Back in the game, the Horde had neared Promet enough that he completely ignored Alexander and sprinted towards the Horde. He couldn't let the human realize that the Horde had the chest or he would use his overwhelming firepower to steal it. From Alexander's point of view, it merely seemed like Promet was running away. Initially, he thought to chase after him, but by now even he had realized that despite doing a lot of damage, he was unable to kill the demon. And with various other forces chasing close behind the Horde, Alexander decided it was a better idea to look for and destroy the node before they arrived. He didn't know which of them was able to get the prize, but it hardly mattered to him anymore. Squads 1 and 2. Before Alexander could continue to give orders, he realized that his earpiece had fallen out or had been destroyed at some point. He could not communicate with his soldiers, so he would have to figure this out on his own. Right now, he had no equipment or weapons other than his blades, so it would be a little hard to determine the location of the node. His emotions, in the heightened state that they were in, made it difficult for him to make a detailed plan, so he went with the most basic and brutal one. He started bombarding the ground with an endless barrage of final glory. The ground shattered and quaked as his attacks landed. Each attack brought about its own cloud of dust and dirt to the point where Alexander felt like a smoke machine, but he did not stop. And, just like that, in the stupidest way possible, one of his attacks finally reached deep enough and hit the node, destroying it. A siren rang throughout the battlefield before the Innkeeper's voice was heard, full of energy and mirth. "Congratulations to Alexander Morrison for single-handedly destroying the first node, and kicking off the games in such a splendid way. The rest of you performed remarkably as well. Why don't we get you some well-deserved rest?" With that, all the participants were covered by a protective bubble, and teleported back to the inn. Since many of them were in combat, when they returned, they were spaced far apart so as to not accidentally harm one another. The sudden change caught many of them with surprise, and most of them felt frustrated rather than relieved that the game was over. After all their hard work, the points for the node had been single-handedly snatched by Alexander. Of course, the other Earthlings were ecstatic. Though they separated from Alexander, his points would ultimately count towards Earth's total as well. Followed by the feeling of frustration, they were hit by exhaustion. The next game was supposed to be in around 17 hours, which was definitely not enough time to completely rest up. This was not even considering those of them that had been wounded. But of course, since they could think this far, so could Lex, and he had already taken care of it. To all the contestants, I recommend you return to your allocated bases and get some rest. The housing in each base has been fitted with the healing capabilities of the recovery room, so that all remaining participants will be in tip-top shape for the next match. The participants, too tired to think about anything else, started marching back towards their bases to get some rest. The sounds of hooting and cheering from the Colosseum made a nice backdrop to their return, but while most Earthling participants were reveling in their victory, Alexander was staring at his grandmother. His grandfather was missing, and so were the other family heads. Something must have happened. Something bad. Chapter 158. What the hell? The hours after the game ended passed in a much-needed lull, at least for the guests. After watching for several hours straight, despite the excellent excitement, they were getting tired. Many chose to stay in their rooms to sleep, some decided to return to their respective planets. Those that returned to Earth soon received a big surprise. Everyone had plans to return to watch the next match, but how many would actually return was yet to be determined. Will Bentham was one of the guests who had decided to stay at the inn. Truth be told, he was seriously considering living at the inn perpetually, as the air on Earth was too putrid for him to tolerate after spending time in this heaven. This plan of his was slowly starting to seem more likely because he had placed a nominal sum as a bet to show support for Alexander. Keeping in mind the lad's excellent performance, he had received a whopping 11,000 megapixels as credit. This solidified his plan to continue betting, small amounts of course, and could use that money to supplement his plans. Not that he was really short of money, but he had never disliked a sudden windfall. While Will had become an unexpected winner, most people had lost their bets, including Anthony, who had placed a personal bet that the Jotuns would be the ones to destroy the node. Since this was the first match, people had bet only small amounts, as they did not know what to expect from the participants. The next match would likely be when the real betting began. Despite that, Lex had made a spectacular 330,765 megapixels profit from the bets alone. Something worth noting was that other than Will, Higashima won nearly 8,000 megapixels in bets. Oddly enough, his prizes didn't come from a single win, but from various random bets. It seemed as if the tree did not understand the concept of gambling very well and randomly placed bets on whoever it thought looked good. Other than that, his income from food and other services was only 440,765 megapixels since about 15,000 of the mouths he was feeding were participating in the games. Even though he was not really in the mood to pay attention to these things, he could not help but remember just a month back when he was struggling to raise a measly 10,000 megapixels. In comparison, his current total was 981,530 megapixels. But he did not touch the MP this time. He planned no upgrades and didn't think of fixing any issues. This MP would stay in reserve for now in case he needed to use it for any particular reason. He spent his time meditating back in his room and told Mary to inform him when the people who were going to negotiate with the family heads came. While Lex was meditating, a lot of people were waiting in anxiously. Brandon, of course, had already cooled down and was spending time with his grandson, laughing at his reaction when Alexander finally learned about the golden aura. As it turned out, Brandon had specially modified the technique so the user would not be able to see the aura. It was the only way to have people actually practice the technique all the way. Helen sat quietly in the corner. Since she learned about the war, she had not spoken a word. Anthony was having all the data analyzed and discussing the strategy for the next match with Crawford -41. It was confirmed now that Pramod had been able to get his hands on the second chest, which would likely make the next match incredibly hard. He had also sent someone to invite the leaders from Earth to discuss the strategy, but apparently they were preoccupied at the moment. By now, as dismissive as he was of Earth, he at least recognized they were not completely worthless. He had even sent a clip of Alexander's battle to Ragnar back on Vegas Minima. Speaking of which, the bubble surrounding the first battlefield had disappeared once all the contestants retreated. Ragnar immediately secured the location and had his troops try to locate any remnants of the node. If they could understand it better, they would be able to search for it themselves on the other planets. The beasts were undergoing their own form of strategy meetings. They had racked up a decent number of points, but not enough. The sloth was having a few discussions with the various leaders from the planet about how they can improve performance. The consensus, generally, was that during the first 5 games, they only needed to get a decent number of points. It was the last 5 games during which they would steal the show. Like this, the time passed, and just as the first light of the new day shone down on the inn, 3 new guests appeared at the inn. In the lead was a woman, and behind her 2 men. This was the first time they had come to the inn and took a look around. When their personal holograms showed up and introduced them to the rules and asked if they needed help with anything, they were particularly impressed. "This is a good place. If I can cultivate here, I feel like I'll be able to break through in just a few months," said the man with short, blonde hair. "We need to find out more about this inn. If we can cultivate our forces here, focus on the task at hand," the woman said in a tired voice. She was exhausted from babysitting these 2. Why couldn't hidden co-conspirators be more serious, like in the movies? Little did she know, her 2 partners were thinking the same thing about her. She had an unusual form of OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, wherein she could only focus on one task. Anything at all that was not completely relevant to that task would irritate her to no end, and she would, in turn, irritate them to no end. Fine, fine, let's just get on with it. The three asked their holographic assistants to escort them to the family heads. As soon as they met someone from the entourage from one of the families, they were escorted to a room for a meeting. Mary naturally woke Lex up so he could pay attention. In the room, 4 of the family heads and a few other relevant dignitaries were staring at the 3 newcomers with murder in their eyes. The 3 of them were quite nonchalant about it though, they already knew about the security provided by the inn. "Don't look at me like that, Grandpappy Sam. What will you do if I get scared and run away?" asked the blonde man sarcastically. "You have some gall to speak to me like that, Kevin." The blonde man only chuckled and ignored the senile fool. "So you really have betrayed us," said Richard, looking at the other man. "Is it really a betrayal, old man? The way I see it, we just took our inheritance a little before you died. It's not a big deal. You disappoint me, Lee. The feeling is mutual," he said, as he comfortably took a seat. To be honest, Lee felt like annoying these geezers a little more, but he could tell the preamble conversation was already irritating Miranda, and he'd had a long day taking over the world. He didn't want to hear her bickering. "We're all families involved," the Queen asked Miranda. "Does it matter? That's not what we're here to discuss. Someone hurry up and call Brandon so we can begin." "Ho ho, I didn't know you were missing me so much," rang Brandon's voice as he appeared close behind Miranda. She didn't know if she was imagining it, but she could feel his warmth behind her. Despite herself, Miranda blushed. Then Audrey appeared in the room and pulled the century-old playboy to his seat, pulled him by the ear, of course. The other family heads felt stifled. They didn't know if they were angrier at their descendants who had appeared before them or this stupid old man who had somehow completely stopped caring that the earth was being taken over. "Let's begin," Miranda said, sitting down, her gaze still lingering on Brandon. He had gotten a few new tattoos since the last time she saw him. Miranda gulped as she suppressed her wandering thoughts and regained composure. To help her retain her focus, she made direct eye contact with the Queen, the unofficial leader of the 5 family heads. "It is only out of filial pity that we are even meeting. A lot of the members from the council wanted to directly wait for you with gravedigger formations back on Earth and finish you off once and for all." The family heads suddenly grimaced when they heard those words. Gravedigger formations were the nuclear deterrents of the cultivation world. It was a hassle to set one up, simply because of the resources required to actually make one, but they had no theoretical upper power limit. If used properly, and if they were caught unaware, those formations could be a real threat to them. "Hey, don't forget about Sam Jr. who wanted to use hydrogen bombs," pitched in Kevin. Miranda gave Kevin a dirty look, but continued, "Yes, many ways of disposing of you were discussed. You should be thankful that in the end the council only decided to imprison you at the inn." "Hey, I can think of a few ways to thank you," said Brandon with a wink. Without missing a beat, Audrey stabbed Brandon in the leg with a small dagger, completely unconcerned that the innkeeper would consider it an attack. As if to emphasize to her husband to behave, she looked towards the 2 men sitting beside Miranda and said, "I'm considering taking concubines. Would you be interested?" Back in his room, Lex felt like flipping a table. This was supposed to be a serious meeting. What the hell was going on? Chapter 159. Oppressed cultivators. As annoyed as Lex was by the 2 senior Morrisons, he noticed that neither the family heads nor the other 3 responded to them. It was as if years of experience had taught them the best way to handle them was to ignore them. The strong blush running down Miranda's neck was completely not a giveaway about how she felt about Brandon's flirting, not at all. "Do you really expect this to work?" Richard asked. "You cannot trap us here. We can leave, and even if you do bomb 2 cities, or even more, as long as we return to Earth, all of you will die." "Do not try to bluff, old man," Lee said, yawning. He was not at all intimidated by these few who had controlled Earth for so long. "You bend over backwards to stop any cultivator conflict, and step in even if a mortal conflict is getting too big. You think you are being secretive, but the truth is, old-timer, other than your cultivation, you are not superior in anything else. The same goes for the rest of you as well." Lee gave a derisive look to all in the room. "You are not good leaders. You are not good businessmen. You are not good politicians. You make yourselves feel good by saying you're protecting people's lives, but all you're doing is suppressing your own people. Your shoddy rules and improper management are literally destroying Earth, but the mortals are protected from the truth, so who cares? At the end of his little triad, Lee got a little heated, no doubt from holding in years of resentment, but decided to stop so Miranda would not pester him. But just as she was about to speak again, he discovered that he really could not stop himself. You're uneducated and stuck in bygone traditions. You trained your descendants to be the best, but then forced them to hide and suppress themselves. You taught them to have ambition and then buried it with your own hands. It is not betrayal when you betrayed us first. You, Lee, stop, interrupted Kevin. Go take a breather. We'll handle this. Lee realized that he had, indeed, lost his temper. It really was better to go cool off, they still had many things to take care of after this. He gave Richard a dirty look and said one last thing before leaving. As much as you all look down on him, at least Brandon gave his descendants a place to thrive. Of all the families, his has the least members on the Council of the New Order. At this, Brandon and Audrey both raised an eyebrow. Council of the New Order is probably what they called themselves, but what truly attracted him was the part about the least members. Least did not mean none. So even the Morrison family had traitors. With Lee leaving the room, Miranda took a deep breath and turned back to the Queen. We have much to do, so I'm not going to waste any more time. We did not come here to negotiate, we only came here to tell what's going to happen from now on. You can choose how to react to this information, but the consequences will be your own. You can believe us about the nuclear bombs or you can test it out, it'll be up to you. The mortals have ruled and the cultivators have hid long enough. It's time to restore proper order, for both their sakes and ours. Soon, the borders of many countries will change. Sects will once again openly recruit and cultivators will take over positions of power. All efforts will be put towards the growth and expansion of the cultivation civilization. As for you, you will remain at the inn until a time that the council decides you may return. Don't worry, treat it like retirement. Play bingo, watch some TV, whatever it is retired people do. Because, even if you do come back, you'll find that your influence is gone. No one will listen to you. Any authority you thought you had was only because none of the council members wanted to fight you up front. Anyone who was still loyal to you, well, let's not get into the specifics. Is it so easy for you to massacre so many people? The Queen asked in an even voice. If she was feeling anger or frustration, it was not evident. Miranda looked at the Queen placidly, as if she had asked the stupidest question in the world. About as easy as it was for you to let my father die. I think I've heard about enough, Brandon said, standing up, a dagger still sticking out of his leg. Little girl, I wish you the best in your endeavors. I never cared much for ruling Earth anyway, too much responsibility, I would rather chill at the beach with my wife. I will only give you one piece of advice, don't kill too many people during your little revolution. If you piss off the boss lady, you might really learn just about how much power you really have. Oh and I'll stay at the inn, but someone uses that as an excuse to harm my kids or grandkids. He didn't finish his sentence as he left the room, but his message was clear. Miranda let out a little sigh, even as she swooned a little internally. Their biggest concern really was the Morrison family. Although mostly focused on Mars, their army was sizable. Naturally, against all the cultivators of Earth it was still inferior in strength, but the damage the council would take fighting them would be considerable. Are you sure about this? Audrey asked as the old, but somehow very young-looking, couple walked away. You know I never cared much for the responsibility. If Rorik or the others want to do something about it, they can, but I say good riddance. Keeping that woman happy was too annoying. Now we can just focus on what we want to do. Hey Barry, want to have another kid? Audrey smacked the man on the back of his head, effectively communicating her feelings about that notion, as they continued to stroll around. They had many hours before the next match. Alexander was sleeping, recovering from the mental exhaustion, and Rorik was cultivating in his room, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. While the Morrisons strode off, Lex was still focused on the meeting. The family heads learned of how deeply the betrayal ran, and they all had mixed feelings. Basically, anyone not from their immediate family was very dissatisfied with them, to put it mildly. They were born at the peak of the world, raised to be the best, then suppressed and forced to hide their brilliance so that the mortal world would not be destabilized. Lex honestly didn't care about any of that, and currently he had no thoughts on what the family heads could have done better. He was slowly getting agitated by not being able to learn any specific details about Earth. A part of him wanted to simply return to New York and see if he could call his family. But of course, he knew that all communication had been shut down, so he would learn nothing. Eventually, he decided to wait one more day to see if someone would answer his commission, or else he would start to take more drastic measures. Somewhere in the universe, far away, Serene Williams was looking at her husband as he practiced. On her face she wore expressions of both disappointment and annoyance, but the man did not notice as he was focused on his sword. He was practicing shirtless, his taut muscles rippling with each move, his rolling sweat giving his body a nice sheen. His each swing was slow and deliberate, but despite that each time he finished a swing the very room would tremble. The man frowned, he still could not prevent energy from leaking. When he was able to perform each move without any sound or wind, without any energy leaking at all, he would finally reach a satisfactory level of mastery. Finally, unable to wait for him to notice her, Serene said, "There's news from Earth." "Oh, did the kid finally do something interesting?" Serene gave her husband an exasperated look. "He's only just started cultivating, what can he even do?" "No, this is more serious. Cultivators have revolted against the proctors we assigned to keep the peace, war has erupted." This attracted the man's attention, and he finally stopped practicing and turned towards his wife, wearing a look of, "I told you so." "Even that isn't the serious part. When I heard about the war, I had the local sentries call back all the guests we've sent on Earth for their own protection. They're all there, except..." Serene paused, and despite her usual composure, wore a look of exasperation. "No one can get in touch with Bastet. She has left the planet." The man was startled, but the look of horror quickly changed to that of great amusement. He burst out laughing, his energy causing an earthquake on the continent where they were. Chapter 160. Panic. "Stop laughing," Serene said, but the chiseled man only roared out harder. The room was shaking and paintings had started falling off the walls, but he could not care less. "Stop laughing," she said again, feeling slightly embarrassed, but to no avail. Finally, her expression turned serious, and she said in a bitingly cold voice, "Stop laughing." As if he had been faking it all this time, the man went from almost falling over to a modest smirk. Seeing that he had listened, her expression softened and continued, "What are we going to do about this? How did she escape? Do you have any clues? I strongly suspect the newly discovered entity known as Midnight Inn may have played a role. Although Earth is in a dead zone, lacking higher forms of spiritual energy and making it the perfect place for high-leveled political prisoners, if they can travel to the Midnight Inn and recuperate their energy, escaping becomes an option. Oh please, how many of those prisoners can travel directly in space or teleport? We don't need to do anything. Earth can continue to serve as a prison, just no longer for anyone approaching the Dallard realm. Send a report back to the family, there's no need to hide the matter. If they want to pick an issue, they can go find the Midnight Inn, I don't care." With that, the matter was resolved, and the man returned to his practice. Serene sighed as she opened a tablet to write up her report. She completely ignored a small notification in the corner with the title, "Your daughter has run away from school again." She could only handle one disaster at a time. Slowly the hours passed and many things happened at the inn. The meeting between the family heads and the representatives of the council did not go over well and, as Lex predicted, his guards had to get involved. Still, none of the family heads returned to Earth. They only sent back their assistants and followers and tried to control the situation through them. Unfortunately, it seemed that they truly had lost all authority. The few who were still willing to follow the command of the family heads were locked in battle with the council's forces. Most countries worldwide were already under their control. Strangely enough, only South Korea and Japan were able to resist the influence of the council. As for why that was, the family heads were receiving only bits and pieces of information, so it could not yet be determined. In the meantime, the armies were preparing for their next match. The recovery afforded to them in their bases was remarkable and almost all were fully healed. Only a few who had extremely serious injuries had to preemptively forfeit. About 900 of Alexander's soldiers were still capable of fighting. While most of them were resting, a few of them were submitting a report for new supplies and gear to be brought from Mars. While this was happening, they received a dossier from the Jotun army. Considering Earth's stellar performance, Anthony decided to give them more support so long as they continued to deliver at the same level. In the dossier was information about the terrain for the remaining 9 nodes. Since the nodes' location had been identified back on the planet, they quickly drew up maps based on previous satellite images and marked down the terrain and notable landmarks. They could not predict where the next game would be, but at least they would not be surprised no matter what they faced. This was extremely important because 2 of the nodes were underwater. Without proper gear, the soldiers would literally drown and die within the first hour. In the dossier was also a report on Pramod. The Empire could not confirm it just from watching him fight Alexander, but they had strong suspicions about his species. They suspected he was a nightmare demon. This was a very rare, very dangerous breed of demons that was named not because of how they originated, but because they were a nightmare for anyone to face. The document gave a lot of details on how to properly fight a nightmare demon, but to spare everyone the issue of figuring out how to apply this information, they also provided a spiritual technique that could actually damage them. It was not very strong, but at least it did more harm than Alexander's attacks did, and at a fraction of the energy cost. Like this, the calm was kept right up until a few hours before the next match. So far, most of the guests at the inn from Earth didn't actually know what was happening. But as if planned, several panicked guests entered the inn at the same time. They tripped and tumbled as they ran towards those they knew. Unable to be discreet in their mental condition, they shouted, "War!" when they finally saw their compatriots. In but a few minutes, news spread. The guests that arrived didn't know the global situation, but when enough of them got together and told similar stories, it became apparent that the issue was widespread. Fortunately, it seemed that so far cities were being occupied and put under martial law, and there were no reports of widespread massacres. But the lack of information and abundance of over-imagination caused panic. At this point, despite his own agitated state, Lex had to intervene. Honestly, he was feeling a little annoyed at the family heads for not addressing the people from Earth who were at the inn, but it didn't matter. They were caught up in their own world. "Please, be calm," a warm yet firm voice washed over the citizens of Earth. Somehow, Lex had figured out how to give targeted announcements, so only Earthlings were hearing his voice right now. From Ragnar, who was cultivating, to those who were asleep, to Sophia, who had not left her son's side, they all heard the voice. "It appears that your planet has come under conflict. Such a time of difficulty is dreaded by all, but as citizens of your planet, it is also your responsibility to shape the destiny of your planet. But at the same time, how can you fearlessly face the future if you are concerned for your loved ones? For the people of Earth, the Midnight Inn will offer great discounts to provide you and your loved ones safety and security, so long as the conflict remains. Please, if you think yours are in danger, do not hesitate to bring them to the inn." The announcement was short and direct, and delivered the message well enough. Immediately, most of them realized the security and safety the inn could provide and started returning to Earth to fetch their families. The 100 students from Troy Academy felt scared, but surprisingly handled the information better than most adults. It made sense, their regular lives weren't exactly normal either. Actually, it suddenly occurred to Lex that some of them might be kids of the people leading this worldwide revolution, which is exactly why they were sent here, for the security, or to be spies. As much as Lex hated the feeling that he was simply doing this to fulfill the refugee quest, the truth was that he genuinely wasn't. Previously, he was so concerned about his own family that he forgot about the quest. But the fact that he remembered now was good enough. One thing he might need to address later was housing for the refugees if the conflict lasted longer than the Midnight Games. For now, there was temporary housing due to the event panel, but once the event ended, that would go away. It seemed like he needed to save more MP, just in case. It was at this time he also thought of his friends in New York. The fact that he couldn't reach his family was one matter, but those in New York were still within reach. Lex was not indecisive at all this time around. Deep down, he felt like maybe he was just looking for an excuse to not be logical and just return to Earth. But if an excuse was what he needed, his friend's safety gave him just that. He had to at least check on them. After all, as odd as it may be, despite their short time knowing each other, Lex thought of Larry as a good friend. He returned to his room and donned the damaged armor he'd bought before going to Nibiru last time, and wore a hoodie on top of it. He ensured the safety was on before hiding the heavy Harley in the back of his pants like in the movies. As uncomfortable as it was, he dealt with it. Making sure he had all the items he needed one last time, he was ready. The next game would start in a few hours, he should be back by then, but if he weren't, he told Mary to start without him. With that, he disappeared from his room and returned to Earth. Chapter 161. Not suspicious enough. Lex did not know exactly what to expect when he returned. A part of him expected to land in the middle of a war-torn battleground, with buildings half destroyed and bullets flying in the air. Maybe he expected the city to be under lockdown. Maybe he was thinking he would see soldiers pushing innocent civilians around, and a band of resistance fighters made up from civilians fighting back. The fanciful stories he had filled his head with were many, but the one thing he was not expecting at all was for everything to be normal. Though it was early in the day, people could be seen walking around the streets casually. Some were walking their dogs, others were sitting on benches and reading books. The wind raised a few skirts, a few men slammed cabs and yelled, "I'm walking here," and a few other, completely standard and not at all stereotypical everyday things happened. At first, Lex was amazed. Then he frowned. War was definitely happening, the system had confirmed it and so many guests had confirmed it, so how was everything so normal? Completely underwhelmed, Lex walked into a cafe and tried to eavesdrop on nearby conversations. If anything significant had happened, the people would be talking about it. Significant news there was, just not what Lex was expecting. The people were talking about the unusual internet outage that was apparently affecting everyone. News channels were not reporting on it and no official statement was being released. Just a single hour of blocked internet access could send various companies into massive loss in this city, yet somehow everyone was okay with it. Lex took out his phone and turned it on to see if he was getting any signals. He didn't know how else he would contact Larry, or anyone else, for that matter. Contrary to what Lex expected, his phone was working just fine. He was about to try an international call to his family when he started receiving messages. The first was from Bluebird. Until further notice, the Bluebird portal will not be available. Please contact your nearby Bluebird office if you need any help. The second, again, was from Bluebird. A curfew is now in effect. All cultivators must remain home unless provided a pass. Any cultivator discovered breaking curfew, or without their Bluebird token, will be detained pending a treason trial. The third was from Larry. Your phone is powered off, but you should get this if you turn your phone back on. Things are not as they seem. Be safe. Contact me if you need help. Subtly, Lex nodded. The suspicious behavior was more in line with what he expected. Based on what he had heard so far, the ICPAs were locking down their regions of control and were a part of the war. Since all of New York was so thoroughly under Bluebird's control, they probably didn't need to use soldiers to snatch control. They just needed to maintain as much normalcy as they could manage until the global situation stabilizes. Lex tried calling his family, but the call would not connect. He tried calling Larry, and the phone was off. He tried calling Larry again, but this time on a second number he had given Lex to use in case of emergencies. The call went through, but after it was picked up, there was complete silence. No one on the other side said anything. Is anyone there? Lex asked hesitantly. Lex, is that you? Larry asked, his voice easily identifiable. But before Lex could answer, he said, don't say anything. I'm sending you a location. Come alone. Don't bring your token. After receiving the text, Lex followed the directions only to find himself standing before a dollar store in Uptown. He explored the store and could not find Larry, so he tried calling again, but the phone was powered off. At this point, Lex frowned. It was dangerous to randomly roam around the city, especially since he did not have his token. He could still recall how his previous boss had immediately identified him as a cultivator. They had to get extremely close for her to notice, but then again, she wasn't actively searching for anyone, either. Just as he was wondering what to do, a man in a hoodie with the hood down approached him. Hey Lex, follow me, Larry said in a hushed voice, and quickly led him to an apartment building nearby. Silently climbing up 7 flights of stairs, they reached the room where Larry was hiding. As soon as they entered, Larry activated some formation he had in the room and let out an audible sigh of relief. Damn, this thing is so hot, he said as he took off his hoodie. What's with all the drama? Lex asked casually. As per usual, Larry's face was covered in bruises, probably from working in that club where he fought people. Yeah, I have some bad news for you, buddy. By the way, turn your phone off while we talk. I'm carrying a signal jammer on me, so no one could have followed us through tracking your phone, but better safe than sorry. Is your bad news about the war? Larry paused, clearly surprised to hear Lex. You already know. A little. What do you know? Not much, but a lot of people I know got picked up by Bluebird. I haven't heard from them since. Then a contact of mine, an old associate of my family, told me about the war. I don't even know who is fighting who, but it must be pretty bad. All markets, like the one that I took you to last time, have been shut down. Considering the shutdown in communication and the curfew, I've never seen it this bad. I've tried 100 things, but I haven't been able to connect to the net. As Lex followed Larry into the apartment, he realized it was nothing like the beat-up and worn-down building it was hiding in. There were computers everywhere. Wires crisscrossed the apartment, though bolted to the floor or walls so as to not get in the way. There were at least a dozen different monitors, all showing different things. Lex was not a tech-illiterate person, but this was even beyond him. Listen, do you have any way of contacting anyone abroad? Currently, no. The moment I'm able to connect to the net, I'll be able to. But God knows when that'll be. Lex took a look at things and finally felt a sense of relief. At least his friend was okay. He spent a couple hours chatting with Larry, finding out as much as he could about Bluebird's actions. They had been very discreet, but certain forces had been targeted by them as far as Larry knew. If any fights broke out, they were handled swiftly and efficiently, so that no news had spread so far. They were keeping the peace for the general public right now, but who knew how long this would go on? Well, I'm glad you're safe, Larry. I just came to check up on you. You're doing a good job staying low-key, but if you get in trouble, use this. Lex handed him a golden key, preparing to explain to him how to use it, but Larry froze when he laid eyes on it. That's the golden key, he exclaimed. It's the key that's been all over the net. There have been so many conspiracy theories in such a short time. Don't tell me they're real. Conspiracy theories? Lex asked, confused. Yes, if the net were working, I'd show you. They say that such keys have been passing around top government officials and high-leveled cultivators recently. No one knows for sure what they do, but those conspiracy theorists claim the keys can take you to a secret society that only the rich and powerful are a part of. They claim that our world is ruled by families, hidden in the dark, who have been using these keys to signify members of their secret society. Don't tell me this is real. Lex chuckled, and despite all that was happening, suddenly felt amused. He did not realize that one day he would become a source of conspiracy theories. The funny thing was, those theorists were remarkably close to the truth about many things. I don't know about all of that, but if you get into trouble with Bluebird or anyone else, break the key. Despite Larry asking multiple times, Lex didn't say what the key did. At this point, it wasn't for safety or secrecy purposes, he just wanted to see the surprised look on Larry's face when he used the key for the first time. Of course, he would still not tell anyone he was the Innkeeper. But now that the keys were circulating on Earth, it was much safer for him to hand them out to people. As he walked out of Larry's building, chuckling as he thought about how Larry would react, he did not notice two men staring at him. The variable has left. The target is alone in the building. What are your orders? One of them said, into an earpiece. After getting the reply, the man nodded to his partner and the two of them entered Larry's building, each carrying a gun. Chapter 162. Take a shower. Other than Larry, there were a few other people Lex wanted to check up on, but meeting everyone in person would take too much time. He gave everyone a call and left a few voice messages, all the while making his way to a park. Finding a remote area, he hid between some bushes and teleported back to the inn. His mood was somewhat better now and only improved when he learned that someone had completed his commission for information about London. He wasted no time and retrieved the report, expecting a situation similar to New York. But the situation in the UK was actually quite different. Even though the council had vast influence, basically feeding off of the original connections, they could not influence everyone. As the Queen's place of residence, her palace was full of her closest followers. In many places around the world, armed forces were directly neutralized by turning their own defensive formations against them by spies, yet the Queen's Guard was exceptionally well trained. Even under such strenuous circumstances, they put up a fierce fight and escaped. The palace was destroyed and a few other fights broke out all across the nation as the elite guards made their escape. The good news, for Lex anyway, was that while many soldiers and cultivators suffered casualties, there were minimal civilian casualties, and those too were only near the palace. The bad news was that the entire nation was in a strict lockdown. The official news being spread to the public was that there was an assassination attempt on the royal family orchestrated by terrorists in rival nations. A decent number of those experts had escaped and there was no information of where they might be, so it could not be determined when the situation would change. But since his family had nothing to do with any such matters, he felt that they were probably safe. With that stone off his shoulders, he suddenly realized how effective the inn could be at collecting information. "Hey Mary, can I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "Can you keep an eye on my guests? I'm thinking of building a news collection service, and need someone who would be good at something like that. But I need someone with a real knack for something like this, as I'll want him to collect sensitive information in every world we connect to." Before Mary could answer, the familiar ting of a quest rang in Lex's mind. New quest. Find an employee who can run a news service. Quest time limit. None. Quest reward. Midnight news. Building remarks. For the first time, the host has taken a decent initiative. Now take the initiative to take a bath. After a long time, Lex lost his self-control, and his lip once again twitched. The twitch. It had returned. Lex could not help it, it was a reflex to the lethal remarks of the system. What embarrassed him the most was, he had been so busy lately that he forgot, and it had indeed been a few days since he showered. Taking in a deep breath, he pushed down his agitation and looked back at Mary. "I'll keep an eye out for something like there are a few races that are better suited than others. It'll be your luck if you run across one, and you'll be luckier to find one suited to work for you. All I can do is pay attention." "That'll be enough," he remarked. The new quest reminded Lex that he had quite a few quests racked up, and he had not even checked the reward for the quest to expose the devil's planting trackers on his guests. He went through the quests list, just as a reminder. Quests. 1. Prepare an event for your guests to participate in. Status, ongoing. 2. Build a connection to Dunya. 3. Develop a permanent guest district. 4. One of your guests wants to use the inn to host a secret society. Aid your guest. 5. Host refugees. 6. Find an employee who can run a news service. Many of these quests could not be completed in the short term. The permanent district was too difficult for him at the moment, and the world Dunya he had encountered while using a golden ticket was too dangerous for the current him. The secret society meeting he had decided to complete after the midnight games ended. For the refugees, he had already spread the word, and as far as finding an employee was concerned, it was up to luck. Shaking his head, he decided to look at his quest reward. Surprisingly, it was pretty good. Security room. As a prominent establishment, the Midnight Inn must ensure the safety of its guests. But as an inn for the entire universe, even 1,000,000,000 guests at a time are too few. The security room can be used by the inn's security guards to monitor malicious intent among the guests, to protect them as well as prevent them from making trouble. This was an incredible reward, probably one of the best and most practical he'd received yet. It improved his mood tremendously. Lex made a plan on how to install it and what to do about security now that he had a decent amount of MP, but all that could wait till after the games. Speaking of which, a quick scan of the inn let him know that the second game had already begun. Not for all parties though, only for Pramod and 99 of his zombies. They'd entered the map 2 hours early. The secret advantage they had received was invincibility. For 1 minute, they would be able to activate the ability to be completely invincible to any and all external influence. This was a tremendous ability that could aid them in attacking as well as defending, but other than themselves, no one knew what the ability was. That made them even more dangerous. Pramod used the extra time he had gained to alter the terrain. The map this time was the side of a mountain covered by a forest, with a castle carved into the mountain at a certain point. The node was, naturally, inside the castle. Pramod immediately controlled the zombies to start cutting down trees and building various walls and digging various ditches. He could not do anything too insidious, as all the guests outside could see everything on the screens, but still, he manipulated the environment to give himself an advantage. At first, Lex thought of watching the match outside again, but then disregarded it. The system could take care of everything, and at least this did not need his supervision. With that, he had some free time on his hands. Now it was time to do something he had been putting off for a while. Lex lay down on his bed and summoned the bottle of purified wraith's blood. This little reward would help him strengthen his soul, but also put him to sleep for a few hours. Now, more than ever, he was anxious to raise his cultivation. Watching a 17-year-old Foundation cultivator was only a part of the motivation. As cliché as it sounded, he realized how little power he really had. Sure, normally on Earth, he could survive and thrive with his skills by earning a decent living. But that was only if he operated inside a working system that governed society. During exceptional times, such as war, when that system could not influence anything, he was powerless. Strong personal connections and strong personal strength were the things he decided would help him. Without waiting any more, he gulped down the wraith's blood and lay down in bed. Sleep did not suddenly come to him, but slowly and steadily his mind slowed, until he fell asleep without even realizing when. Just as Lex fell asleep, at the front of Midnight Manor, a light flashed and a bleeding Larry appeared. His body was covered completely by a thin layer of metal that rippled as he fell to the ground. It was as if his skin was made of mercury. But despite the metal skin, several gunshot wounds littered his body. His legs, especially, had nearly a dozen bleeding holes in them, though somehow he was not bleeding as much as he should have been. He looked around for a moment, confused and muddle-headed, but could not understand where he was. A moment later a few panicked AIs approached him, followed by Velma. "Dear guest, you are gravely wounded. Do you give me permission to take you to the recovery room?" Larry looked at her, and nodded, only hearing the word, recovery, but then collapsed right after. "Quickly, call Gerard, we cannot let a guest die on our watch." The AIs scrambled to do as they were told, and Larry quickly found himself in a recovery pod. Just by happenstance, as he was being taken in, Marlowe was exiting another room, and happened to see his bleeding student. His eyes went red with fury. Chapter 163. Smoking hot on Earth, two pale-looking agents stood in Larry's room, leaning against furniture for support. Bullet casings littered the ground, along with bits and pieces of broken furniture. Clearly, there had been an intense fight here, and the two armed men did not hold an overwhelming advantage. "We have a problem," one of the men said, after calling someone. The target used an unknown item and escaped. But he suffered multiple gunshot wounds, so he should not have gotten far. "Search the area and see if you can find a trail. Have someone waiting at nearby hospitals as well. If you can't, do you have any pictures or the person the target was just with?" "Yes, send the picture to Bluebird and put out an arrest warrant. If we can't find him, his friends will have to do." "Got it," the man answered and closed the phone. But instead of searching for Larry like he had been instructed, the man threw himself on a nearby sofa to recuperate. "Aren't we supposed to look for him?" the man's partner asked. "Are you crazy? What if we actually end up finding him? I don't want to fight that crazy maniac again. Pretty soon, this assignment will be someone else's problem. Make sure to forward the pictures to Bluebird. And check the kid's fridge for some drinks. I could use one about now." The partner breathed a sigh of relief, then walked towards the fridge. As the hours passed by, the other guests noticed that the behavior of the guests from Earth changed dramatically. They had long stopped betting, and none of them were as jovial as before. Soon the Empire got word that a civil war had erupted on Earth. This was bad for them as it would probably affect the number of participants Earth would send to the games. Just as Anthony was about to send someone to the family heads to discuss if their cooperation would be affected, someone by the name of Lee showed up. He introduced himself as a member of the new council that was overlooking Earth. He discussed new terms that were entirely different and less stringent. Anthony didn't care one way or another, but said the agreement would depend on performance. And thus, the soldiers who were participating in the games had switched allegiance, but other than some of their superiors, they had no idea. Eventually, the second match started completely, and was much more intense than the first round. Many of the guests from Earth had stopped watching, as watching such dangerous combat only made them fear what was happening at home. But that did not reduce the number of guests, however, as by now the Empire had distributed the golden keys amongst their staff on all 3 planets in the Vegas system, as well as the natives with a considerable amount of contributions. A large batch of keys was also being sent to the command carrier. So, for the first time in centuries, residents from all 3 planets of the Vegas system had an opportunity to meet. Yet despite their common origin, their societies had developed differently and they did not have much to talk about. The only common thing they shared was that they all thoroughly enjoyed watching zombies die on the big screens. As a result, the Earthlings filled the distant corners of the inn to get away from the noise as they hid and waited for news from home, and the rest filled the Coliseum seats. All of this, accompanying the various army camps, made the inn as crowded as an amusement park. But Lex knew none of this as he slept. But it was not a deep, restful sleep. His body heated up despite the ambient temperature being quite cool, and soon he was covered in sweat. His face was entirely red, and soon, white smoke started coming out of his nose and ears. The smell of something burning filled the air, but no one was around to notice. Along with Lex's sweat, dark-colored filth came out but did not have a chance to accumulate as it was quickly burnt away. Mary watched Lex nervously, unaware if this was a typical reaction to the medicine or if the devils really had done something to it. But whatever the case may be, she could only watch. Things continued like that for nearly 6 hours before Lex finally woke up. He was expecting to feel amazing, which is how he usually felt after getting stronger, but the reality was the exact opposite. Not only did he not feel stronger, Lex felt incredibly weak. He felt wet from all the sweat, but thirsty at the same time. His body felt drained, as if he had starved for days. "Water," he murmured to Mary in a hoarse voice, as his mind was currently not clear enough to mentally summon it himself. When he finally started drinking, it was like he was sipping from the well of life. Strength immediately started returning to him, and his mind started clearing up. That's when he noticed that his room looked a little foggy, as if a smoke machine had been running for hours. But he could not mind that as the stench from his own body nearly incapacitated him. He stumbled his way to the restroom where he lay in a tub and turned on the water. It took him nearly an hour more before he finally cleaned up and all his exhaustion left him. "Do you feel better?" Mary asked, now that he was finally recovered. "Can you tell if the medicine worked?" "Not really," Lex said, frowning. "I feel about the same as before I drank it. Let me check my status." Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: Regal Embrace. Body tempering. Stage 3. Health: suboptimal. Enlarged brain tumor. Mild dehydration. Mild starvation. Midnight points: 1,331,530. Remarks: occasionally, decent people also brush their teeth after cleaning up with a shower. Just saying. He was happy to see he had earned some more MP while he slept, but there was no information on the status of his soul. Well, at least there was nothing seriously wrong with him except bad breath, apparently. He summoned food directly into his apartment and donned the host attire so he could check up on what had happened at the inn while he was asleep. Immediately, he noticed the massive crowd. Not only were the refugees, which were not too many actually compared to the rest, but new guests piling in from God knows where. Originally, Lex had planned to expand the inn after the games were over. But now it seemed like it was something he could not push off for too long. He did not like the massive crowd. It was also affecting the wildlife that he had at the inn, as all of them had gone to the forest to hide. That's when he noticed the littering. Were people actually littering at his inn? Immediately he passed an order to his guards to clean up, and informed all his staff as well as holograms of a new rule. If someone littered, the first time they would get a warning from the hologram, but the second time onwards they would get a fine. It seemed like it was high time he upgraded the inn and its capabilities. He could not keep waiting for the system to upgrade the inn for him with rewards. He opened the midnight market to check how much it would cost to increase the size of the inn. Considering that the system would literally be creating land out of nothing, the price was a reasonable 100 acres of land for 1 million megapixels. Lex didn't immediately go for the upgrade, though. He scrolled through all the available options. Buying buildings and AIs was just one aspect of the midnight market. It also provided various other options. One very interesting option that caught Lex's eye was a one-time upgrade to the mystery trial. The upgrade would not benefit the guests, however, as Lex was the intended beneficiary for this upgrade. Since the mystery trial's purpose was to refine the user's strongest skill, the upgrade would allow Lex to add certain search parameters. Whenever a guest would use the mystery trial and their skill fell into one of those parameters, Lex would be notified. This was an excellent way of scouting talents. The upgrade only cost 50,000 megapixels. Lex bought it without any hesitation and started entering the parameters. The first one he entered was for a chef. The second one was for a musician. If Z were here to watch as Lex kept entering his parameters, he would be reminded of a certain anime about pirates. Why else was he looking for a sharpshooter? No, why else was he searching for a marksman? And a swordsman? And a historian? Even Mary was confused as she watched him enter meteorologist. The climate at the inn was under his control, why did he need a weatherman? Chapter 164. Fruit knife. In one of the recovery pod rooms, a man and a woman stood across from each other. The woman was glaring at the man, who did not seem to care. No, do it yourself, Sophia finally said. Sophia, don't piss me off. Go bring my mother to the inn, he said sternly. Why do you even care about them? They've used you enough, and even if you care, why should I care? Let them die in the war for all I care. If my mother dies, I'll go down to earth and kill your father. You, Sophia roared, before attacking Marlowe head-on. But her attack came to nothing. There was no loud explosion, no devastating spread of spirit energy, nothing. Her hand was simply stuck in the air right before Marlowe. In his room, Lex was alerted to the outbreak of the fight, but when he checked who it was, he decided to ignore it. He would send Marlowe a bill if anything broke. I've already crossed that realm. You'll have to up your game if you want to continue fighting with me, Marlowe said with a teasing smirk. What? Sophia was stunned, and for a moment, a flash of joy filled her eyes before anger and bitterness clouded them. Finally, instead of saying anything, Sophia disappeared. She had gone back to Earth to invite her mother-in-law. Marlowe took a look at his son, then left the room. He had asked Nurse Jubilation about the details regarding Larry, but due to privacy rules, she told him nothing. Finally, she agreed to have someone inform him once Larry woke up. Satisfied with the result, he finally left the building and located two extremely popular people at the inn. They were not members of the inn staff, no, they were Chen and Lily. After conducting a trade with the Morrison family, they gained enough capital to start their own business back at Vegas Minima. Of course, their interest did not lay in mundane and paltry things such as money, they wanted power and revenge. It just so happened that earning money would make that path easier, so they started a little private business at the inn. They started selling zombie cores. Of course, all trades were conducted through the guild room. Marlowe arrived to see the siblings sitting together watching the match. They were watching the impenetrable Jotun soldiers as they lay siege to the castle. They still had not suffered a single death, it was remarkable. I need zombie cores, Marlowe said, walking up to them. Tier 5 zombie cores, as many as you have. The siblings were startled by the sudden order, then broke out into a grin. They had a big client. I must say, your choices are a little confusing, Mary said as she saw Lex enter a parameter for a detective into the mystery trial. It's to build a reserve of candidates for when we need them. I have an idea for what I want the Midnight Inn to be like. It has to be a lot bigger, and with a lot more services. To be honest, there are hotels even on Earth that can host more guests than us. They have water parks and shopping malls, spas and gyms, and so many more things I can't even imagine. So we have to be open-minded. In fact, I was thinking that after the war on Earth is over, I'd go interview a few hotel managers in Las Vegas and Dubai. Get a little professional with things. Yes, I get that, that is indeed a good idea. What I don't get is, why do you need cosplay enthusiasts? It's complicated, don't worry about it. Alright, said Mary hesitantly. She was really starting to get concerned about how much the tumor was affecting Lex. When Lex finally ran out of ideas for skills to look for, he once again started searching the midnight market for other upgrades. That's when he came across the upgrade for his beloved butter knife. Currently, it was limited to a one-hit kill to anyone at Foundation Realm and below, but that was too weak for Lex now. The upgrade that was available for 100,000 megapixels was an ingredient that Lex was supposed to dip the knife in. It would then be upgraded to self-defense fruit knife, and would be capable of one-hitting a golden core cultivator. Unfortunately, that was still far from sufficient, but it would do. Once again, Lex did not hesitate and purchased the ingredient, which appeared in front of him, in a neatly wrapped silver cover. On the cover, a few words were printed, "I can't believe it's not butter." Lex chuckled and stabbed the block with the self-defense butter knife. The knife started glowing and completely submerged itself in the block. The process would be complete in a few hours. Just as he was about to spend more time looking at more options, Mary appeared and said, "There are a couple of things that require your attention at the inn." Oh, what happened? First, there is a guest in a recovery pod with a unique constitution. The pod is not able to heal him, and if nothing is done, soon, the guest will die. Second, there is a guest by the name of Miranda who wants to meet you. Both those news took Lex by surprise. It was rare that the RP was unable to heal someone, and would usually be the result of a wound such as that of Raphael. He also had an idea of who Miranda might be. She was one of the representatives that spoke with the family heads. Lex himself had already thought of speaking with her, but he felt that he would not be able to stop himself from asking questions about London. That would not be in line with the persona of the innkeeper. "I'll check on the RP first," he said, before teleporting directly to the recovery pod in question. He was startled to see an unconscious Larry covered in bullet wounds. He quickly checked Larry's status. Name: Larry Dershaw. Condition: multiple gunshot wounds, ruptured kidney, multiple fractures, crushed knee, severe blood loss. Blocked blood vessels, non-organic living tissue damaged. Report: guest has a unique constitution, mixing his organic tissue with spiritual metals. The recovery pod is able to aid the body in healing organic matter, but spiritual metal is required to completely heal. Please provide any kind of spiritual metal to facilitate the body's healing. Lex was greatly confused at seeing such a strange requirement, but also relieved that the conditions could be easily met. In fact, he did not even need to go look for spiritual metal elsewhere. He summoned his heavy Harley's magazine and started popping the physical rounds into the recovery pod. By the sixth bullet, the pod no longer needed any more metal and started incorporating the metal into Larry's body. Of course, the useless materials in the bullets were pushed out of the pod. He had only just started relaxing, thinking that the situation on Earth wasn't so bad, and then this happened. His concern for his family came back. Seeing that Larry's condition was stable, Lex left to go see Miranda. It was time to see what this person wanted with him. When he teleported to the garden behind the manor where Miranda was currently sitting, conversing with her partners, he expected to see evil incarnate. He was ready to see the face of someone he would hate. Instead, he saw a pale-looking woman with dark circles under her eyes and a frail voice. Yet despite her seemingly tired state, her clothes were neat and clean, without a single extra crease. He checked her status. Name: Miranda Charles. Age: 31. Sex: female. Cultivation details: Foundation peak midnight in prestige level 1. Condition: severely damaged meridians, unable to cultivate further without treatment. Remarks: a revolutionary with a splash of pumpkin spice. Ignoring the remark that made no sense to him, her damaged meridians may have explained why she was so exhausted despite her deep cultivation. Maybe she was also working a lot. Miranda and her partners were startled by the innkeeper's arrival, but then again, they had been informed that he would join them shortly. "Greetings, guests, I am the innkeeper. I was informed you were looking for me. I hope you have not found any of our facilities lacking." "Not at all, sir, not at all," Miranda said, standing up to greet the innkeeper. "I hope I am not being rude. I have heard many things about you, and wanted an opportunity to introduce myself, and hope that we may be able to work together in a few endeavors." Miranda was slightly nervous. She had heard many things about the innkeeper, both from the council spies and from the many guests she had met here. The scope of the inn completely overwhelmed her and opened her to a whole new world. It made her realize just how insignificant Earth really was. It also made her realize how much time and potential the 5 families had wasted by stagnating. She would not make the same mistake. She would bring Earth to a new dawn. She did not know that while she was belittling the family heads, they were meeting with Adrian, who was previously the observer assigned to them, and had come with a message from the lady they answered to. Chapter 165, sponsored by Lex, as the innkeeper, maintained a warm smile as he gestured to Miranda to take a seat. Her associates also greeted Lex, but made it clear with their body language that they would leave all the talking to her. "So, Miranda, how can I help you?" the innkeeper said, taking a seat on a chair he summoned out of thin air. "Let me introduce myself first," she said as she fixed her posture, trying to appear as proper as possible despite her apparent exhaustion. "My name is Miranda, as you already know, and I am a leading member of the Council of New Order, as well as their Foreign Relations Director. Due to the gross negligence, stagnation of progress and greed of the previous rulers of Earth, we have taken it upon ourselves to lead our planet towards a brighter future." "Yes, I am aware," Lex said softly, "of the changes happening on Earth. I'm hosting quite a few refugees at my inn at the moment, all escaping from your planet." "I heard about that," she said, letting out a defeated and exasperated sigh. "I want to thank you for looking out for our citizens. After decades of planning and build-up, we've made the transition of power as peaceful as we possibly could. We have to thank your inn for that as well. Had the family heads not left Earth long enough for us to make preparations, the battle to lure them into a trap would have been extremely bloody. But still, as much as we want things to happen peacefully, not everything goes according to plan. Some disturbances are unavoidable. Still, things should calm down within the week. naturally, have no opinion on how you do things on your planet. I am simply running an inn. Lex smiled at her, his warm and calm demeanor relaxing her tense nerves. Then he continued to say, of course, some of my staff members are from Earth. I'm sure they may have some concerns. Who are they? I'll make sure to take special care of them, Miranda replied suddenly, then realized her question might not be completely appropriate. But she, as well as the other guests, could not differentiate between the AIs and actual employees. Other than Leo, who obviously ran a gaming den with games from Earth, other employees' origins were a mystery to most. Their identity is their privacy, but I will let them know to contact you if they have concerns. Miranda nodded, as if to assure the innkeeper that she would take the utmost care if any of his employees approached her. While we are still finishing dealing with unstable factors, it is still true that we have assumed control of most of Earth. As such, I was hoping to cooperate with the inn on certain matters. Please elaborate. I will do what I can. The first matter I would like to discuss is if it is possible to ban certain people from entering the inn. There are many criminals and terrorists who have taken advantage of the momentary chaos to wreak havoc, and may escape to the inn. It would be extremely detrimental to everyone if they stay at large. Miss Miranda, that is impossible, Lex replied immediately and firmly. The Midnight Inn is open to all so long as they can pay our nominal charges and adhere to the rules of the inn itself. The inn does not interfere in the civil or political matters of other planets, and will also not adjust its rules according to the wishes of other planets. Just as he finished his small yet clear rejection, a loud crashing noise attracted the duo's attention. They turned to see some guests on the side, ardently watching the second match. The beasts had demolished one of the walls of the castle and were charging in. Blood, fire and chaos filled the screen as various races combated the zombies. Of course, that does not mean the inn will stay unresponsive if antagonized, Lex quickly added. What was an all-out war if not interfering in civil and political matters? He mentally wiped some sweat off his forehead. Miranda was disappointed but not surprised. It took her quite a while to accept the facts when she learned about the inn and other civilizations, but she had adjusted her mentality now and knew that in front of those other giants, Earth was nothing. I understand. Then I would like to move on to my next request. I would like to host an expo at your inn. The culture part of your event already gave a lot of people a preview of Earth, and these games are a good opportunity to show off our military. But I would like to host a more detailed event focusing on everything Earth has to offer in search of anyone who might want to invest in the development of Earth. I was hoping that you would help with spreading invitations to the expo as well. Her request truly took Lex by surprise. He could not believe he had heard correctly, despite the awesome power of the host attire. She was looking for sponsors for Earth. Can you elaborate on what you are trying to achieve, so that I can understand the scope of the event? I've spent some time getting to know some of the guests and the powers behind them at the inn. Giants such as the Empire naturally would not be interested, but I'm sure there are merchants or businesses who would be interested in sponsoring Earth. Of course, we would not be selling equity, but perhaps they may want resources or the labor force or have some manufacturing done on our planet. I'm sure we have something that someone wants. The premise would remain that all cooperation be done via the inn. We would never invite danger to our planet for some profit. I've prepared a rough list of the kinds of things we would be willing to accept as sponsorships. With that she handed Lex a document listing, in great detail and with much specificity, the kinds of things Miranda wanted. In the end, the document also stated that they would be open to receiving other offers. If nothing else, at least this woman was well organized. There would be no issue in holding such an event, but it would have to wait till the midnight games are over. I can start advertising for your event as soon as you submit a down payment. My suggestion, however, is that you wait till you have a complete grasp on your planet before you do any such thing. It would be embarrassing if interested parties arrive to attend, but you are not in a condition to host. Of course, we would also need to take of many things on our end to host such an event if we want to display our best attributes. Now that I know such an option is available, I will begin work on it as soon as I return. Was that everything, or did you have more things you wanted to discuss? Just a few more things, if you have the time. The meeting with Miranda truly went on much longer than Lex expected. But as much as he disliked her for helping to start the war, he truly did benefit from meeting with her. She bought 50,000 bottles of Bodlum Dew, 10,000 bath towels, removes negative statuses such as poison, paralysis paste, petrification, tracking powder, bad makeup etc., and 1,000 travel face wash kits. For a moment, Lex was afraid he might run out. Fortunately, he did not, as there seemed to be no limit on purchases for these items. The profit from one bottle of dew was 120 megapixels and 100 megapixels each for the other items. This one transaction netted Lex 7,100,000 megapixels. But the joy from the sale was mired by the knowledge that these items were going to the council. After the meeting ended, Lex checked to see how the game was going. It was almost the end as a wolf. Alexander and Kara together besieged Pramod. Without the advantage of endless spiritual energy, fighting the demon was a lot more difficult. It did not help that the technique given by the Empire did not do as much damage as they had promised. "They'll manage," Lex told himself as he returned to his room to continue his expansion plan for the inn, completely missing the moment Pramod finally activated his invincibility. The demon allowed himself to be attacked by the wolf freely before grabbing its neck and breaking it in one swift motion. Wasting no time, the demon grabbed a lance that had fallen on the ground nearby and stabbed towards Alexander. The demon's movements were too swift and his total lack of care for defending against any attacks put the two humans at a disadvantage. Alexander tried to dodge but was unable, and the lance pierced through his stomach and pinned him to the ground. The teenager yelled in pain, but did not stop for even a second and pushed his body forward to escape the lance going through his body from the other end. Pramod attacked again with endless savagery in his eyes, but suddenly Kara appeared before him and parried his attack. Since the demon was immune to attacks, she did not attack and only defended. Fortunately, she was able to buy Alexander the time he needed to free himself, but now he was wounded and bleeding, and Pramod was invincible. Things did not look good. Chapter 166. Midnight Mountain. The demon grinned at Kara and the teenager, then turned around and sprinted away. Both of them were confused as to why the demon left when it had such an advantage, but given the situation, they were relieved. Alexander was exhausted from the long siege and almost drained of all his spirit energy, relying mostly on his impressive body cultivation. This was an opportunity for him to retreat. Kara, on the other hand, was now free from distractions and ran towards a corridor leading to the chamber with the node in it. It was defended by zombies, of course, but so long as they were not as difficult to deal with as Pramod, she would end this match in a few minutes. But while they were celebrating, they did not realize that the reason Pramod left them was because he did not take them too seriously. His real goal was the main Jotun force, which was nearby. With his invincibility running out, he found his way to the main force and rammed through all of their attacks to reach the center of their ranks. Then, he withdrew the cursed Quibbly heart and crushed it, releasing black toxic juices and fumes. Then, before his invincibility ran out, Pramod quickly escaped. He did not bother looking back at the effects of the artifact that he used, but he knew it would do sufficient damage. The Midnight Games automatically prevented him from bringing in any artifacts at a level greater than what a Foundation expert could use, so it was not enough to destroy the whole army, but it would do its job. For the first time since the game started, the Empire suffered its first casualty. Then its second. As the numbers started to climb up, Pramod did not look back. A few minutes later, Kara managed to destroy the node with the help of a few beasts and the match was over. The Empire's doctors ran to diagnose their soldiers, but the damage was terrifying. Those that did not immediately die seemed crippled. On Earth, yet another council meeting was being held. But this time, instead of an underground bunker, they were holding their meeting in the UN office in Geneva. The holograms did not hide the members' identities, and no one was using voice modulators. Despite its public location, the meeting was a private one with almost full attendance of the council members. Among the council members, there was a distinction in importance, with 5 members having greater authority than the rest, but even the lesser members had a voice here. They had to, otherwise how would they fulfill their ambitions? Currently, they were hearing about the situation in Africa, which was the most stable continent in the world at the moment. The transition of power was as smooth as silk and any opposition had been diplomatically convinced to change their stance, much to the disappointment of a few warlords. After this would be Miranda's turn, and everyone was looking forward to the new opportunities she represented. Originally, a lot of members were against her joining the council as she had no real power to bring, but her ingenuity won them over. She could turn any situation to her advantage, and they were now ready to see what advantages she had brought this time. But the situation suddenly changed when a floating woman appeared in midair. She gave off no aura, so they were not able to tell what level she was at, but getting past so many people and suddenly appearing in front of them was no small feat. "So this is the Council of New Order," she said with a look of derision. "Such a stupid name, how do you bring yourselves to keep it? Who are you?" One of the holograms suddenly roared. The guards in the room suddenly pointed their guns at her, but then froze. They had lost control of their bodies. The woman looked at the hologram that screamed at her, then appeared in front of it. She grabbed the hologram by the throat, as if it were a real entity, and lifted it. But somehow, despite how bizarre her actions were, the hologram was lifted into the air, the man clawing at his throat as if to free her hand. "My name is Fernanda, and I have a message for you all, so you better listen silently." She turned to look at the members in the eyes and saw a lot of panic, but she also saw a lot of calm faces. "My lady, in her everlasting benevolence, has decided not to interfere in your actions. Since you are the people of Earth, and you all want a change in the way things are done, she has allowed you this modicum of control over your fates." Fernanda's voice was full of disgust and hate, not because her mistress felt that way, but because letting such major changes occur on Earth was a failure on her part. She had looked like a fool in front of her mistress, and wished she could tear the council apart. But of course, she knew better than to do that. "But there are things you need to understand. The Earth, the Moon, the planets that orbit the Sun, and even the star itself, all of these were a betrothal gift from the young master to the mistress. Since you want change, you can have it. Since you want to reveal cultivators to the public, you may. Since you have ambitions that reach the stars, then reach for them. In how you choose to lead the planet, she will not control you, as she did not control your predecessors. But know that everything you do is with the permission of the mistress, and if you cross her line, then a wave of a hand is all it will take to replace you." Fernanda waved her hand and suddenly every member of the council felt themselves choking. The feeling lasted barely a moment, but it was real enough to remember. "You have 1 week, you better end your wars within this period. The mistress does not like it when innocents are involved, so don't involve any civilians in the rest of your actions. Settling personal vendettas is acceptable during this period, but there should be no genocide. Remember, the Earth is her gift, so you should not even dream of marring its beauty. Does anyone have any questions?" Dead silence filled the room as everyone stared at the angry woman. It seemed no one had the courage to do anything else. Just as she got ready to leave, though, one of the men sitting at the head table stood up. "Miss Fernanda, it is a pleasure to meet you," the middle-aged man said, his voice as smooth and alluring as a radio show host. "My name is Bernard Brown. I do have some questions, I hope you do not mind answering." Fernanda glared at him, clearly upset that he spoke up, but she could not continue to ignore her duties. "I've seen you before, you're that Sam's kid." "Sure, ask away." "Grandchild, actually," he corrected her with a smile, as if he was not admitting to planning parricide. "Thank you for humoring me. Would it be all right if I asked more about this, mistress?" The meeting took a very sharp turn from what everyone had expected. Back in his room, Lex finalized his expansion plans. With 8,281,530 megapixels available to him, there were many things he could do now. No longer delaying the matter, Lex spent 5 million megapixels on increasing the size of the inn by 500 acres. There were no massive earthquakes or mystical indications. At a moment's notice, the boundary wall of the inn expanded out and new land filled in the space. If all that land had been added to one corner instead of the boundaries, it would have been more noticeable, but this would do. Behind the hills upon which stood the meditation hall, Lex raised a mountain that could rival Everest, its peak going high up into the clouds. The singular mountain was nothing but one massive, pointy rock, so Lex added layers of extremely fertile, volcanic soil. Then came a layer of fresh, powdered snow. With another wave of his hand, thousands of coniferous trees started sprouting and in the blink of an eye grew. Like Salt Bay, he sprinkled his hands over the projection of the mountain, and various animals fell from the sky and into the new forests, somehow completely unhurt. He paused, looked at the projection, and suddenly came up with another idea. He cleared one corner of the mountain with a wave of his hand, as if he were photoshopping an image instead of an actual mountain, then dotted it with only a few obstacles. This would be a ski slope. Turning back to the other parts of the mountain, he carved out some trails for guests to climb. Naturally, he made sure to add some extremely scenic spots for the climbers to rest or camp, and added a fair share of small ledges for lovers to sit on and whisper corny lines to one another. "All right, a part of him was still just thinking of those two teenagers who came to the inn for a date. But he was not done. With the trails carved out, he then planned for the adventurous types, who went where no path led. He filled the mountain with secret caves and tunnels. He hid simple and tiny gifts, such as bodlum dew, a few mi suits and more, in various corners of the mountain in small chests. He would not tell anyone about these and the guests would have to stumble into them. He spent a good while perfecting the mountain, or Midnight Mountain as it would eventually be called, completely unaware that all the guests in the inn stood and watched in awe as a mountain appeared out of thin air, and then kept changing, as if being played with by a god. Chapter 167. Avalon let alone the earthlings and the beasts, even Anthony stood in awe. The moment the expansion started, he was startled and sent someone to summon Ragnar. This was thoroughly beyond his scope of understanding, despite his own background. Loretta watched silently from the window of her room, the mysterious man saying nothing as he saw the changes. Unlike the rest, he was not concerned about the rising mountain and expanding land. His mind was still on that one lapse in behavior the innkeeper had displayed. Right now, he was only waiting. He had sent some devils to go and investigate the farthest reaches of the known universe. Something had to have startled the innkeeper, and he needed to know what it was. In the greenhouse, the galactic sovereign turtle turned its head towards the mountain, and then once again shook its head. These were not the kind of trees perfect for such an environment. He'd better go take a look. Little Blue happily followed the turtle, treating it like its father. The gardener, who was still plowing the land, was completely oblivious to changes since his sight was focused on the ground. Crowds started to gather as they stared up into the skies. Children stopped playing. The gamblers who were wincing at their losses or laughing at their winnings paused to admire the magnificent beauty. But because the mountain was so large and evident, they missed the other changes taking place. Around the inn, once Lex was satisfied with the mountain, for now, he turned his attention to the next big change he was planning. He turned to the small lake in front of the recovery room and plucked it from the ground, like a piece of Lego. He brought it to the edge of the inn behind the recovery room, and placed it against the wall. Then, as if he were zooming into a picture, he stretched the projection of the lake. But the projection did not zoom in, instead, the lake became bigger. He pushed the lake in to make it much, much deeper, and then dipped the boundary wall into the lake. Now it seemed like the boundary wall was running through a much larger lake, splitting off a portion of it for the inn to enjoy. In its deepest part, the lake could easily accommodate beasts even several times the size of a blue whale. At first he considered covering the lake side with sand, like a beach, but decided against it. Lex didn't like sand. It was coarse and rough and irritating, and it got everywhere. Instead, he left the grass. In a corner of a lake, he built a small pier with a dozen or so rowing boats, and nearby created a refreshment stand. He bought a couple more AIs to take care of the boats and refreshment, then turned his attention back to the lake. The lake was made of fresh water, and looked so clear that one could barely tell there was water even there. In a certain corner of the lake he added some corals, then dropped in various small fish. He knew nothing about fish other than how to eat them, so he took the ones that were the smallest sizes and dropped a bunch of them in. They would develop their own ecosystem, probably. He didn't want to add plants underwater, because when he imagined himself swimming in a lake, he hated the plants that would get stuck on his feet. Then he turned to the forest surrounding the greenhouse. He moved that all the way back to the edge once again, but built a buffer forest in front of it that guests would have to cross to reach the array. He built a few regular rooms near the front of the woods, but changed their appearance to small wooden cabins that looked like they were made of wood from the nearby trees. Of course, then he added a few courtyards and converted them into larger, more sophisticated wooden cabins. It then occurred to him he could do the same on the mountain. He shaved out one small corner of the mountain and flattened the land, just enough to fit in two small cabins and one big one. Between the three houses, he built a bonfire pit, a dry wood shed, and another shed with supplies for homemade hot chocolate. Then he did something similar by the lakeside. He did not add too many rooms because he did not like crowding, but just a few were not an issue. These few changes just covered the edges of the inn. There was a lot of land in the middle to fill as well. But he did not feel like randomly dropping houses or decorations. He needed to think about what he would do to use the area, without making a mess of it. There was, however, one thing he did have an idea for. He increased the distance between Midnight Manor and Main Street, then built a modest 40-story high-rise on the street. With 5 rooms on each floor, other than the first floor and top floor, that made 190 rooms. He turned the entire top floor into a penthouse, and the ground floor there was a marquee, a few restaurants in the lobby. Such a large building obviously warranted a lot more staff, so he hired 50 more AI and after consulting with her, made Velma in charge of all staff. Lex breathed out an exhausted sigh. He'd suddenly made so many changes in one day, and while he had more ideas, he decided to slow down first. He would see how guests responded to these changes, take care of and fix any issues that may rise up, and then continue his expansion. He eyed the high rise, and it occurred to him that this would likely be hosting more guests than his manor, and that he would need to name it. Resisting the urge to slap the name Midnight Tower onto it, Lex actually spent a little time thinking about it. It was his first high rise, and represented his first changes to the inn that he did himself without the prompting of the system. It kind of went against what he had been wanting, which was to avoid the vibe of New York, but with literally thousands of people in his grounds, he needed a solution. It meant a lot to him, and so the name should be special. At the same time, Lex felt that if he named it completely randomly, that would be hilarious. Unable to decide, he looked to Mary and said, "Give the building a name." "Me?" she asked, surprised. "You want me to name the building?" "Yeah, why not? You've helped me so much, you should get some credit. Or do you think I should just name it Mary Tower?" he asked with a modest smirk. Unexpectedly, the tiny, floating woman did not react to his joke. She was silent for a few minutes before she finally said, "Name the tower, Avalon." "It sounds nice. Good name," Lex simply commented, before the name Avalon was spelled out on the front of the tower. The letters that spelled it out were magical, in that anyone who saw them would see them in their native tongue. This was not directed towards making them understand, the inn's translation system would handle that. It was focused on evoking feelings of nostalgia and closeness. Anyone who would see it would be reminded of home. "It looks nice," she said, her gaze falling softly on the name. Lex did not notice any peculiarity, his focus was on other things. This little show of power should be enough to build him some more prestige. It was time to meet Miranda again, but as Leo. Yet when he scanned the inn with his mind to look for her, she wasn't there. He was completely unaware that she had left right after her meeting with him, and missed out on his magnificent performance. Lex grunted, and instead decided to go meditate and regulate his mood. He also asked Mary to let him know the moment Miranda or any of her 2 followers returned, as Lex wanted to meet with them, but did not notice that the floating woman did not respond. Soon, he had lost himself trying to meditate, while Mary remained hovering in the air, looking at Avalon. "It is a good name," she finally uttered, agreeing with Lex, then disappeared. With both Lex and Mary preoccupied, they missed the scene when Z excitedly dragged Gerard into the gamer's den and started up an anime called Initial B, an anime filled with mountain racing. Nobody saw the dangerous gleam in Z's eyes, and they missed the burning passion in Gerard's as well. Behind Gerard stood his fleet of golf cart drivers, no longer dressed in the formal attire of the inn. No, these AIs were wearing leather jackets and jeans, with hairstyles that defied physics. Z was the one who recommended the styles, and Harry was the one who brought the boy's vision to life. "The trail is not built for vehicles, we'll never be able to do it," one of Gerard's followers said to the old man. "Do not doubt my skills," the old man said, a silver light flashing in his eyes. It had been a long time since Lex checked up on his workers, but if he had paid even a little attention to them, he would have noticed that Gerard was already in the Chi training realm, and had awoken special powers. Chapter 168, Missing. Full of determination, Gerard watched a few episodes of Initial B and then walked out. Waiting for him on the street was an old lady with a small child in her hand. She was one of the guests, and had taken a liking to being driven around by Gerard. Despite the fact that her Chi training cultivation allowed her to be fit enough to get around on her own. "Thank you for waiting, mademoiselle," Gerard said to the lady. She had insisted that was how Gerard should address her. Were Gerard familiar with the cultures of Earth, he would have picked up on the fact that such an address was typically for unmarried women, and then may have wondered why the lady made a point to let him know. But since he was unfamiliar, he did not respond. The lady, however, was undeterred. She was not beyond being more forward if she needed to be. "It was no trouble at all. Are we all set?" "Indeed, mademoiselle, we are. Please, climb aboard my barouche landau, and I shall take you to your destination." Barouche landau is what she called his golf cart, and eventually Gerard started copying her. He helped the lady climb into the golf cart and, once he settled them in, sat on the driver's seat. A silver light shone in his eyes when he grabbed onto the steering wheel, and a similar silver light coated the tires. Releasing a handbrake that should not have existed on a golf cart, Gerard accelerated at speeds that rivaled a regular car. With the wind flowing through his silver hair and the melodic laughter of a femme fatale accompanying him, Gerard was ready to drive fast and drive furiously. Lex ended his meditation after nearly an hour, but there was no update. He did some exercise, ate some food, took another shower, and did everything else he could think of to fill the time, but neither Miranda nor anyone else that followed her came back to the inn. At this point, Lex was nearing his limits of self-control. He decided to go to sleep, and if they did not appear by morning, then he would go find someone else to help him check up on his family. Reason told him he should not connect anyone to his Leo identity as it would be dangerous for him in the future, but he no longer cared. In truth, the distraction from worrying about his own family was causing him to miss out on many things. He missed Ragnar coming back to the inn, and hearing about the changes that had happened before his eyes. He also missed Ragnar telling Anthony that they had new orders and would be leaving the Vegas system right after this war and that someone else would take over. He missed the increasing number of devils who were coming and going from the inn. Many of them were reporting to the mysterious devil accompanying Loretta, but many of them came randomly from unknown places. Unaware or uncaring of the things that happened before, many of those devils caused multiple problems. Well, they tried to cause problems. When Lex's guards took care of matters, they would stop and detail the devils because Lex had ordered them not to kill. In the one instance Lex's bodyguard had to step in, he destroyed the devil's soul and handed the body over to the sovereign galactic turtle. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard and the turtle had developed a good friendship. That did not present a long-term solution to the number of devils entering the inn, however. One may wonder why so many devils were coming in. The truth was, the devils had access to teleportation portals that could not be replicated by the Jotun Empire. Using those portals, they could travel far and wide, which is how they managed all their various demon farms. As a result of those portals, the golden keys had been spread far and wide across the universe already, though not all demons understood the perceived background of the inn. Lex also missed all the joy of his guests. He missed the beasts diving into the lake and relaxing. He missed the students from the academy climbing up Midnight Mountain and having a snowball fight. He missed the coalition of mothers who often followed Z around, introducing the boy to their own kids, who had also finally entered the inn. He missed the moment when all the new rooms he'd built were promptly occupied. He'd missed the moment when John exited the mystery trial for the third time, suffering from rapid mood swings, going from depressed to frustrated and back. Most importantly, he missed the moment when Larry finally woke up. It was safe to say that there were numerous things that Lex was unaware of that he would have thoroughly enjoyed, but until this ordeal passed, he would not be able to focus. The next morning, the first thing he did when he woke up was scan the inn for Miranda. Unfortunately, she was not there. Then he made a list of anyone he could potentially ask a favor from. As much as he would have liked to ask the Morrisons for help, it seemed like they were not on good terms with the council and we wanted to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Eventually, his sight landed on Will Bentham. The old man had come to the inn in a wheelchair, but was now well on his way to good health. He had started cultivating again, and despite all the time he spent relaxing at the inn, he was also a dedicated businessman. In fact, currently, he was having a meeting with some members of the Rose Society. His bodyguard, who had stopped appearing for a while, was also back. He listened into their meeting for a moment, and when he discovered they were in a good mood, decided that things had not turned out badly for them during the worldwide revolution. Putting on his glasses that disguised him as Leo, Lex decided to teleport directly outside Will's courtyard and knocked. Hugo, Will's bodyguard, opened the door and was surprised to see Leo. He, like many other people, had memorized the faces of some of the prominent inn employees. This Leo, who rarely appeared, had been titled one of the more mysterious ones. "Excuse me for bothering you, my name is Leo and I run the Gamer's Den. Is it possible for me to meet with Mr. Will?" "Yes, come in, I'll let him know you're here." Hugo guided Lex to an empty room and then hurried away to let Will know about the unexpected guest. He could have directly taken Leo to the old man, but he had a feeling that the young man wanted a private meeting, which was indeed the case. Barely a minute later, The old man walked in with a warm smile and seemingly genuine delight. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Leo got directly to the point. Mr. Will, it's slightly embarrassing for me to find you like this, but I had an urgent situation and wondered if you might be able to help me. Please, speak freely, Will said. Though Leo surely tried to hide it, as someone who was great in social situations, Will could immediately identify the various indicators of extreme anxiety. From the constantly fidgeting fingers, shaking leg, to the hurried speech and eyes that kept scanning the room, Leo had them all. He couldn't believe his luck that an employee actually came to him for help. If he was able to do this, even if he got nothing in return, at least his relationship with the innkeeper should improve, right? I am aware that you come from Earth. I have a, let's say, friend on Earth who is extremely concerned about his family. If you could somehow help him get in contact with them, or reach them, I would greatly appreciate it. I will remember this favor. Transporting your friend will not be an issue at all. Where is he, and where does he need to go? From New York to London, he answered. Extremely simple, consider the matter done. He took a piece of paper and wrote down a phone number. Have your friend call this number and let the driver pick him up. I will arrange everything else. Thank you, Mr. Will. I will give this to him straight away. Please, just call me Will. Such a small matter is not even worth calling a favor. It is my pleasure to be able to help you out. Thank you, Leo said, this time a little more heartfelt. I won't forget this. Without extending his stay, Leo left the courtyard, and then teleported back to his room. He was so excited, he completely did not pick up on Will's excitement. Lex wasted no time and returned to Earth, and dialed the number he was given. I was given this number by Will. He told me to have you pick me up, he said, finally relaxing a little now that things were finally in motion. Though, he still had his armor underneath his clothes and the heavy Harley hidden. Half an hour later, he was sitting in a black car with tinted windows on his way to the airport. He did not notice that along the way, his phone ran out of battery, but even if he did he would not have been surprised. He spent very little time on Earth lately and hadn't charged his phone in a long time. 15 minutes after he had left, several Bluebird agents appeared near the area where he had called from. Target has disappeared and his phone can no longer be traced, one of the agents reported on a call. Can you trace the person he called? It was a private number, we can't trace it. Keep searching. The target is reusing his regular phone number, so that likely means he still does not know he is being tracked. As soon as he shows back up on the grid I want him detained. Understood. Chapter 169. Growing up, I just got word, the plane has taken off and is on its way to London, one of Will's assistants said. We followed all the instructions you gave, there weren't any issues. Bluebird agents here, and the Royal Guard agents in the UK will all look the other way to any people getting on or off. Good, that will be all, Will said, as he finally let himself lean back into his chair. It had not even been an hour since Leo came to him looking for the favor, but he had handled it well. Most importantly, no one other than him knew anything about the details of their conversation, and he had kept strict control on information about the passenger as well. Even he himself did not know anything about Leo's friend that was traveling in his private plane. The driver that drove that passenger to the airport had been administered with a spirit disruption pill. It was not something that was harmful, but would cause the driver to forget everything that had happened during the past few days. It had no long-term harmful effects, unless it was used frequently, and the driver was well compensated for it. The pilot for the private jet and anyone else who had been in contact with the friend would undergo the same procedure. Will was documenting all of this and would submit a report about it to Leo before even he himself would take one of those pills. One would think that by causing him to forget the details of what happened, Will would be losing out on the value of the favor. The truth was to the contrary. As a man of the world, Will knew exactly how to ingratiate himself to people in power, and by doing all of this he would show the innkeeper, or at least Leo, that he was someone reliable, so that in the future if they ever needed help, they would come to him. He did not fear them coming to him for help repeatedly, what he feared was them having no use for him at all. As long as he was reliable, he had great value. As long as he was valuable, he would be taken care of. This was the fundamental difference between Will and all his partners in the Rose Society. Since the Council had taken over Earth, they had contacted Will and many of his partners to acquire resources from them. So while the whole world destabilized, not only did Will and his partners excel, the council was heavily investing in their operations to help them grow. Of course, the Rose Society itself was still a hidden organization and no one knew that all of these influential people from across the world were actually partners. That was the primary reason they were able to attract so much business. The council's agenda was to break up the monopoly held by certain groups that had previously been supported by the family heads. What they did not know was that they were, inadvertently, setting up another monopoly. All of that was a matter for the future. What mattered now was that while his partners were indulging in their own success and celebrating, Will did not let success blind him. He was already making plans for what to do if he fell out of grace with the council by developing relations with the Midnight Inn. Slowly, Will was returning to his former glorious self, before he was struck with a nearly crippled body, and as his cultivation progressed and he regained his vigor, he would one day surpass his old self. Lex felt his thoughts wander as he sat in the private jet. This was the first time he sat on a private plane, but even with all the privilege it afforded, he did not think his experience was the norm. He didn't even have any documents on him, no one asked for ID or a passport, he was directly escorted to the plane that was waiting for him on the empty runway. Like most other people, he hated the extreme privilege of the rich and powerful. But he also had to admit, the sofas on this private jet felt incredible. As he waited in the plane, and his thoughts wandered, it occurred to him that he could still be transported to the inn from the plane. If he teleported to the inn right now, when he teleported back, would he still be in the plane, or would he reappear in the space the plane was in when he left? He asked Mary, who responded immediately. Isn't it obvious? You'll reappear in the plane. If the inn used absolute positioning for teleportation, then if you stayed in the inn for a few days and reappeared, you'd be in space because your planet would have already moved away from that space that it occupied when you left. Right, of course, he said, thinking it made sense. Yet he still had a few more hours to burn and he didn't feel tired enough to nap, so he continued to have the randomest of thoughts. Hey, what if I get a guest that's microscopic? How will I see it? What if someone has a baby at the inn? Does the baby get special privileges? What do I do if someone I know comes as a guest? What if it's someone I hate? Do I still need to be nice to them? Where do the items I buy from the system come from? Is there someone called Bodlum whose due we are stealing? Where do the AIs come from? Does the system just make them out of nothing? Or does the basement have a creepy basement somewhere full of bodies to fit AI into? Lex kept asking questions, but never really gave Mary any time to answer. Eventually, after the longest 7 hours of Mary's short life, they landed in Heathrow Airport. Before they landed, Lex looked out the window to see how the city looked. It was difficult to tell from so high up, but he didn't see any explosions, so that was nice. After landing in the unusually empty airport, Lex was once again escorted to a private car. When asked where he wanted to get dropped, Lex pulled out his phone where he had saved his family's address, to finally realize it was dead. Fortunately, after a couple minutes of trying to remember, Lex was able to recall the general area where they lived and told the driver he'd be able to walk to his parents' house once he was close enough. As they drove by, they passed through various security checks conducted by heavily armed guards. After a very long time, Lex once again pulled out an item that would help him identify anything he missed. He put on the fancy monocle. Immediately he was informed that all of these guards were equipped with spirit weapons, not just regular guns, and many of them had various spirit tech on them. Lex's war was being checked for weapons and explosives using some devices the monocle was able to identify, which gave Lex a small heart attack. He had the heavy Harley on him, but it seemed like they did not care much for a single sidearm and let the car pass. The city, while unable to match the regular energy New York had somehow managed to retain, was still quite busy. People could be seen walking around in small groups, keeping mostly to themselves. At least the city wasn't deserted. This gave him no small amount of relief, since this most likely meant his family was also all right. Eventually, after getting dropped off, he walked the familiar path home. When he was growing up, his family never had a fixed home as they traveled a lot globally. His parents were fans of such a lifestyle, and the kids learned to love it as well. It was only after Lex left for higher education, while throwing a tantrum that his parents weren't letting them live normal lives, that his parents got this home in London. They still traveled a lot, but at least his sisters could stay in one place for high school and university. He had 3 sisters. His elder sister, Belle, was the complete opposite of her name. She was cold and aggressive, and liked to do things her own way. When they were kids growing up, she used to wrestle with Lex a lot. He was not embarrassed about the fact that he never won. Anyone who knew her knew that Maniac could not be completed with. But despite all that, in her own way, Belle took good care of her younger siblings. After Belle, Lex was born, and after him came his younger sister Liz, followed by the baby of the family, Moon. Moon was not actually a baby anymore. She was 16, or 15, or something along those lines, but as the youngest, she was spoiled by everyone. Not just the parents, even all the siblings spoiled little Moon. Her nickname, Moon, originated from Lex's father promising to gifting the moon to her. To this his mother replied that the man had given her the same promise. Before the embarrassed man could defend himself, little Moon fell in love with the promise and kept ranting about it to everyone. Liz, who along with Lex formed the duo of middle children, was by far the most normal of all the siblings. She loved and hated her family, depending on the mood, loved making friends, loved traveling the world, and at one point declared she wanted to go to France and fall in love. Anytime she mentioned wanting to fall in love, Belle would beat her up. Lex found it hilarious, but of course, as the victim of many beatings himself, never intervened. Lost in his thoughts, Lex found himself in front of a small house far out in the suburbs. There was enough room for one car in the driveway, and the house itself, despite its ground and first floor, looked extremely cramped. Yet this was home, and the front door of his home was broken, kicked in, by the look of it. Lex's face darkened as he pulled out the heavy Harley. Chapter 170. Assistant to the Mayor. The third midnight game started in a heavy mood. Not only was the location a desert, a sandstorm was raging. There was no visibility and no way for Alexander to deploy his satellite in this weather. That was not to mention that he wasn't fully recovered from his previous wound. To top it all off, in the surprise attack Promet had pulled off on the Jotun soldiers with the curse, over 300 of them had died and 800 of them were critically injured. Crawford 41 was also amongst the soldiers that died. The only slightly positive thing was that Promet no longer joined the games and had left already. Find shelter, Alexander said to his few over 600 remaining soldiers. Too many of them had been critically injured and could no longer fight for now. We're going to hunker down and wait this one out. Alexander felt it was unfortunate that he had to avoid fighting today. He would lose his lead in points over Kara, but it was better than being reckless. But while the Empire and the Earthlings had suffered greatly, the beasts took this opportunity to gain some points. Their performance had not been the best, but the difficult environment for humans posed no problems to them. The tournament was far from over. On Earth, the council was having yet another meeting. All the participating members were in a grave mood. Just a short while ago, they were celebrating their grand victory and subsequent freedom, only to be brought to heel by some mysterious mistress and her secretary Fernanda. It was fortunate that she didn't have many requirements, only that civilians remain uninvolved in the conflict and to avoid major damage to the Earth. The good news was, upon being given the ultimatum, they had responded quickly and eliminated those that could be, or made deals with those that could not be. According to the latest report, last night South Korea launched a surprise attack on the North. Within a single night they took over the country. Their attack was extremely precise and calculated, as if they had been preparing for this for a long time. We just received a missive from them. Starting today, there will no longer be a South or North Korea, only a single Korea. They've agreed to join the council so long as they can rule without any external interference. We've gone over a preliminary list of rules they plan to implement and have no issues, so expect one of their members to join us soon. The issue about Japan, however, remains. We've lost all contact from all of our agents, and we're not the only ones who've suffered as such. The entire country seems to have stopped all external communications. We're preparing a diplomatic envoy to go and meet with their leaders, but just to be safe, I want a Foundation Realm expert on the team. Is there anything else on the agenda we need to discuss? The room was silent, and no one answered Bernard, who had been speaking. Aware of everyone's mood, he smiled and said, "No need to be upset, my friends. This is not a bad thing. Previously, we were going to look towards the midnight inn to fuel our progress, but now we know that we have some kind of backing in this vast universe. In a week's time, we will meet Fernanda again, and then we can discuss the future of Earth. We are no longer limited to a single star system, and grander horizons await us." His words seemed to lift spirits, but only Bernard knew what he was thinking behind his warm, hazel eyes. Lex did not rush into the house, but walked with quiet and steady steps. When he reached the door he paused to check for any sounds coming from the house, but there were none. He looked at the broken door and saw the imprint of a shoe embedded dead center. The door had broken along with the hinges. Such a kick could not have been delivered by an ordinary person. Tightening his grip on his gun, Lex slowly entered the house, careful not to step on anything that would make any sound. He ignored the stairs leading upstairs and walked past to check the ground level first. The kitchen was at the far end of the corridor, the living room to the right, and a bathroom under the stairs. Just as he entered the living room to check it out, the cold, hard barrel of a gun pressed firmly against the side of his head. Lex froze, suddenly caught by surprise by how quietly and calmly the attack had caught him. Before he could make any plans or try anything though, a familiar, cold voice started to harshly scold him. "What are you doing, walking around with a gun? Watched too many movies, have you?" Relief flooded through Lex's veins as he recognized Belle's voice and turned to look at his elder sister. It was not a gun she was holding up to his forehead, but the front of an unusually shaped candle stand. His own imagination had done the job of mistaking it for a weapon. "Belle, I'm so glad you're all right," he said, taking a step back to get a good look at his sister. She did not look hurt or harmed at all, and was dressed extremely formally. Behind her, Lex could see an open laptop and several documents. It seemed like she had been working when he came in. "Why would I not be all right? You think everyone is as incompetent as you. I saw the broken door, I thought that." Yes, the broken door. That gave little Moon quite the scare," she said, her voice seemingly still as cold and even as before. Only someone who grew up with her could pick up the trace of concern in that voice. "Since you're here with a gun, I'm guessing you already know about the situation." "Yeah, there's a war." "Yes, a war, but it's very different from normal wars. They're not targeting cities or civilians, only the top brass." "Well, that has nothing to do with me. The only reason we're even slightly involved was because I recently started a job in the municipal government. I had been having meetings with a few people of interest to the council, and they were checking to see if I was harboring anyone." "Wait, you know about the council?" Lex asked, surprised. The only reason he knew about the council was because of the inn. How did his sister know? "Yes, they're very reasonable people. After I pointed out the flaws in a number of their plans while they were interrogating me, they hired me. If things go according to plan, I should be assigned assistant to the new acting mayor of London by the end of the month." "What? You're working for the council?" "Yes, they were very impressed with me," Belle said in a bland voice. "Instead of an assistant, I might have become the new acting mayor directly if I was a cultivator. According to their new policy, only cultivators can hold important government positions like that." "Wait, you know about cultivators?" Lex asked, even more surprised this time. Instead of answering him though, Belle only let out an exasperated sigh. "Do you have a list of things I shouldn't know about? Can we go over it right now? I hate having to repeat myself." No, that's not what I meant. Just that I only learned about cultivators myself recently as well. But now that you know, it's great. I won't need to bother explaining it to you. Do you have cultivation techniques? If you don't, I can find some for you guys." "Don't bother with that, tell me first, are you ill? You don't look so good." Lex was startled by her sudden question. As far as he knew, his tumor had not affected his appearance at all, but before he could answer, Lex fell limp to the ground, unconscious. Belle did not bother to stop his fall. With his constitution, he would be all right. It was his soul she was concerned about. Taking a silver pen out of her pocket, she twisted the cap, shooting a ray of energy at Lex that covered his entire body. Since Belle did not know what secrets Lex had, she did not want to take any risks and completely blocked out all of his senses. Even Mary, who was connected to Lex by the system, did not notice his condition as her focus was diverted towards managing the inn. "Moon, get down here. Check Lex's soul, it's extremely unstable." The teenager who had been spying on her siblings was startled when she heard her elder sister and quickly came towards Lex. "I can't use my abilities like this. I need to connect to the relay station and establish a connection with my main body." "Then why are you still standing here?" Belle asked, her voice still cold and bland. But little Moon picked up the impatience in her voice and quickly ran before Belle got angry. Chapter 171. No plot holes here. Moon ran to her room and retrieved a pair of bangles and what looked like a VR headset. Alone, none of these items were anything special, but when worn together, they connected the wearer's consciousness to something called a relay station, a small base hidden in space somewhere within the solar system. Although Lex's family on Earth were clones of his original family, that did not mean they were connected to the main consciousness of the original body. If the distance between the clone and the original was small enough, they would be, but in the case of interstellar distances, it was all but impossible. The relay station allowed the clones to connect with the consciousness of the main body, but only for a short time. The time duration was a result of the clone being much too weak to sustain such pressure for a long time. In Moon's case, the relay station also served a secondary function. It allowed her to utilize her main body's special abilities that were completely independent of her cultivation. Arriving in front of Lex's body, she sat on the ground on her knees and put on the equipment and prepared herself to connect to the relay station. This was not a quick procedure. Connecting to the station was the easy part, but then to wait for the station to locate and then connect to her main body was the difficult part. This was also extremely expensive and consumed resources the cultivators of Earth could not even dream of, but they never paid any mind to it. Nearly 3 hours later, the connection finally stabilized and Moon gained some of her main body's powers. Not wasting any time, she immediately brought her hands over Lex's forehead and started to scan him. Considering she was checking Lex's soul, there was a great danger of her discovering the system. This was because, as yet, the system still only existed in the form of the magical treasure that had collided with Lex's body so long ago, and the magical treasure was taking refuge in Lex's soul. Fortunately, as a result of Moon only being a clone, her ability was greatly weakened and she did not discover the system. His soul is weird, Moon said, in an unsure voice. It's like it's been changed, but I can't tell how. It's stronger than it should be, so there's no chance of it accidentally disappearing. If one was observing Belle carefully, they would be able to tell her shoulders relaxed just a little. I can sense, I think. It's purified Wraith's blood. It strengthened Lex's soul, but since his soul was in an unstable state, the increase in strength only increased the instability. I think Lex knew there was something wrong with his soul, and then tried to strengthen it, but that's not fixing the problem at all. He may try to do that again unless the issue is fixed. Just use whatever strength you have left to stabilize his soul as much as you can. Whoever taught him how to fix his soul must be an amateur. If John knew that he had been called an amateur by a couple of kids, who knew how he would react. But fortunately for everyone, no one was around to see this. Liz, the only remaining sister, had at some point appeared in the room and watched in silence while eating ice cream out of a tub. A few minutes later, Moon collapsed as well. Belle carefully removed the helmet and carried Moon to her room, leaving Lex lying there on the ground. After a few minutes, when she did not return, Liz sighed in defeat and carried her brother and threw him onto a sofa. It was a good thing his body had improved due to his cultivation, or God knows what condition he would have been in after being handled so roughly. Liz walked to the kitchen where Belle was perusing through the fridge, eventually pulled out a cold slice of pizza and started eating it directly. If nothing else, the unusual fondness for cold pizza was something Lex shared with this sister of his. Do you really have to treat him like that? Like what? Going through the whole drama of acting like I'm in the dark is pointless. I just saved us a lot of time. And besides, I've thought it through. My story is solid, with no plot holes. The reason we know about cultivation is because of the council, and now that I have a job working for the council, our security will be assured. Furthermore, because our bodies are made up of spirit energy, if we try absorbing more, the cloning technique will destabilize and we will die. So now all we need to do is let him know that despite knowing about cultivation, we ourselves cannot cultivate. To recap, we know everything about cultivation so he does not need to keep secrets from us, we are safe so he does not need to worry about us, and we cannot cultivate so he does not need to care about resources for us. This will solve all of his problems and he can continue to live his life as he was previously. If he was able to travel from New York and get his hands on something like purified Wraith's blood, he must have developed some decent connections. Maybe he's following one of the political prisoners Mom has sent to the planet. He can now focus on his own growth without worrying about us. Liz was silent for a few moments, and then eventually said, "You really don't want him to be around, huh?" Belle looked at her sister and understood what she was actually trying to say. He's my little brother, and I'm looking out for him the way I look out for you too. I do not hate him, if that is what you mean. My situation is not his fault. It is simply the result of something as simple as being born a girl instead of a boy. But it is better this way. I do not need someone to hand power to me on a platter, I can take it for myself. What you need is a boyfriend, Liz said under her breath as she rolled her eyes at her overly dramatic sister. It was such a burden being the only normal person in a family. No longer paying attention to Belle, Liz went and got some pink nail polish and pulled out a chair in front of Lex. As his beloved younger sister, she had to, of course, make his life miserable in the cutest way possible. When she lifted his hand, she noticed Lex's phone halfway outside his pocket. She picked it up, naturally, to snoop, only to find it dead. She shrugged and put it on charge, before turning back to her beloved brother. He would not wake up till his body adapted to his soul, so she had plenty of time to work. She recalled once, when they were children, Lex cut her hair while she was sleeping. The result was so bad that she had to get a bob cut. To this day, many years later, she had not forgiven him. Today, for the third time, she would get her revenge. The hours went by quickly, and the day passed calmly for the Williams family. This was mostly because Moon and Lex were passed out. Moon woke up early the next day, but Lex was still asleep. By now Mary had checked up on Lex, but only thought he was asleep on the couch, so she returned to her duties. The games were progressing with much excitement, and refugees had stopped coming in from Earth. In fact, many of them had even returned now, as things seemed to have calmed down. The fourth match finally started, this time in a rainforest. The beasts had taken the lead in points during the last match, so this time Alexander felt extremely motivated to regain his place in the front. At the same time, on Earth, a small diplomatic team was approaching Japan by boat. Most of the team were mortals, with only a single Foundation realm cultivator who had hidden his identity. Unbelievably, they had used a pigeon to deliver a message to the small nation to inform them of their arrival, since there was no other way to communicate at the moment. The members of the team looked onwards nervously, knowing full well what had happened with all the previous attempts at communication. But this time they came without any hostility, in hopes to simply negotiate, so hopefully things would end differently. When they arrived at the designated pier, they were surprised to see it completely devoid of other people. There was no movement, no noise, as if they were arriving at a ghost town. With no other option but to go on, the team disembarked and had only begun discussing how to proceed when they heard a voice. "Speak, what is it you came here to say?" Startled, the envoys turned to see a handsome Japanese youth, leaning against a nearby building. He was dressed in a gray hakama and stood so perfectly still that up until this moment, he had melded into the background. Even the cultivator had not noticed him, which raised his wariness. "We are diplomatic envoys from the council, here to meet with the Prime Minister and discuss relations between Japan and the rest of the world. We have been unable to communicate with anyone from the country. Japan's diplomatic stance is that Gaijin are no longer welcome here. You may return with this message." The envoys looked at one another, then secretly turned to the cultivator. They did not know how to proceed. They did not want to antagonize the locals, but their own bosses weren't people who could be messed with either. Finally, the cultivator stepped forward and tried to talk to the youth. "Young man, we are here for an important matter. We cannot." Before the cultivator could continue his words, the youth took a single step forward. His movement was strange, and the diplomats were unable to clearly see what he had done, but the effect was only taking a step forward. Or so it seemed, until the cultivator's head fell clean off his neck. "I will not repeat myself again after this. You may return with this message." The envoys were so scared they practically tripped over themselves as they ran back to their boat, hoping this monster would not change his mind. They had not even seen what he had done to cut the cultivator's head off, but it was not something they wanted to know either. As he watched the Gaijin leave, the man revealed his right hand that he had been hiding behind his body to reveal a katana. Slowly, as if he was savoring the action, he returned the weapon to its sheath. A voice spoke in his head, "Quest to kill an enemy with a higher cultivation of one major realm, completed. Host's authorization of the samurai system is being raised." The young man did not respond to the notification, and only watched the water. He was lost in his thoughts. Chapter 172. Something wrong. Waking up was a slow process for Lex, and it was taking a while for his grogginess to clear. Using immense willpower, he opened a single eye to look around. He did not immediately recognize the place, which filled his still half-asleep mind with confusion. But slowly, his memories returned and realized he was in his parents' house. His single eye shut again, and it was nearly 20 minutes later that he opened his eyes again, yawning as soon as he did. Despite just waking up, Lex felt incredibly tired, a sensation he hardly felt since he started cultivating. He lay there for a while longer, as the gears of his mind slowly started to turn. And he started properly waking up. The first thing he noticed was the comforting beating of raindrops. He looked outside the window and saw rain. The room that he was in was dark, and slightly chilly, despite the blanket that covered him. Somewhere else, in the background, Lex could hear the muffled noise of a television. It was strangely peaceful. Lex wanted to continue laying there, so he did. His memories came back to him, and he remembered talking to his elder sister, Belle. She was the same, cold and emotionless yet somehow frustrated at the same time elder sister that he remembered. Somehow, that filled him with relief. "Mary, what's going on at the inn?" he asked in his mind, not bothering to get up. "The fourth match is going on, and should end in a few hours. A lot of guests from Earth have returned to their planet, but other than that, nothing majorly significant. On a level more relevant to you, your friend Larry has fully recovered. It was quite fortunate that he qualified as a refugee, otherwise he would not have been able to pay the inn to stay there. All his assets on Earth have been seized. He was able to pay for a few days using some artifacts that he happened to have when he arrived at the inn, but then he ran into Marlowe, who's paid for a long stay on Larry's behalf." Lex nodded, taking a mental note to meet up with Larry soon and find out what happened. For now, he finally got up from his sofa and stumbled in the dark to turn on the lights. The first thing he saw when the lights came on his outstretched hand, were pink nails. Lex froze in horror. He had experienced incidents like this before. He quickly ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw there was nothing on his face. He forcefully scraped the polish off his nails, before exiting and yelling, "Is anyone home?" Upon receiving no reply, he walked towards the sound of the television, and found his youngest sister, Moon, watching a video with headphones on in the dark. "Hey," Lex casually greeted her as he flicked her headphones off. Hey, I'm watching something," she yelled, quickly pulling her headphones back, but then turned and looked at Lex. She paused her video and turned to look at her brother. For a moment they only looked at one another, before Moon finally said, "What's up with the gun? You been watching too many American rap videos." Lex immediately facepalmed. "It's dangerous these days, it's for protection." "Yeah, must be tough, a lone boy living in the big city in America. Not at all like three girls living together in London, pretty safe here." Lex's lips twitched, but chose to divert the subject. "Where are mom and dad?" "Bangladesh." "Bangladesh? What are they doing in Bangladesh? Where even is Bangladesh?" As startled as he was, he should have expected his parents to be off in some other country. But how was he supposed to check up on them? Ask Will again for another transport. "Where is Bangladesh?" he asks. "You've been to Bangladesh, idiot. How can you not remember? We talked to mom and dad yesterday, after you dozed off, so no need to go gunslinging off to South Asia, they're perfectly fine." Lex relaxed a little, and smiled at his sister. He didn't bother asking how they were able to contact their parents. Moon wouldn't lie to him, all that mattered was that they were fine. "Speaking of which, what happened yesterday? I don't remember going to sleep." "I dunno, you were on the couch when I got home." "What about Liz and Belle? Are they home?" "Belle went out to work, Liz went out to do groceries." "Speaking of which, follow me." Moon got up and quickly led Lex to the kitchen. She pulled a pot out of the fridge and put it on the stove and started to heat it. "Liz made you soup and Belle left a few messages for you." She pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and read off of it. "My new job has a lot of security, so tell that idiot not to worry, and that he should quickly go back to New York because one of mom and dad's friends in Bangladesh has taught them way too much about arranged marriage and they've started looking at girls for Lex." At that point Moon burst into laughter and dropped the paper. Lex's lips twitched as he watched his sister laugh at him. He understood Belle well enough. Though she never said things up front, she must have understood that Lex had to go through unusual means to come and check up on them and wanted to assure him they were all right. It was well enough. Now that he knew they were all right, he could return to the inn to take care of things there. To top it all off, he didn't really need to return to New York and could go to the inn directly from London. But since he was here, he might as well spend some time before he left. He pulled out a couple of bowls and laid a table, and caught up with Moon. He asked her about school and life here, and about any boys she might be interested in. When Moon only took the names of various celebrities, Lex secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If she was really interested in someone, she would tell him. Despite their large gap in age, they were close to one another, and Moon was incapable of keeping secrets from him, as far as he knew. If she really was interested in someone, he wanted to play the role of the cool brother who was okay with it, but secretly it stressed him out. They exchanged stories for a long time, and eventually the topic of cultivation came up once again. Moon explained how some people from Bell's new work came and told them about cultivation and tested them out. Apparently all of them shared a genetic defect that made them unable to cultivate. Lex had a few doubts, but he buried them deep in his heart. It wasn't as if he didn't have secrets of his own, and one day when he raised the level of the inn high enough where he could treat any kind of malady, he would bring his family to the inn. So until that day came, he would choose to believe his sister's words. The hours passed, and Mary let him know that the fourth game had ended. Liz finally came home, but Belle never showed up. The three siblings spent more time together, chatting and making fun of one another. Liz showed him the changes she had made to the heavy Harley. Last night she decided to paint his gun instead of his face, and so a purple butterfly was painted on the handle of his gun. Eventually, when it was getting late at night, Lex decided it was time for him to leave. Now that he had checked up on his family, he could focus on the inn without any worries. Not to mention, even if he did get worried, he could secretly check up on them since he was not planning on leaving London. After a long, drawn-out goodbye, Lex finally left. He told them he would check up on them from time to time, but both his sisters had already stopped paying attention to him as he crossed the door. Unsure of how to react to his siblings, Lex simply continued walking. After walking a short distance, his smile slowly turned into a frown. As a fledgling cultivator, his instincts had sharpened, and as much as he wanted to ignore it, he had a strong feeling something was wrong. He instinctively overlooked his family, as if there could be nothing suspicious about them, but could not figure out what it was. He was about to ask Mary what was happening at the inn when two men walked up in front of him and stopped. Lex's mind clicked, as if understanding that this is what his instincts were warning him about, and his hand hovered over the handle of his gun, ready to reach for it at a moment's notice. "Can I help you?" Lex asked, his tone slightly aggressive. Even an idiot would not expect friendly intentions from random strangers so late at night. "Hello, my name is Ben, I work for Interpol," one of the men said, and pulled out a badge for Lex to see. At a glance the badge looked real, but Lex had no way of knowing for sure. "We're conducting an investigation connected to terrorist organization and have reason to believe you have been in contact with some suspicious characters. Tell me, do you recognize this man?" Ben flashed Lex a picture of Larry on his phone, and despite trying to be cautious, Lex could not help being startled at seeing his friend's picture. "I suspected as much," Ben said upon seeing Lex's reaction. He then played a video of Lex walking out of Larry's apartment building and asked, "Is that you?" Instead of answering, Lex asked, "What is this about?" Larry Dershaw is a protected citizen, affiliated with various influential people and organizations. Shortly after your visit, Ben pointed at the video of Lex walking out of the building. "We believe there was an assassination attempt on Larry, after which he disappeared. We need to bring you in for questioning." Lex suddenly did not know how to respond. It was indeed a fact that Larry had shown up at the inn, wounded and bloody shortly after his visit, but Lex had not had an opportunity to ask him yet what had happened. These agents seemed to be real, in which case he should cooperate, right? In the distance, a man was watching the interaction using a pair of binoculars. "Tell the client we can only hold the target for a few hours, after which we'll have to let him go. If he wants to get his hands on the target, he'll have to do it himself," the man said on a phone call. "Understood. In the meantime, find out what he knows about the Larry kid. A proper interrogation before we get our hands on him might be helpful." Chapter 173. Return to the inn. For a moment Lex hesitated, considering following the two officers. But the whole incident was weird. How did they find him? Why did they have a video of him leaving Larry's house? The video did not look like it was from a security footage, the video was shot from street level. This meant that they had agents present at the time. If that was the case, how could they have allowed Larry to be attacked? Most of all, he knew that Larry was struggling. If Larry had connections that could lead an investigation to follow him across the world, at a time where cross-continental communication was compromised, then he would not have a job at a club where he gets beat up for a living. His hesitation disappeared and he looked at the officer directly in the eyes, his hand practically touching his gun now. Should they make any sudden movements, he would be ready. I am sorry, but I am a US citizen. I don't believe you can just randomly take me in for questioning. I am going to the embassy. If you have any concerns you can contact me there. Bringing up the embassy was a strong deterrent in Lex's mind, as according to some convention on international diplomatic relations embassies were immune to local law enforcement, or at least, something along those lines according to some TV show Lex had once seen. Moreover, embassies were usually very protective of their citizens. Not that Lex needed any protection. He had his gun, and if the worst came to worst, he would retreat to the inn. The reason he brought it up was because he wanted to see what reaction these agents would have. That would let him know if this was normal procedure or there was something more going on. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Ben said as his partner slowly moved to corner Lex from another side. You need to follow us for some questioning. I assure you, you will be let go in a few hours at most. Please cooperate, it is for your own good. To this, Lex did not reply. He kept his eyes trained on Ben, ignoring the other agent who was circling to get behind him. Though he remained silent, his stance as well as the aggression on his face let Ben know Lex had no intentions of cooperating. Since the situation had progressed as such, Ben reached out aggressively to grab Lex. But who was Lex? Even without his identity as the Innkeeper, he was someone who had fought his way out of hordes of zombies and survived being hunted by hundreds of wolves. He was not a person that could be casually messed with. Moving with a burst of speed, Lex grabbed Ben's arm and twisted it, so that Lex appeared behind Ben with his arm firmly pressed against his back. It was at this point that Lex realized that while these agents were cultivators, their strength was not much greater than him. Lex kicked Ben on the back of his knee, causing the man to buckle and fall onto the ground. This was just in time to see Ben's partner leaping towards Lex, trying to tackle him. Despite the strength of his plunge, Lex felt the man's move amateurish. Not even moving from his spot, Lex turned in one smooth motion and kicked up into the air. The lunging agent's face practically flew into Lex's kick on its own, and the man fell to the ground, unconscious. With both attackers defeated, Lex was momentarily stunned. He was so used to getting beaten up that he was expecting a difficult fight. The only reason he hadn't used his gun was that he knew the sound would have attracted a lot of attention in the silence of the night. But apparently, he did not even need it. I think you broke my arm, Ben said with a grimace, as he tried to pick himself up from the ground. But how could Lex allow him to so easily get up? Lex turned the man onto his back and stepped on his chest, to prevent him from getting up. I'm only going to be polite once. Tell me what you're really after, and no one will get hurt. I told you, I'm with Interpol, Lex did not bother wasting more time listening to him. He withdrew his gun, making sure to let Ben get a good look at it, then aimed it at Ben. I said, I'll only be polite once. Every time you waste your breath, I'll progressively ruder with you. So now, tell me, what do you want? Ben did not reply immediately, as he was frozen on the ground in fear. What he had experienced did not match Lex's report. He was supposed to be an inexperienced, new cultivator, not a battle-hardened fighter. Realizing that Ben was shocked, Lex waved his gun to attract his attention and said, I'm not known for being patient. Now, what do you want? Ben grit his teeth, but then promptly gave up. He wasn't an idiot to risk his life over an unofficial assignment. Okay, look, I'll tell you. But I really am from Interpol. I got an assignment to interrogate you about Larry, and hold you for a few hours before letting you go. That's all I know. Lex frowned, then kicked Ben on the head, knocking him unconscious. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then quickly left the area. He jogged for about 20 minutes, constantly checking to see if he was being followed, before he found a secluded corner and teleported back to the inn. A short while later, Ben finally woke up, groggy and in pain. First he checked up on his partner who, fortunately, was still alive. Then he made a call to report the situation. Whoever Larry was or why anyone was interested in was completely irrelevant to him. What he cared about was that Lex's cultivation and strength did not match his files at all. He was too strong. Something like that would always attract someone's attention. At the inn, Lex was sitting at his study table, wondering about what had just happened. Larry was a complicated guy, but now his troubles had involved him as well. Lex needed to find out what was actually happening, but a sweep of the inn told him that Larry was currently asleep in his room. He would wait till morning to talk to him, so until then Lex decided to focus on the inn. His additions were a huge hit, and guests lined the mountain and filled the forest and lake. But the problems that Lex did not even consider came just as quickly. More than one guest had slipped or tripped off the mountain. Though they were cultivators, had it not been for Lex's guards quickly catching them, they would have been seriously hurt. In the lake, unexpectedly, it was not a case of drowning that caused an issue, but a swimming human bumping into a swimming beast. Lex had to say beast because he had never seen any animal on Earth that could match this beast's appearance. It had a lot of limbs and a lot of heads connected to what looked like a ball of Play-Doh but was hard as steel. The bump seriously injured the human, but since it was an accident Lex could not blame either party. The forest had more predictable issues. Some people decided to camp out in the forest, but ran into some beasts who had a similar idea in the middle of the night. Suffice to say, the humans were greatly frightened. How was he even supposed to fix an issue like that? Truth be told, it was not something that could be fixed. But he could reduce the scary atmosphere in the forest. Lex released tens of thousands of fireflies into the first and told the galactic sovereign turtle to feed them something that would promote their cultivation just a bit. With the soft yet natural light they gave off, the forest should not be as scary in the darkness. The lake was also somewhat of an easy solution. He just expanded the lake, and divided the areas into humans and beasts. This was not a permanent solution, but would work for now. The mountain was slightly tougher to deal with, so for now, he added various railings on the trails. But to deal with the situation properly, he told his AI staff to hike the mountain trails and take note of every climb that seemed dangerous to him. He would fix them one by one. But that was not all. While talking to Moon, he had a few ideas of how he could fill in the empty land in the inn meaningfully. One that he particularly liked and was currently planning was a lazy river. But, because of the freedom that the system allowed, he could take things even farther. In front of him he had a hologram of the inn opened, and he was slowly planning its path. Chapter 174, Breakfast Buffet. A lazy river is a water ride often found in water parks, recreation centers and other places that attract a lot of tourists and visitors. Usually, it would consist of a relatively shallow and narrow pool spread across a large area, with a gentle current flowing in one direction which would carry anyone floating in the water along with it. To Lex, this was an amazing idea because he could incorporate a few more features into it. Firstly, the lazy river provided Lex with another way to get around the inn, though not as urgently as Gerard's golf cart crew. Whoever would enter the river would be able to receive a small plastic raft in which they could lie and be carried along by the current. Another option would be to ride a gondola, a few of which Lex would have his AIs control in the river. But if Lex left it like that, it would be too ordinary. While Lex was testing out the river, and planning what he would do with it, an option that was as of yet grayed out suddenly became viable. For any guest riding along the river in the gondola, there was a chance for them to encounter a thick fog. Once they entered the fog, they would be transported and, for a short time, take a ride while viewing sights from a world they were not originally from. The gondola would be transported to another world, and should a resident of the world be lucky enough, they would be able to see the outline of a gondola going by in a spontaneously appearing veil of fog. Of course, guests would be prevented from leaving the gondola by the system, and residents of the world would be blocked from climbing the gondola. But Lex had been inspired. In the future, he planned to have a ship that would travel from world to world, and anyone lucky enough to climb abroad would be brought to the inn. For now, though, Lex was focused on the river and the gondola. After a short, picturesque trip to another world, the gondola would return to the river. There were a couple of issues Lex was having with the lazy river, though. First of all was the path. How large the river should be, and what parts of the inn it should circle were important to decide because Lex would have to give bridges over the parts that were divided by the river, not to mention build railings so anyone wouldn't accidentally fall in. He would be effectively cutting off those parts of the inn from being entered besides the built paths. The second issue was of lifeguards and the kind of staff he wanted. The lake, regardless of its size, was in one fixed position and could be viewed in its entirety from one place. The river, however, was long and narrow, and would require various staff members to keep an eye out for the sake of security for his guests. Hiring staff in itself was not the issue. Lex was earning enough on a daily basis to cover that. The issue was, for the river, as well as for the lake, he wanted to hire a different kind of staff. Mary, can I hire ice that are not human? For example, can I use one of the species I've seen in Nibiru? Or a random one I can think of, like mermaids, for example. Yes, you can hire ice that are a different species. But there are a few constraints. Unlike what you may imagine, the artificial intelligent beings that the inn provides are actual, living breathing beings who have been provided with intelligence artificially, so that in addition to whatever biological inclinations they may have, they give priority to the inn and the innkeeper. So, for the system to create an AI of a different species, you must first submit some DNA of the species you wish to choose. There are certain things you may also want to take note of, that while these AI are birthed with the information relevant to serving the inn, their personalities are formed naturally and cannot be controlled. So, in the scenario that you choose a species with a strong inclination for hunting, for example, you may want to use them in an environment where they do not mistake a guest for prey. Also, any species created by the system will always be at the mortal realm, even if the original species normally started out at a much higher cultivation realm. This information opened up a whole new array of options for Lex, but also limited him. Some time ago he remembered hearing one of his guests say something about mermaids, though he did not remember what, and thought they would make the perfect AI for his water-based attractions. He worked on the lazy river for a while longer, before deciding to take a break. He did not need to decide everything in one sitting. After a round of meditation, Lex did some exercise, showered, and then got dressed. Larry had woken up some time ago, and Lex was about to enter the inn for the first time using his original identity. After making sure everything was in order, Lex appeared in front of Midnight Manor as himself for the first time. He looked around, imagining what first-time guests must feel like. It occurred to him that, compared to the rest of the inn which had expanded rapidly, the manor was still relatively small. Shaking his head and not worrying about it for now, he asked Mary to guide him towards where Larry was. After a short walk, Lex found himself behind the manor and in front of an array of lawn chairs and an outdoor breakfast buffet, where he identified Larry piling his plates with waffles. "Those must be good," Lex said, casually stepping beside him and grabbing a plate. "But I prefer pancakes, Lex," Larry exclaimed, nearly dropping his plate. "You old dog, I've finally understood why you never paid attention to any of the girls I pointed out," he said while laughing. "It's because you've been coming to this little slice of heaven." As much as Lex would have wished Larry was talking about the environment, his longing gaze towards one of the nearby AI staff let Lex know exactly what was on his mind. "Let alone here, even if I handed you a key to the underworld, you'd find some girls to gaze at." "Of course," Larry said, laughing even harder. "Don't you know what kind of girls would end up in the underworld? I'd go there every weekend if I could." Lex smiled as he looked at Larry. The man was ever in a good mood, or at least, the front he put up was phenomenal. Lex did not think he'd be able to even pretend to be this jolly if he had suffered such a serious assassination attempt. "Come, fill your plate and let's find a seat. I'm glad I ran into you here, I have something to talk to you about." "Is it about Sophia?" he asked in an excited whisper. "It's about her, isn't it? That old geezer Marlowe, he's having a honeymoon here with his wife and no one even knew." Lex listened to the little gossip as they filled their plates with an unflattering amount of food and then found a table to sit at. "I'd like to talk privately," Lex said to Mary, who then summoned a tinted glass dome around the duo. "Wow, how did you do that?" Larry asked, surprised. "If you ask your personal hologram, in case of small stuff like this, they can help you out." "No way, hey little fella, what else can you do?" Larry asked, summoning his own personal holographic assistant. But before he got engrossed in an unrelated conversation, Lex said, "I gave you the key in case you even ran into trouble, so the fact that you're here should mean you ran into trouble, right?" Larry's smile skewed. He knew this conversation was coming, but he didn't want to involve his friend. His troubles were more serious than they seemed. Before he could think of how to answer, though, Lex continued. "Actually, I know for a fact that you ran into some trouble, because just last night I was intercepted by Interpol agents who wanted to take me into custody and question me about you." At this, Larry froze. He did not expect that Lex had already been involved. But, as unfortunate as it was, the timing of their last interaction automatically brought attention to Lex for anyone that may have been watching Larry. "After I questioned, shall we say, those agents, they revealed that someone had tasked them to hold me in interrogation long enough for them to arrive on scene. They were very interested in learning more about you, by hook or by crook." Finally, Larry sighed, and his smile withered off his face. The situation is pretty bad. I guess I better explain. Chapter 175. Seized Assets. Do you remember Matilda? She was with us in our self-defense class at the start. Larry asked, as he cut into his waffles. Yeah, I remember. It all started with her, some time ago. You remember around the time some thugs came to your apartment and roughed things up. Around the same time, some people came to harass Matilda and me as well. But with Matilda, things went much, much farther. A lot of people ended up dead, and Bluebird got involved. Larry paused for a moment as he chewed his food. It seemed to Lex that he was considering his next words carefully. I don't know if you caught on since you visited my apartment, but I'm really good with computers. Like, really, really good. Let's say I fudged with the authority level on my Bluebird token, logged onto their network and found out everything that happened with her. I don't know if I got lucky, or if the agents at Bluebird just overlooked things, but I quickly found Matilda's trail. She was hiding out in a 24-hour gym, and seemed badly hurt. I don't know why, but I couldn't just leave her like that. I deleted her trail and then went and found her. At this point, Larry let out a sigh. I must say, she is an extremely formidable woman. Did you know she's already in the chi training realm? In just a little more than a month. The body tempering realm is not necessarily one that takes too long, but, damn. Anyway, after I convinced her that I wasn't an enemy, I secretly brought her back to my apartment and helped her heal. We spent some time together after that. That's when I learned a secret that's pretty mind-blowing. You know the war that suddenly broke out? The one that overtook the world? I've spent a few days here at the inn, and learned a lot of things I didn't know before. You remember you once asked me, if the ICPAs keep normal cultivators in line, who keeps them in line? Well, apparently, Earth was being ruled by 5 families, the Morrisons being one of them. The ICPAs used to answer to them. To be more specific, they answered to the 5 family heads. But for a while now, they've secretly been planning to revolt against the family heads. They've been gathering allies, and getting rid of those who were too loyal to the family heads. Apparently, Matilda's older brother, the one who died and passed on his cultivation technique to her, was one of the people that had been silenced for his loyalty. Matilda felt like she was being hunted because her hunters were afraid that her brother had given her too much information, which indeed, he had. Larry paused for a moment, and he stared at his hands with desperate eyes. But even if she knew the truth, who could she tell? There was no way for her to get in contact with anyone that mattered, so all she focused on was getting stronger and getting revenge. I was incredibly moved by her story, and promised to help her hide her tracks. But as much as I wanted to help her, her story also got me thinking about what happened to my own family. About how we went from being one of the richest, most powerful families, to being nearly wiped out, framed, and then exiled. Could my family have also been one of the families that was silenced for being too loyal? I mean, if they had been planning this revolution for years, they had to have their agents in all the right places. How could they leave a family that ran one of the banks of the cultivation world out of their plans? And if, for whatever reason, my family chose not to cooperate, they could have wiped out anyone who knew the truth and banished the non-consequential ones. Once I got the idea in my head, I couldn't let go of it. I asked Matilda if she knew anything about this, but her brother never mentioned my family. That's when I started digging. That's when I started hacking into different companies' databases and looking for some answers. I thought I was hiding my trail well, but the day those guys came for me, I knew I must have messed up. They wanted me to follow them. They weren't really there to kill me, at least not yet. But I resisted, and a fight broke out. I got shot too many times. If I didn't have the key you gave me, I probably would have died. For a moment, Lex took in everything that Larry had told him. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, a part of him really wondered if the World War really happened because of him, because he'd held the Midnight Games and managed to get all the family heads to leave Earth. But if things really were the way Larry told him, they had been planning for this for a long time, and if they hadn't discovered a relatively easy way to handle the family heads, when the war ultimately broke out, it may have been much, much worse. Finally, Lex said, I remember you once telling me that you've met Alexander Morrison before when you were kids. Is that true? Of course, back then, my family was connected to all the big shots. Well, if you've been here a while, you probably know about the Midnight Games. Then you should also know about the fact that Alexander is also here, with his family. Maybe you could go to him and let him know about your suspicions. If your family really was killed for being loyal, then chances are, a lot of their other supporters were secretly silenced. Even if they don't want to help you, and even if they've lost a lot of influence on Earth, to protect themselves in the future, there's no way they won't investigate this. Or, even if they won't investigate, maybe they'll help you and Matilda out. Hey, what am I supposed to say? Hey Alexander, remember me? I'm a nobody right now, but when I was a kid our families used to work together. They have enough problems of their own to handle. They don't have time to help anyone else, not to mention I don't have anything worth them spending time on, anyway. Maybe that's true. But you're already being hunted, so asking for help can't make things worse. I can't stay here for too long. I have a few things I need to take care of, but I'll be back sometime tonight. I'll talk to you then, maybe we can figure something else out. Yeah, sure, replied Larry, and watched as Lex disappeared. After a few moments of frowning, his wide smile returned to his face, and he started gulping down his breakfast while enjoying the beautiful scenery known as women in uniform. Lex left the meeting abruptly, not only because he got the information he wanted, but because he got two very significant notifications from the system that required his attention. Quest complete. The World War has ended. Calculating host's performance. Reward upgraded for over 1,000 refugees. Reward rank. C reward. Detective's magnifying glass. Lex was pleasantly surprised that the World War had already ended, but at the same time relieved. He had no love for the council or their shady business, but if the war was over, that hopefully meant the situation had stabilized and that all fighting had ended. He looked at his next notification. New notification. Guest with level 1 prestige is unable to pay for services. Please cater to the guest urgently. Focus on the notification for further details on payment blockage. When Lex focused on the notification he was greatly amused, and despite the awkward situation of a guest being unable to pay, looked forward to their reaction when he told them. Quickly donning his host attire, Lex teleported directly in front of the meditation room where a now, only slightly abnormally large man was standing. Marlowe, the innkeeper said in a warm, pleasant voice, we meet again. I hope you have been well. Much better now, he said, wearing his signature mad grin. It took me years to build up all that muscle previously, but with the help of spirit food, I expect I'll be able to return to my former glory quickly. I wish you the very best on your journey. But I foresee a small obstacle on your journey, which is why I'm here to inform you of it. Oh, I'm all ears. It appears that your bank accounts have been frozen and your assets have been seized, which is why the Midnight Inn is unable to process your payment to use the meditation room. You've already paid in advance for your stay, as well as your son's treatment, so that should not be an issue, but if you wish to buy spirit food or use the meditation room, this may be an issue you want to address. Marlowe stood there frozen, his grin still stuck on his face, mostly because he was too shocked to even react. He couldn't pay. When was the last time he, Hanson Marlowe Bravi IV, was unable to pay for something? He honestly couldn't remember. Then, his eyes went red with fury. He was completely unable to hold in any longer, and he disappeared from the innkeeper's sight, promptly returning to Earth. Lex chuckled, secretly hoping it was people from the council who froze his accounts. Whoever it was, they were about to receive Marlowe's special care. Chapter 176. The flower that blooms in spring. Larry let out a sigh filled with amazement as he finished his breakfast and slowly leaned back into his chair with a clear bulge evident under his shirt. It had been a long time since he'd eaten food that he didn't cook for himself, and to be able to eat so luxuriously was a splendor he had been divorced from for a long time. Fortunately, Marlowe had paid for his stay for the next few days, so he should be able to enjoy this for a while longer. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle winds as it whispered in his ear. But along with the whistling wind, Larry was also listening to the conversations of the surrounding people. Lex had told him how to prevent their conversation from being overheard, but it appeared not many others knew about such features. Larry was learning a lot during his stay here, and it was important that he kept increasing his knowledge. The more information he had, the easier it would be for him to plan for things in the future because, contrary to what Lex thought, by going to Alexander for help, Larry's situation could get a lot worse. When he told Lex that he suspected his family was hunted for being loyal to the family heads, he was not lying. But at the same time, he was not telling the entire truth. There was a secret he kept close to his heart, and one that might have been the real reason for his family's demise. It was also the reason why, although he could not cultivate originally, he was able to cultivate now. Not to mention, it was also the reason why he could absorb spiritual metals. But the depth of his secret went a lot farther than that, and as much as he trusted and appreciated Lex, some secrets were better left unshared. His secret, along with this midnight inn, gave him the opportunity of a lifetime. If anyone paid attention to his right hand, they would notice that he was playing with a golden coin in between his fingers. As the coin danced in the palm of his hands, one might have been able to see the signature MI engraved on it, since it was the commemorative Midnight Games coin that Lex had made. It was supposed to be made from an extremely resilient metal, and could supposedly last the test of time, but the coin in Larry's hand already looked dull, as if it had suffered the wear and tear of a million years. If someone used their spiritual sense to observe him, they would notice every few hours, the smallest conceivable portion of the coin was absorbed by Larry into his body. They would also notice that each time he absorbed a bit of the coin, his cultivation would rise. At this rate, before the day was over, he would break into the chi training realm. "Excuse me, is it all right if I clear up the table?" A soft and gentle voice asked Larry, prompting him to open his eyes. It was one of the AI staff, a young woman with blonde hair and spectacular green eyes. "Haven't I told you before? How can I let you clean up after me? The most wonderful thing you can do for me is not to pick up my plates, but to allow me to accompany you." The waitress blushed and looked away, unable to maintain eye contact with Larry. "Little Z says that you are a bad man, and that I should stay away from you." "Oh," Larry said with amusement in his voice. "And what does your heart say?" "My heart," she repeated for a moment, before getting lost in thought. Finally she said, "My heart says that the innkeeper is a lot more handsome than you." The waitress quickly picked up Larry's plates and rushed away, leaving the man there wondering whether he should laugh or cry. When Marlowe left, Lex also returned to his room. Now that he had some time, he thought about his future. Someone was hunting him on Earth, but that didn't matter to him because he could simply choose not to return to the Earth. He knew his family would be safe, with Belle having a job with the council, so he could focus entirely on his own tasks. The inn had gotten a lot of exposure, so he no longer needed to return to the days of desperately looking for guests to scrounge up some MP. What he needed to do now was develop it. He also needed to raise his own cultivation. He had decided to blatantly use whatever loopholes he could discover, so he started planning for that as well. He asked the Galactic Sovereign Turtle what plants could aid in the cultivation of a chi training cultivator, but the turtle did not have such specific knowledge. In the end, he asked the turtle to plant whatever plants it could think of that aided in cultivation. But then the issue of seeds came up. Lex could only buy them if the system gave the option, but if it didn't he would have to manually search for them. To cater to this problem, the turtle returned to Nibiru for a while to search for some plants it knew that could provide aid. The next thing Lex needed to do was expand more and build more rooms, something he was putting off until the games ended. He did not like the feeling of all his rooms being booked. This was an indicator that, despite such a cheat, he could not keep up with demand. But he would have a better idea for how many rooms he required when the extra rush because of the games disappeared. He had already thought of various ways to add more rooms. On the ground, underground, underwater and even in the air, all options were available to him. Yet another issue was, though he did not need to, he felt bad having his AI work without pay. But at the same time, he could not afford to pay them a lot as he needed to keep expanding, which required a massive consumption of MP. He needed to spend some time on the math to analyze his latest earning trend, and create some projection charts for anticipated income growth and expenses to ultimately decide how much he could afford as fixed expenses in terms of salaries. This was absolutely not some technical vocabulary usage just to avoid thinking of paying his employees, not at all. Lex groaned. He had too much work to do, and he felt like doing none of it. Suddenly, he felt like taking care of his guests. In the beginning, he used to take care of his guests personally, but lately his staff had been handling everything and he rarely got to engage with any of his guests. He missed the feeling of being a host, and watching his guests' amazement firsthand. Suddenly, he decided to put his work away and search for some guests to cater to. He scanned the inn a few times, trying to see if anyone was doing something interesting. That's when he happened to see a guest that he hadn't seen in a long time, and smiled. He really should welcome his old guests personally. In front of the Midnight Manor, Blaine looked at the changed scenery, holding his girlfriend's hand. The first time he'd come here, he had been dragged in by a zombie along with his brother in arms, Chen. The both of them had their wounds treated by the Innkeeper, and had somehow survived. He'd had a long journey after that, and ultimately split with Chen to go search for his girlfriend, Iris, who had been taken off planet. It had taken some time, but he finally tracked her down and, after contacting her and letting her know he was alive, had to go through a very long process to be transported onto the same spaceship as her. Today, after so many days, they had finally reunited. Since he first came to the inn, he had been wanting to bring Iris here, and finally he had the opportunity. But while some things remained the same, the world of the inn had also changed tremendously. "The air smells so nice here," said Iris, bewildered. One might have expected that the girlfriend Blaine was so in love with was a world shakingly beautiful, but on Vegas Minima there were no fair maidens, only warriors. The woman who stood beside Blaine was extremely muscular, and was garbed in battle gear, despite their change in environment. He had an eye patch, to help with healing while her body got accustomed to a new implant. Before the implant, she wore the eye patch to protect her dead eye. A few lines marked her forehead, and her age showed around her eyes, but none of that mattered to Blaine. To him, she was the flower that bloomed in spring, and the honey that tasted sweeter than most resplendent spiritual fruit. He had brought her here because to him, after her embrace, this was the place that brought him the most happiness, and he wanted to share it with her. "Welcome guest," said the Innkeeper with a fond and warm voice, as he stepped out a shining light. "It has been a while since I saw you last, I hope you have been well." Chapter 177. Penetration. "I hope you understand, Mr. Marlowe," the man said as he pulled on his collar with one finger, loosening it. "I am only here on behalf of my client. None of these things are my doing, I'm just delivering a message." Despite the smile on the man's face, his nervousness could be seen by the amount he was sweating. "Please, enlighten me as to what your client wants to convey," Marlowe said, as he leaned back in his chair. He was not sitting in the luxurious furniture he had picked out for himself in his apartment. No, he was currently sitting in the seat of the regional director for Bluebird in the main Bluebird office. The lawyer did not know how, or why, the man could so casually sit upon such an important seat, and why no one else in the building seemed to be saying anything to the man, but it was too late to change the plan. "It's like this, Mr. Marlowe. You have built up a lot of prestige for yourself over the years, but at the same time, everyone also knows that you are gravely injured. You could probably put up a good fight against other Golden Core experts, but that fight would be your last. And with your recent disappearance, everyone is suspecting that your old wounds have made your situation worse. I mean, your students were harassed so much, one of them even quit your class and yet you did nothing. Your reputation has taken a hit." The more the lawyer spoke, the wider Marlowe's grin grew, but for some reason, it only made the lawyer more nervous. "Having said that, my client deeply respects you and does not want to cause you any trouble. We only need Larry Dershaw's whereabouts. So long as you tell us where he is, your bank accounts will be restored and all your businesses will once again run normally." Instead of replying, Marlowe started laughing. But the harder he laughed, the louder his voice became, the more pressure the lawyer felt. He was only at the beginning of the Foundation realm, so even Marlowe's regular aura would easily suppress him, let alone his rising aura now. The more Marlowe laughed, the angrier he got. Until, suddenly, something in his body clicked. His new form of cultivation, that had been suppressed on the verge of completion for so long, was finally complete. He was no longer a cultivator. He now walked the path of a prime. With his breakthrough complete, Marlowe's aura exploded outwards with a strength Earth had rarely witnessed. Had any of the 5 family heads, previously the strongest humans on the planet, been here, even they would have been suppressed. The lawyer fell out of his chair as he looked at the madman, roaring with laughter. "Midnight Manor, the Midnight Inn, Innkeeper," Blaine exclaimed in excitement. "It has definitely been a while. But I'm great, I finally got to reunite with my girlfriend, Iris." Blaine looked towards the girls whose hand he had firmly gripped, and the wide grin on his face could not be more pure. The last time Lex had seen Blaine, and even to this day when he saw Chen, the duo was usually very submissive in front of Lex. After all, they had met Falak, and seen how even he was respectful to the Innkeeper. But now, Blaine was radiating endless joy and excitement, nothing else. Lex observed the heroic woman that caused Blaine's heart to swoon and read her status. Name: Iris age, 24 sex, female cultivation details, Chi training 4th level species, human midnight in prestige level, 1 condition, has suffered grave injuries and can no longer cultivate or undergo severe exertion. Her lungs have been severely injured, and can only be treated to reduce pain, but cannot fully be healed. Multiple small wounds across her body were detected. Patient suffers from greatly depleted vitality. Remarks: she has lived the life of a warrior, but managed to escape the death of one. Definitely deserves a soft onesie. Lex did not let it show on his face, but her condition let him know just how difficult a life she had lived. It made sense, since living on Vegas Minima was all but hell until recently. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lex said to Iris, his voice filled with sincerity. No, the pleasure is mine, Iris said, as she bowed towards Lex. Blaine told me how you saved his and Chen's life. I had almost given up on everything when I thought he was dead. I can't tell you how relieved I was when he contacted me. Please, accept my thanks. Though she managed to keep her tears from falling, how could Lex not notice her watery eyes? It is my duty, and my privilege. Please, stand up straight. Would you like me to show you around? Chen and Lily are also at the inn, so if you like, I could take you to them as well. We'll get around to meeting Brother Chen, Blaine said, but first I thought I'd show Iris around. The place has changed so much, it seems like I'll have to explore it again as well. Then please, by all means, enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, your personal holographic assistant is always available. Lex let the happy couple explore on their own, as it was perfectly clear that Blaine wanted to spend some time alone with her. But, right before they left, Lex sent him a mental message knowing that Iris, though not completely healable, would benefit greatly from visiting the recovery room. He took this time to interact with a few more of his guests, until the 5th midnight game began. This time, the terrain seemed difficult to determine. Everyone appeared in tunnels, some wide and some small, and were split into various groups. Before any of them could begin to explore, however, the surprise challenge for this round was announced immediately. All the contestants could use whatever points they had accumulated so far to increase their strength. The more points they spent, the greater the increase. But at the same time, the increase was also temporary, so it had to be timed perfectly. This was a huge risk. By utilizing their points, they could gain a lead on the other world in destroying the node, but if too many participants used too many points, the gain in points from destroying a node would be outweighed by the points lost. To top it all off, since the contestants were so split up, they could not plan properly either. The crowds watching the match went crazy, and the anticipation was at an all-time high. Blaine and Iris had gotten seats in the Coliseum, and for the first time enjoyed a cheering crowd. But Lex was distracted by a notification he received. Apparently, one of the skills he'd entered into the mystery trial that he was looking for, had been found. The skill he had discovered was assassination, and the person who had it happened to already work for him, John. This was interesting, the man seemed so amicable, Lex would have guessed he was an assassin. But that was likely what made him good at it. Lex decided to observe him for a while, and then decide how he was going to ask him for what Lex had planned. And no, Lex was not planning on carrying out assassinations. In the IT field on Earth, there was a certain job called penetration testing. It was when someone checked a software, a business, a building, anything really, for vulnerabilities. For example, if security was weak at a data center, regardless of how secure the firewalls were, they could not prevent them from being physically accessed. If a software had obvious flaws, it could easily be hacked. If a business was not taking precautions, it could be taken advantage of. Following this line of thought, Lex thought of offering a form of penetration testing as a service, up to a certain level, of course. The client would hire a tester, who would then try to infiltrate or assassinate the client, then provide a detailed report on whatever weaknesses or flaws they encountered. Considering how dangerous the universe probably was, Lex thought it was a good idea. Now all he needed to do was get a good idea of how skilled John really was, and what his cultivation level was. To be honest, he had some doubts about John. Apparently, he had been to the mystery trial numerous times, but had not solved it yet. Was he really any good? Then again, to be fair, so far no one had completed the mystery trial. In his room above the battle axe, John sat on a sofa as he considered his gains for the day. Today, finally, for the first time, he had made some progress towards solving the mystery trial. So far, Each and every assassination he had attempted had been planned and provided guidance from by his own assassination system. Each time, however, he failed. Out of frustration, this time John did not wait for his system to guide him and used his own instincts to attack, and finally made some progress. Though he still failed, he figured something out. If he wanted to pass the trial, he could not rely on his system. But instead of relief and finding a breakthrough, John was filled with fear. How could the trial differentiate between when he used the system and when he didn't? And if the trial could do so, did that mean the Innkeeper had also seen through his system? Chapter 178. Space Pirates. Far out in the vast universe, a small spaceship was flying through the expanse. The crew consisted of only 4 men, since the ship itself was too small to accommodate more. Though not exactly routine, their mission was not exactly unheard of either. Aboard a ship designed to be covert and quick, they were personally tasked by Ragnar to deliver a batch of goods to the nearest Jotun operational planet. Their cargo included various rare metals, some extremely rare demonic resources, a few plants, and some documents. What they were unaware of was a small box full of hundreds of golden keys that had been secretly placed alongside the cargo. This was one of a dozen such ships that had been sent out, but what made this one unique was that 3 of the crew members were dead and the remaining members seemed to be casually eating a meal and waiting for something. Soon, the ship was intercepted by a much larger vessel. As much as the crew member would have liked to stop the ship himself, he could not control the ship, so rougher means were required. Once the ship's engines were disabled, the Jotun ship was pulled into the cargo hold of the larger ship which, upon closer inspection, bore the insignia of some random space pirates. "You wasted a cover you've held for 7 years, said one of the pirates that welcomed the remaining crew member. "I hope it was worth it. Oh ho, you have no idea. There's a whole batch of high-level demonic resources. We're going to be rich." The pirate was startled at the news, but suddenly started laughing with excitement. Indeed, they were about to get rich. Lex secretly watched John for a while, but the man did nothing except pace around his room. This would not get him any results. Lex had to think of a different way to determine John's abilities. He could think of only 2 ways. Either he sent John on a trial, the way he had sent Marlowe, and analyze his skills that way, or he set a condition for John to pass the mystery trial. They both came with their own problems, however. Lex had no way of knowing John's cultivation level, and so any trial he could come up with might not be accurate. The mystery trial itself had never been finished, and it was unknown what the difficulty level for that was. After considering his options for a while, Lex still decided to stick to the mystery trial. Its difficulty was a form of quality control, and Lex was in no particular rush. Furthermore, there was another very important issue with giving John a trial. The only information Lex had received from John's status was that his cultivation was sealed, and finding a way to fix that issue would also be an important factor in having him do his second job, so more time was a good thing. He appeared in Battle Axe's lobby, and asked Do, John's AI assistant, to let John know that the Innkeeper wished to speak to him. Do dutifully hurried to inform John, whose expression stilled when he heard the news. Instead of letting panic take over, John settled his emotions and receded into a state of suppressing his emotions. His previous occupation put him in a lot of difficult situations and he would not be able to survive if he lost control so easily. Furthermore, even if the Innkeeper knew something about the system, there was no guarantee that he would even be interested in it. John entered the lobby with a smile and welcomed the Innkeeper inside, as he observed the Innkeeper. He was as warm and genial as ever, and John was unable to garner any other information about him at all. Even his finely honed instincts only told him that in front of him was a regular human with no cultivation, which was impossible. "How have you been doing, John? It seems you've adjusted well to the inn." As ever, John was dressed like a biker from Earth. His leather jacket and jeans combination had made him easily identifiable to the many guests, and he always wore his aviator glasses, even indoors. Of course, everyone knew those glasses could hide one's appearance and identity. Many guests wore them, but no one commented on them. "I have been doing very well, Innkeeper. The work is rewarding, the environment is safe and relaxing, and there is always something interesting happening to keep me entertained. I have earned quite a bit of MP betting on a particular beast during the games, and I'm very hopeful about its performance." "Oh, which one?" Lex asked, curious about who his employee supported. John waved to pull up a screen that automatically focused on one of the participants. But at viewing the scene, Lex quietly looked away and John went pale. The beast he had bet on was dead. He was broke again. Lex coughed, waking John from his misery, allowing him to dismiss the window. I also get to meet a lot of interesting people, he said, smiling weakly. Yes, it's a diverse crowd here at the inn. I'm glad to know you're getting along fine. But I wonder, have you thought about your future? My future? Yes, I mean, do you want to stay here at the inn, working at the battle axe? Are there other things you are interested in? Or perhaps, do you want to leave the inn one day? Something along those lines. John was silent for a moment, before saying, since you've brought this up, do you have something in mind? At this point, he was all but sure that this matter had to do with his system, but he would never admit it unless the cards were laid on the table. Indeed, I do, actually. I have an opportunity for you, if you can grasp it. I was looking for someone with the skills of an assassin and thought you would be a good fit. Innkeeper, there must be some mistake. I am no assassin. The innkeeper gave John a knowing smile before saying, haha no John, I never said I was looking for an assassin, nor am I interested in having anyone assassinated. I said I was interested in someone with the skills of an assassin for a job. No need for any concern. I don't mean to harm anyone, quite the opposite, in fact. But I won't speak more on it for now. If you are interested in grasping the opportunity, there are still things you need to do to qualify. But I won't make it too difficult for you. How about you successfully complete the mystery trial and unseal your cultivation? Once you've done that, you can come find me for the other job. Without giving John any time to respond, Lex left. By letting John take care of his own sealed cultivation, he was reducing a burden on Lex's shoulders and elevating Lex's image in John's mind. And if he took too long to do either of those conditions, Lex could just look for another candidate. Then John would have no one else to blame but himself. With that taken care of, Lex considered watching the ongoing game. He really hadn't been following the games too closely and was surprised to find that the beasts had taken the lead in points. But, just as he was deciding on what to do, he felt something strange happen to his body. It was the feeling of relief one got when they cracked their bones after sitting still all day, but the feeling wasn't coming from his bones. It was coming from something deeper. Lex teleported to his apartment and then pulled up his status to see if anything changed, especially with his tumor, but what he saw surprised him greatly. Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: Regal Embrace. Body tempering. Stage 3 complete. He was too stunned to view the rest of his status as his gaze was fixed on his cultivation. The third stage was already complete. Hey Mary, I think my third stage is complete, in equal parts confusion and excitement. In that case, I suggest you either complete the fourth stage right now, or after the event ends, as this process should take 2 to 3 days. Lex hesitated for a moment, but his excitement got the better of him. He had 6 days before the event ended, so he could make it in time for the closing ceremony, even if the procedure took a little longer. In that case, Mary, take care of things while I'm away. Not waiting any longer, Lex immediately began the fourth process. Once again, teleported to the familiar white room, Lex lay down comfortably on the bed and fell asleep. This time, his body was no longer injected with anything, and it appeared as if he was just sleeping. But if anyone else were to enter that room, if their cultivation was not strong enough, they would explode under enormous pressure. Slowly, his body, spirit and soul were being melded into one completely new entity, never before seen in this universe. At the same time, in his inn, a group of drunk space pirates stumbled through a bright light, completely unaware of what happened. Chapter 179. King Mary's projection floated over Lex's sleeping body, utterly confused. His soul had stabilized way too quickly, right? But, whatever. There was a saying on Earth that went like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. She had no idea who would gift someone a horse, but the idea was all that mattered. Before she could ponder more about the metaphors and phrases from Earth, she was notified about an issue. A bunch of new guests had shown up, and had started a fight. The problem was, they were fighting amongst one another, so the guards weren't sure if they needed to stop them and so they contacted her. Mary disappeared to take care of the issue, only to find most of them were already asleep or unconscious on her arrival. A few were fighting amongst themselves, but shortly after pulling them apart, they too fell asleep. Now Mary really was lost. They had never taken care of drunk guests before. But perhaps it would be too much to punish them just for this, so she had the guards carry them somewhere secluded where they could nap out in the field. She would deal with them when they woke up. Just like that, Mary was putting out fires all over the inn while the innkeeper slept like a baby. The hours passed and the final game for the Foundation experts finally ended. Of the 1,000 soldiers that had followed Alexander, only 600 were in fighting condition by the end. Almost 200 of them died while the rest were gravely wounded. The casualties for the rest were drastic as well, though the Jotuns only had casualties because of Promet's surprise attack. Surprising everyone, the beasts had taken the lead in points during the last 2 matches, and Earth had fallen far behind both. This was because, split up as they were, many soldiers ended up using their points for extra strength whenever they were in precarious situations. The next day, the 6th match, and the first of the Golden Core experts, would begin. The zombies, the Jotuns and the beasts had armies ready and waiting, but the Earthlings only managed 800 Golden Core experts of their 5,000 quota. This was because, to begin with, Golden Core cultivators were rare on Earth, and the ones that managed to reach that realm often were not fighters. Of those 800, only 10 were Brandon Morrison's followers. The Morrison family had decided not to participate heavily in this section of the games, as they no longer had much to gain. The only reason these 10 were even going was because they wanted to follow Brandon. As for the reason Brandon wanted to go, he claimed he needed the exertion to help him break through the nascent realm. "You performed well," Brandon said to his son, who was busy recovering from his latest wounds, "but you took on too many wounds. Your combat style is immature. Compare yourself to the Jotun soldiers, who suffered almost no casualties and few wounds under normal circumstances. Think on how you can improve, and if you need inspiration, watch my match tomorrow." Brandon was always extremely serious, a large contrast to his own father, but he was also extremely remarkable. Despite the fact that Ragnar was the nascent realm cultivator of their family, Brandon was the one that had built up their strength and raised their armies. Alexander had never seen his father fight properly, so he was looking forward to it. In a different part of the inn, Blaine had taken Iris to the recovery room to heal. Behind him stood Chen and Lily. Blaine was completely broke, since he had spent his time looking for Iris and had not worked at all in that time, so he had to ask Chen for a loan to heal Iris. Yet again, in another part of the inn, Little Blue was searching for its father, the galactic sovereign turtle. But the turtle had gone back to its planet temporarily, and so the whale was unable to find him, which caused it a lot of distress. Unaware of what else to do, the whale went towards Main Street to find Z. Unknowingly, somehow this reclusive and anime-obsessed AI had become the support system for many of the inn's permanent residents. As night fell and the pirates finally woke up, Mary quickly appeared and had the guards reproach them heavily. Confused, scared, but mostly hungover, the pirates got a vague understanding of things before promptly returning to wherever they came from. In a different place, Larry was waiting for Lex, who had said he would return at night. But as the hours passed and Lex never showed up, Larry began to worry. His thoughts, however, were hidden well behind his smile and constant flirting. The night passed, and the next day the first match for the Golden Core experts began. Some people found it strange that the Innkeeper didn't make an appearance, but things continued as usual. Harriet Shelby Ruby Selma Jane, the zombie leader whose name only Lex knew, did not behave as pragmatically as Promet when the first match started. Since the zombies and the Jotun Empire spawned in the same place, she instantly ordered a fight to the death. Unlike the fight with Foundation realm experts, which somewhat resembled a fight between mortal armies in terms of formation and weapons, a fight between Golden Core experts was vastly different. The spiritual techniques were of another realm, and the repercussions of the fight could be felt across the current map. Speaking of which, the environment was actually underwater. They were literally fighting against not only each other, but the ocean currents as well. Brandon made a beeline for the ongoing fight while the beasts headed towards the node. Compared to their somewhat mediocre performance in the previous rounds, this time, the beasts were a lot more aggressive. A lot of viewers had their eyes on Brandon, despite so many other options, as a lot of bets had been placed on him. As the father of such a well-performing candidate, Alexander, the crowd expected nothing less from him. And, true to the Morrison name, Brandon was extremely lethal on the field. If Alexander's performance could be described as explosive, then Brandon was steady. In less than an hour, he killed over a dozen Golden Core zombies, and was involved in a direct clash against Harriet. To be more exact, he was fighting the third body Harriet inhabited. Every time he killed a zombie, even crushing the zombie core to dust once, Harriet would somehow take over another zombie. Were Lex watching this match, he would recall that Harriet suffered from a condition the system described as a failed artificial animation, and would wonder if this had anything to do with how she kept coming back. If she had been smart, Brandon would have had no way of knowing that she had taken over another zombie, but each time she would start cursing and screaming at him, even going so far as saying she was immortal and that she would not rest until she took over Brandon's body in revenge. If the situation bothered him, no one could tell, as Brandon's expression did not change even a little throughout the game, even when the game ended in only 4 hours because the beasts had somehow decimated the zombie army defending the node. Brandon was unperturbed. Like that, Brandon became a fan favorite, even more than Alexander, and quite a few ladies tried to court him. It was unfortunate for them that he treated them with the same indifference as the zombies that he killed. The very same indifference he kept when Harriet herself courted him between matches. Like that, 2 more days passed by, and nothing too out of the ordinary happened. The beasts had an irrecoverable lead now, as they continued to destroy the nodes on their own in the following 2 matches. At this point, even the Jotun army had changed their strategy from trying to destroy the node to keeping the pressure off the beasts. All they cared about was reclaiming the planet, so if they did not win the final prize, it was all right. It had to be noted that only 200 of the Golden Core cultivators from Earth were still participating. The casualties they had suffered in the first match had been extremely heavy, and most of the survivors refused to participate anymore. The only ones still fighting were like Brandon, wanting to ready themselves for a potential breakthrough in the future. With access to the Midnight Inn, the Golden Core realm was not the end of the path for them, and their buried ambitions had been rekindled. It was on the morning of the 9th midnight game, and the second last match, that something unusual happened, at least for those who came from Earth. New York had been declared an independent country as well as a monarchy, under the rule of its first king, Hanson Marlowe Bravi IV, as recognized by the Council of New Order. No one saw this coming, and everyone was extremely confused by what had happened. Though Marlowe had a reputation, it was not as if everyone on Earth knew him, so many were wondering who this random upstart was that had somehow obtained recognition from the Council. Only a very few people knew that it wasn't Marlowe receiving their recognition, but him sparing their lives for provoking him in the first place. Based on his personality, he could not be threatened the same way the other family heads were, and they had not planned for a sudden new powerhouse either. In fact, he was not even too interested in taking over New York, but the council had already offered it to him to placate him, and he did quite like the sound of king. What they didn't know was that it was not Marlowe's lack of ambition that saved them. He was too worried about his son's condition to care about measly titles. In fact, if someone from the council hadn't specifically provoked him, he would never have even bothered with them at all. As for what happened after his son recovered, that remained to be seen. Chapter 180, Body Tempering Stage 4. Although Marlowe had declared himself king, and New York had gone from being a state to an independent country, practically there were no changes in the way things operated. No laws were changed, no new government bodies were created, and no one got any special privileges. Still, for the people of Earth, such a change overnight was too drastic to accept. Riots and protests erupted the very next day and filled the streets of Manhattan. Instead of dispersing them, though, the police only maintained the peace. At the end of the day, the governor of New York made an announcement that, in summary, stated whether the people accepted or rejected the truth made no difference. The whole world was changing, let alone New York, and they could accept the changes or test their luck. Perhaps once he had dealt with his private matters, Marlowe would turn his attention back to New York or even all of Earth, but neither the council nor the politicians in New York had any way of knowing what would happen. Of course, the council was not going to leave this threat hanging over their head, and while Marlowe returned to the inn, they already began taking precautions. How effective the precautions would be could not yet be determined. The council considered him a normal nascent cultivator, and did not have a concept of what it meant to be a prime. Who could blame them? Few in the entire universe did. Sometime later that day, Lex finally woke up. Unlike his previous procedures, it was not a gradual process. One moment he was asleep, the next he was completely and fully awake. Even without moving, or opening his eyes, Lex felt a tremendous difference. It was not just his strength that had increased, but the fluidity with which his thoughts flowed was unprecedented. It was like he had been wearing shackles that were keeping him in place, but had finally broken free of them. Still lying in bed, without opening his eyes, Lex called up his status. Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: Regal Embrace. Body tempering. Stage 4. Complete health. Optimal midnight points: 9,730,745. Midnight in level 3. Remarks: even hibernating bears aren't as irresponsible as you. Go take care of your guests. A relieved smile crept onto Lex's face. As he had learnt, oh so long ago, by completing all 4 stages of the Regal Embrace, his tumor had been removed. He was in perfect physical and mental condition, and for the first time in a long time, Lex felt like himself again. He felt like that guy who had made video games in his spare time, like the guy who had negotiated a $7 million deal, like the guy who had graduated with honors by pulling off nothing but last-minute all-nighters. Mary, he called out, as he slowly sat up. He was slow, not because he needed to relearn how to control his strength. No, despite the massive increase in strength, he felt like he could control himself even better now. He got up slowly, because he was preoccupied with thoughts of how his journey had begun. He thought back to that night when he felt so restless in his home that he went to a park in the middle of the night. He thought of the shooting star he saw. He thought of the wish he made. He thought of the first time he heard Mary's voice, and thought himself crazy. "You're finally done." Mary appeared in front of him with a smile. She was suited up, similar to Lex, and her red hair was tied up into a neat bun. Lex remembered when they had met. She had taken on the appearance of Mary Jane, and was named after her too, but now somehow he felt like she had subtly changed. "Yeah, I am, finally." He smiled warmly at her, but didn't move, and didn't say anything else. After a couple of moments, Mary looked at him with a confused look. "Is anything the matter?" No, nothing's the matter. I was just thinking back on everything I've done with the inn so far. I've been to different worlds. I've fought zombies and I've fought wolves. I've had guests from different species and different galaxies, maybe even realms. I hired some AI, got a barber, made a small lake then a big one. I hired a gardener and then hired a turtle to garden. Everything was so random. I guess having a tumor made it hard for me to focus on one thing for too long." He flashed Mary a smile, who responded with a weak smile of her own. Lex's words and tone did not seem to match. The words sounded like he should be happy, but his tone sounded scrutinizing. "But I guess life's random sometimes, huh? As random as a system falling out of the sky. A system that can transport people from across the universe, but somehow lagged and fell into me while scanning Earth." At this point, Mary definitely understood that Lex was suspicious, and not just about the system, or else he would not have been giving her such a strange look. "Yes, I suppose that's how it is. Life's as random as an augmented reality avatar provided by the Midnight Inn for my acclamation." "Those were your exact words, right? God, you talked a lot like a robot back then, though that changed pretty quickly." Mary let out a defeated sigh and said, "You can just ask what you want to ask, there's no need to be so sassy. I can't lie to you, anyway." Lex chuckled, his previous critical demeanor gone, and he was back to his usual self. I'm sorry. I just felt a little dramatic. But even if I ask, I'm pretty sure I already know the answers. Something about my authority not being enough. But let's try anyway. Who knows, maybe I have enough authority for a hint." Now, Lex was just being cheeky and Mary looked at him with annoyance in her eyes. "Let's get reacquainted, shall we? Where did the system come from? As of right now, your authority is insufficient to know the origin of the system." "All right, guessed as much. Next question, are there other systems out there?" Mary let out a defeated smile. It seemed the disappearance of the tumor had affected Lex greatly, and some things that were hidden in plain sight could no longer fool Lex. "As of right now, your authority is insufficient to know such a question. Why did I get the system? It was coincidental. The system lagged, and you happened to be in its path." Yes, a system that can literally create ice out of nothing lagged while flying over my head." "I thought you said you couldn't lie." "I cannot. This is the answer provided to me by the system." Lex rubbed his chin as he observed Mary, trying to decide whether he believed her or not. Truthfully, he trusted her. But there was a lot of ambiguity about the system that just made him feel unsettled. "All right, moving on. The system talks to me using remarks. Does that mean the system is alive?" As of right now, your authority is insufficient to know such details about the system. Predictable, but it remains a fact that the system can talk to me, since it does so in the form of remarks. But you, Mary, are not the system itself, correct? Yes, I am an assistant provided by the system to help the host. See now, I find it strange that the system gave me such a good helper. I can't seem to understand the purpose of the system. From the beginning, when I opened the starter pack, the system has made a point not to help me out and let me do things on my own. It did not help with my cultivation, it did not help with information about the universe, it did not give me the option to keep out hostile guests. It was complete, dumb luck that I ended up getting the regal embrace. It even went as far as threatening death in its first few quests, when I was at my most vulnerable and most likely to fail. With everything about the system designed to make me do stuff on my own, and give me a tough time while doing it, why would it give me such a helpful assistant? It feels contradictory. If you are asking the purpose of the system, it is to host the greatest and grandest inn in the universe, without any comparison. And why is that? As of right now, your authority is insufficient to know the reasoning behind the system. You know, for someone who benefited a lot from the system himself, you sure are sounding ungrateful. Lex laughed at Mary's accusation. I don't mean to be ungrateful, honestly. The system is amazing, and has improved my life in a million different ways, not to mention it literally saved my life by removing a tumor I would not have even known about without the system. I just feel like things aren't as simple as I was assuming them to be. While talking to Mary, Lex was also adjusting his emotions. When he got the system, he'd accepted such a massive change way too easily, probably under the influence of his tumor. Now that he was free to think properly, he was just processing the shock that probably should have hit him right on the first day. Right, last question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. At this, Mary raised an eyebrow. This new and improved Lex was way too thorough. Before the midnight games, before I even got the quest, you told me to ace the next quest. I don't think the system would let you give me hints even before it gave me a quest. So, what was that about? Chapter 181, Wedding Blades. Mary looked at Lex with a mix of frustration and pride. It frustrated her at how critically he was questioning her, but at the same time she was proud of how careful he was being. The system really was an entity that was beyond Lex's understanding. It let him confuse beings so much more powerful than him that currently, Lex could not even properly comprehend how weak he was. Using the system, he was affecting events on a galactic scale, if not universal yet. So an adequate amount of prudence was a good thing. It just made things slightly awkward for her. I can answer that question, there is a bit of leeway there. But if I answer it, you'll be able to draw a lot of conclusions, Lex. And those conclusions won't be any good for you, and will in fact get in the way of your growth. So, if you trust me, then I would give you the advice to stop asking questions about the system until you are much stronger. I'd say the minimum acceptable level would be Ragnar's. But if you still want to know, I can answer. Lex wondered for just a moment, then dropped the matter. For better or for worse, he was stuck with the system. Even if it wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do about it. Waiting until he got stronger was the correct move. Lex clapped his hands and jumped off the bed. All right then, let's get to work. With that, both Lex and Mary disappeared from the White Room and returned to Lex's apartment. Anything important happened while I was asleep. A group of pirates entered the inn. I don't know where they got the golden keys from, but they left as soon as they were sober enough to understand that our guards were stronger than them. They didn't cause too much trouble though, so that's good. Other than that, the 4th Golden Core Midnight game is currently going on. Tomorrow will be the last match, so you woke up just in time. Other than that, not much related to the inn has happened. Blaine was looking for you, but you weren't available, so he said he would wait. He said he wanted to meet you privately, without his companions finding out. Blaine, Lex muttered as he scanned the inn, and found the man sitting in the guild room with Chen, Lily and Iris, and watching the match. All right, have his personal hologram tell him I'm available. If he wants to see me privately, he should step outside the room and I'll summon him to me. The message was passed along, and a few minutes later, Blaine excused himself and stepped out of the guild room. Lex teleported him, but not to Lex's bedroom where he was when he sent the message. Blaine appeared in a secluded campsite on Midnight Mountain, overlooking the rest of the inn. Lex was already sitting on a bench, staring out at his inn. I hope you did not have to wait too long, Lex said, without turning back. At the moment, looking at the inn, he was feeling extremely emotional and didn't feel like putting up a front. Not at all. You must have many matters to take care of. I apologize for disturbing you. Lex did not correct him, nor did he dissuade him from the excessive flattery as he usually would. He simply said, how can I help you, Blaine? Blaine felt slightly awkward bringing up his request, but eventually worked up the courage. I was hoping to get married to Iris, at the inn. But I didn't know if you would allow that here. And I don't exactly know how to get married either. Lex was startled by the revelation, and looked at Blaine in wonder. He supposed it made sense, considering how much the man loved the woman. Lex just somehow never considered that someone might want to get married at his inn. Well, of course, you can have a wedding. What do you mean you don't know how to get married? Don't they have weddings back at Vegas Minima? People remember marriages, but, the way life was, it's probably been over 100 years since anyone got married. After all, your partner could die the next day. Not to mention, there was no shortage of other problems to worry about. That isn't to say that there weren't any couples. But, at least I don't remember seeing anyone get married. Even Chen and Lily, their parents, probably weren't married. Wait, they probably don't even share both parents. Lex was both amazed and filled with pity at listening to Blaine's story. Do you have anything in mind about how you want to do it? Or would you like some suggestions? I don't know how it's supposed to be done, but I have an idea. I wanted to. Blaine discussed his marriage plan with Lex, and as simplistic as it was, for warriors such as them, Lex felt like it was perfect. Blaine let Lex know that he had taken a loan from Chen for the wedding, and would pay whatever the inn charged. Although technically this was an event, and Lex planned on using the event panel to hold the wedding, he only charged Blaine 1 megapixel for the wedding. He wouldn't be so sentimental if the wedding had been happening at any other time, but currently he was very emotional and did not feel like charging the man for his wedding. If Alexander could get up and go to war on a whim, why couldn't Lex sponsor a wedding on one? Go back, I'll prepare things. We'll start at night, Lex said, and then sent Blaine back. If he was gone too long, his friends might start wondering where he was. Lex teleported to the absolute peak of the Midnight Mountain. The peak was barely a dozen feet across and had nothing except snow. Furthermore, it was forever surrounded by clouds, making it invisible for anyone to view. But the peak also contained a secret Lex had prepared for any curious adventurers who climbed so far, but the secret would only reveal itself if the guests climbed manually and did not fly over or somehow use their cultivation. Actually, the surprise was likely not a big deal to high-leveled cultivators, but Lex liked it nonetheless. Once someone climbed to the peak, if the secret activated, they would be able to climb the clouds as well, as if they were solid, until they climbed to the top of the cloud. The view was a sea of clouds, illuminated by hundreds of sky lanterns. There was no need to embellish. As to Lex, the sight was absolutely amazing. Lex activated the event panel and started the second event, which was Blaine's wedding. He built a small stage on top of the clouds, with a simple bonfire in the middle. The warrior did not want roses or flowers, he wanted simple and straightforward. Though getting married on top of a literal cloud was anything but straightforward, Lex could not help himself from upscaling the wedding a little. Then, using the event panel, he made 2 silver-colored daggers, each engraved with a name. Making these daggers was the real reason Lex wanted to use the event panel, as these were mementos related to the event. Without it, Lex would not be able to make them. They were nothing too special and had no attacking power over a normal dagger. But they would last. A few hours later, once the match was over and night had fallen, Blaine asked his friends to follow him. Curious about why their friend was acting so mysterious, they followed him to the base of the mountain, where the innkeeper was waiting. Are you ready? The innkeeper asked. Yes, Blaine replied simply. With that, the innkeeper gave a simple nod and teleported Blaine, Chen, Lily and Iris along with himself to the stage on top of the clouds. For a few minutes, everyone was stunned by the sight, as they had never witnessed anything like it. A cold wind blew over the clouds, but the gentle warmth of the bonfire kept everyone comfortable. Blaine, what is this? Iris asked, finally turning to look at her boyfriend. That's when she noticed that while everyone else was looking at the lanterns floating in the sky, as if stars that were within reach, Blaine was only looking at her. Iris, I cannot say that the thought has never crossed my mind, but the time was never right, Blaine began. By now, Chen and Lily were also observing him as an idea of what might be happening crept in their minds. Whether it was war or famine, or zombies or hunters, the future was too uncertain, and I did not want to make a promise that I would eventually break. But things are different now, and our lives have changed. Yet even if they had not changed, I would have no doubt in my mind that the reason I live, the reason I fight, the reason I survive is for you. He took the silver knife that had his name on it from Lex, and cut the palm of his hand, staining the blade with his blood. I do not have much to give you, Iris, only the blood in my body. But if you will have me, then everything that is mine will be yours. Iris, will you be my wife? Blaine held out the dagger to her with his bleeding hand, the drops of his blood falling into the clouds. For a moment, Iris was too dazed to respond, but when she came to, she quickly cut her hand on the other dagger and exchanged it with Blaine. Before the man could spew more nauseating romantic lines, Iris had hurled herself into Blaine's arms and kissed him furiously. Throughout the process, Lex never got the opportunity to speak at all, and it appeared that he did not need to ordain the event. Just like that, with a simple exchange of blood and daggers, the first Vegas Minima wedding in over 100 years took place amongst the clouds. Lex did not receive any notifications or quests from the system, but he did not care. While he did not understand the metric with which the system judged events as important, he knew that he would remember this simple wedding forever. Chapter 182, Chi Training. Once the small wedding was over, Lex returned to his room and went to his study. Although, according to Mary, not many big things happened at the inn while he was asleep, there were many things for him to do. First of all, the midnight games will come to a close tomorrow. Once they concluded, many of the benefits he had been retaining would come to a close. Lex needed to plan accordingly. His first priority was security, but Mary advised him to put that on hold till after the event. When he asked her why, she only stated that the system would prevent her from answering. Since her advice about the bodyguard had been so valuable, he decided to trust her once again on this. The next item on Lex's list was the personal holographic assistant every guest received upon entering the inn. Although those personal assistants could not do any actual work, they were great at answering questions and disseminating information. Unfortunately, while they were cheap to procure during an event, buying them permanently was extremely expensive. In the end, Lex decided to purchase holographic assistants with only very basic capabilities as a permanent addition to the inn for 500,000 megapixels. These holograms would answer basic questions, but could not do all the additional tasks such as provide a place for a private conversation, like Lex had with Larry, or send messages to other guests. The third concern Lex had was rooms. While he did not go and buy a few more skyscrapers, he started planning for them already. When the time came, he would be able to directly make the changes he'd planned and thus avoid doing things haphazardly. To cater to his preliminary vision, the size of the inn would also need to be expanded, but obviously that was expensive. He needed to divide his MP between expansion of the inn and construction of properties, and would do so based on his requirements. So, he would build and expand in phases. This was especially important because while he was earning an average of 1 million megapixel a day, he expected to see that number fall once the games ended. This was because a majority of that income was from food and gambling. Lex worked directly through the night as he compiled plans, not only for the inn, but for himself. He made himself a priority list so that instead of doing things randomly, he could make a focused effort towards getting certain results. The priority list was 1. Security. 2. Lex's own cultivation. 3. More infrastructure to cater to guests. 4. More managers so he could effectively divide tasks and not overburden his AI. 5. Teachers, not for his guests but for his staff. Lex expected to be in a state of constant expansion for the foreseeable future, and the AI he hired only came with basic knowledge. He wanted teachers who could constantly raise the quality of his staff and services. The lack wasn't so evident now, but that was only because his services were limited. 6. Entertainment for his guests. Only after the basic and important requirements to host a guest were fulfilled could he start thinking of entertainment. 7. Expansion. Ideally, he would expand before a need for it arose, so that he was always one step ahead, but a lot of it would depend on his MP expenditure. For now, this is all he had on the list. He might add more items to the list, or revise the order of things as he saw fit, but it would serve him well at the moment. It was important that he keep reminding himself of this because an unorganized way of doing things would be inefficient, and Lex did not want to slow down at all as he was now determined to raise his strength. Another correction he decided to make was how he behaved while in the Innkeeper persona. Previously, he was obsessed with letting everyone think that he was incredibly powerful and mysterious. However, this was a knee-jerk reaction caused by his own insecurity at being so weak while being surrounded by those so strong. In his mind, when he envisioned an innkeeper, the image he had in his head was someone very close to the ground level, and someone who had a good relationship with his guests and clients. Though he could not suddenly change his persona, Lex planned to slowly become more approachable instead of enigmatic. With all his planning for the inn taken care of, there were still a few hours until the last match began. This gave Lex just enough time to do something he was very excited about: start cultivating. From now on, his cultivation would no longer be in the hands of the system and would require him to make his own efforts. In a way, this was tougher. But Lex preferred not to be too dependent on the system for stuff like this. He left his study and went to the place where he usually meditated and sat down, cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began meditating. This was not cultivation, but would help him hone his state of mind for when he did. For this next part, he did not need any guidance from Mary, as the regal embrace had provided him with the relevant information on how to proceed. The body tempering realm, for humans, was about tempering the body internally to make it capable of absorbing and storing spiritual energy. An increase in strength and stamina was only a side effect of such a process, and not the preliminary purpose. As a result of this, depending on how one cultivated, there were often mortal athletes who were stronger and more physically fit than body-tempering cultivators. This is why, on the first day Lex started his self-defense training, he felt like some of his peers lacked in the fitness department. Lex, of course, was strengthened to the extreme due to the prowess of his cultivation technique. It was important to note that this description was only fit for spiritual cultivation, as body cultivators obviously honed their bodies well. Furthermore, if one wanted to be a body cultivator, while the stages were the same, the effects were different. It was exactly for this reason why, if someone wanted to dual cultivate spirit and body, they had to start both together, as the body would undergo various changes in each stage. If, for example, someone reached the golden core in spiritual cultivation, then decided to start cultivating their body, not only would they be unable to do so, chances were high it would even negatively affect your spiritual cultivation. There were, of course, exceptions to everything, and maybe there were ways in the universe that would allow a person to start body cultivating at a later stage. But, in general, that was the exception and not the rule. Encountering such a situation could only be based on luck. Naturally, none of that mattered to someone like Lex, who would, henceforth, cultivate his spirit, body and soul all at once. The next stage of cultivation was called chi training. It did not matter much, but chi was just another name for spirit energy. To be more specific, a single strand of spiritual energy was called chi. In the various worlds, spiritual energy took on various names, and thus the cultivation levels were often called differently as well. Fortunately for Lex, his universal translator would translate all the different terminology into the same few words. The reason for the next stage being called chi training was because, since the body had only just become capable of withstanding the presence of spiritual energy inside it, a cultivator would begin by only absorbing a single strand into their body at a time. Even then, with having only absorbed a single strand, the cultivator had to be very careful. This was because the body maintained an internal pressure that prevented the spiritual energy flowing around it from entering inside. By absorbing a strand of spiritual energy, or chi, the cultivator was actively pushing against this internal pressure. This was a delicate process, as cultivators would be required to constantly break through the limits of their body by absorbing chi, but at the same time, if they were too rough, the increase in pressure could cause a meridian in the body to rupture, which would severely damage the body. In extreme cases, if too much chi was absorbed, the body could even explode, the reason why Bluebird tested Lex's cultivation. Such a test did not eliminate the possibility of something like that happening, but at least a faulty cultivation technique would no longer be the cause for it. Meridians were extremely important, as they were the vessels in the body that allowed chi to flow through them, the way veins and arteries transported blood. Without meridians, or with damaged meridians, it was obvious that one would not be able to cultivate. In fact, the very reason Larry had been unable to cultivate was because he was born without meridians whatsoever, though people did not know that fact. They only knew he could not cultivate from birth. What Lex needed to do to go from body tempering realm to the chi training realm was simply to sense spiritual energy. That's right, he didn't even need to absorb it yet. As soon as he was able to sense the energy with his body, he would officially break through the realm and finally begin his cultivation journey. The process for sensing spiritual energy was described clearly by Regal Embrace, and once he had calmed his mind and entered the most suitable state of mind, he began. 4 minutes later, Lex, for the first time in his life, sensed spiritual energy and broke through to the chi training realm. Chapter 183. Balam. Typically, while the realm had changed, something as simple as just sensing spiritual energy should not provide an increase in strength or capability. Yet that was not the case, because what was happening was more than the body simply sensing spiritual energy. A simplified explanation of it would be that the body was awakening. This was because, while during the body tempering spiritual energy was used to temper the body, the cultivator could not actually feel the spiritual energy, just the effects of it. So when a cultivator entered the chi gathering realm, the action they performed was only sensing the energy for the first time, but the result was quite a bit more. The cultivator usually senses the energy for the first time on his or her skin, and that initiates an automatic process whereby the body starts absorbing spiritual energy. This spiritual energy does not count towards cultivation, and is instead absorbed by the body itself as it is elevated to a higher stage of existence. This elevation, in turn, would allow the cultivator to sense the chi that entered their body henceforth, and even use the internal pressure of their body to manipulate the movement of the chi within their body. The movement of chi in certain ways was necessary to use spiritual techniques. So, ultimately, that elevation to a higher stage of existence is what strengthened cultivators when they transitioned through realms. For Lex, the spiritual energy absorbed did a lot more. His soul, spirit, and body had been melded together under an external force, but the spiritual energy being absorbed now was finalizing the process. Once the process was complete, Lex would forever be different from all cultivators in the rest of the universe. This is when the true power of the cultivation technique with the strongest defense would start to show. While the transition in the realm happened almost instantly, Lex remained seated for another hour before his ascendance was completed. When Lex opened his eyes and finally regained control of his body, he shuddered. The process of his soul, spirit and body melding was extremely painful, yet somehow it was the kind of pain one liked. The more he felt it, the more he enjoyed it. He shuddered because he had a flashback of Marlowe calling him a masochist. But he wasn't. Honest. Lex stood up, and all the bones in his body let out satisfying cracks as he moved. He stretched his limbs and tried to sense the difference. But, once his body had finished adjusting to the changes, he only felt normal. In fact, he felt like he had better and more precise control of his body than ever before. This was just one of the many side effects of his existence, going from being into 3 different forms to joining into a single one. He wished he could have had more time to experiment, but the last match was about to begin and Lex wanted to watch it in the Colosseum with the crowds. He had to suppress his longing to experiment with spiritual techniques, test out his strength and even play online games with his newly developed reflexes. He would definitely do all those things once he had the time. For now, he only had one thing left that he had to do first. He opened the event management panel and looked at the prize for games. Originally, he was going to go for the second cheapest option, since the cheapest already had such a positive reaction. But he also understood that to get, you also had to give. The better the reward he gave out this time, the more participation he could expect next time. He looked at his total MP, which, by now, had accumulated to 9,430,675. After a moment's consideration, he spent 1,430,675 megapixels on upgrading the final reward. A small bonus to anyone suffering from OCD was that he was left with an even 8 million megapixels. Once that was done, Lex donned his suit, looked at himself in the mirror, admiring his own dashing good looks, and was off. When he arrived at the Colosseum, the match had already begun. By now Harriet, the zombie leader, like Pramod, and long since stopped participating in the matches. While that made the battle easier, considering the severe lack of forces from Earth, each of the battles was extremely tough. Still, while Golden Core zombies were more formidable, it was a fact that zombies were inherently weaker than most beings at their level. With the Jotun Foss's steady attacks and the beast's savagery, they had won all the previous matches, and it seemed like the trend would continue. While somewhat watching the match, Lex also paid attention to the various guests in the Colosseum. It was mostly empty, as people watched from the comfort of their rooms or wherever they happened to be. But a few groups still watched in the Colosseum. He noticed that the two people who sat beside him on the first day, Remy, the guy who wanted to have meetings for a secret society, and Akihiko, the influential man from Japan who chose not to cultivate for some reason, were seated side by side, chatting. There was a large group from Earth that consisted of a few core members, and the rest were merely their entourages. Surprisingly, there was one group that Lex summarized from snooping on their conversations, that consisted of beasts from Earth, Vegas Minima and Nibiru. Lex recalled that Golden Hair had once requested everyone that they summon beasts from their respective planets, and it had finally happened, though Lex did not understand his incentive for doing this. The largest group consisted of a mix of people and beast alike who were discussing their bets. It seemed there were a few core favorites that most bet on who seemed to perform well consistently. Rorik was, of course, one of them, but his points were too low. He fought very slowly and casually, though he always won and avoided all injuries. He also never tried to attack the node, and so had no contributions to boost his points. The biggest bet regarding him wasn't if he would die, but rather how many zombies he would kill before the game ended. Suddenly, while Lex was enjoying watching his guests mingle, he got a very loud and abrupt notification from the system. Warning. Entity capable of detecting system signature detected. Going into hibernation mode. The very next moment, Lex realized that he had lost his connection to the system and all its features. It was fortunate that the host attire kept its functions, but Lex was scarcely able to do anything at the moment. He noticed, then, with the power of the suit, that two men had exited their rooms in the Colosseum and were approaching him. Perhaps if this had been before his breakthrough, Lex would have panicked at the sudden turn of events, but right now he was in complete control of himself. He wouldn't even need the host attire's help to control his facial expressions. So, instantly, he decided to play it casually, as if he were in a good mood. He turned to look at the two guests but did not recognize them, but gave them a warm smile anyway. If the system had not been suppressed, his scan would have shown him that one of the men was actually Loretta in disguise. "I hope you've been enjoying yourselves," Lex said calmly, as he turned his attention back towards the screen. "Yes, my small vacation has been very informative. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Balam, I'm Loretta's father. You may call me the Innkeeper," Lex replied as he turned to look, not at Balam, but at the other man. Lex assumed this man was Loretta in disguise, since Balam had brought her up, but did not say anything. "Innkeeper, I was looking forward to your finale, but an urgent task has required my attention and so I must leave. It appears, some trouble has been brewing in the uncharted territories of space. I wish you well then, on your journey. If you ever need to rest while on your journey, please come again." Balloon had been staring closely at the Innkeeper, trying to pry some information from his reactions, but got nothing. It was true that there was some trouble brewing for the devils, but what he wanted to see is if this trouble had something to do with the way the Innkeeper reacted that one time. It seemed that either it was unrelated, or the Innkeeper kept his matters close to his chest. "Farewell then, I look forward to seeing you again. I hope that next time, I may invite you over to try our hospitality." Lex merely smiled, but gave no response. A few moments later, both Loretta and the man disappeared. A familiar ting went off in his head as the system gave him a notification. System is back online. Before Lex could ask any questions though, Mary appeared in front of him, filled with excitement. "I can't believe how lucky you are," she exclaimed. "Your reward for this quest will be huge." Chapter 184, Hell's Butcher makes his move. "I'm lucky." "What do you mean? And what happened to the system?" "Yes, you're extremely lucky. That man, don't think of his name or he might sense it, was an incredibly powerful cultivator. He was even stronger than Bastet, who, by the way, was the sole reason your quest was upgraded enough for you to receive the regal embrace. Now imagine what influence someone even stronger than Bastet would have on your quest reward for this quest. Even if he didn't do anything, just merely entering the inn during the period of the event should be more than enough to upgrade your rewards. At the same time, however, his incredibly high cultivation level is also the reason why the system had to go into hibernation. The chances were very high that a cultivator of his level would be able to detect the system if he came close enough and the system were still active." Mary's reply was more or less what Lex imagined it would be. It was disturbing to know that his system could be exposed just by being close to certain cultivators, but there really wasn't anything Lex could do about that at the moment, so he stopped worrying about it. Ironically, his reaction was a lot more calm than his own bodyguard. The Celestial was practically sweating buckets worth, even when his system came back online. Unlike Lex, the Celestial's authority with his system was a lot higher, so he knew a lot more about it, and the risks involved in having the system be detected. At the same time, he was also stressed because this was the first time he had encountered a being on that level. Not that there weren't other Celestials who had reached that realm, there were, but Celestials were so rare that even he had not met another in his long life. His longevity also spoke about how rare it was to encounter a being at such a level. Yet after the fear faded, the Celestial was filled with endless ambition. Reaching the same level as that being was his goal, and the system provided him with an opportunity to do that, which is exactly why he was so concerned about raising his system's level. One day, he too would reach that realm. Although Lex had relaxed, he was not happy about the fact that such a being had been in his inn, and Lex had never even realized it. It wasn't Lex's fault really, considering that even though the attire made him aware of everything that was happening at the inn, unless he focused on it specifically, he would not be conscious of it. It was like how a person was always aware of the condition of their whole body, yet they probably wouldn't pay attention to something like the third toe on their left foot unless an itch or pain attracted their attention to it specifically. So, while he was still free, he started scanning the inn more thoroughly. Each sweep he performed slower than before, and paid attention to guests more to get an idea of who they were or what they were doing. In true anticlimactic fashion, he discovered no other hiding experts, nor did he discover any secret meetings or impending conspiracies. The closest thing to a secret meeting was the family heads from Earth, convening yet again to make plans, except Brandon, of course. Lex found it very curious to learn that Earth was secretly being controlled by some people out in the universe, that they were the ones responsible for keeping the peace that ensured cultivators did not kill mortals. At the same time, though, Lex had learned so many secrets about the universe that he was not too surprised. He didn't pay it much mind and stopped paying attention to them. He had to admit, albeit reluctantly, that other than their cultivation, these family heads really didn't have much going for them. They had easily been threatened into not returning to Earth by the Council, and put their hopes in the fact that many years of service to Fernando would ensure their return to power. Who could have guessed they would be discarded so easily? On the bright side, they had been informed that the threat of the nuclear bombs had been removed, and should they want to retake power, so long as they do not cause heavy casualties amongst the mortals, they would not be stopped. Unfortunately, there would be very targeted arrays and formations waiting for them the moment they return to Earth. They were currently planning on how to overcome this obstacle. But, considering they still did not even know about Marlowe's increase in cultivation, Lex did not expect much from them. He turned his mind away from them and focused on the rest of his guests. The Jotun presence was completely ready to evacuate once the games ended. In fact, many of the soldiers had already left. The beasts from Nibiru weren't particularly interested in the inn anyway, and were only coming due to the pressure from Golden Hair, and could not wait to return. For better or worse, it seemed like after a busy few weeks, the inn would return to relative calm after the games. That would give him an opportunity to focus more on each guest specifically. While planning things, he continued to watch the match as well. As expected, the beasts were in the lead. Lex paid special attention to the beasts so that he could learn as much about them as possible. At the same time, something he had only done today when his thoughts were flowing more smoothly was to connect his fancy monocle to a monitor that surveyed the entire inn. This way, his monocle's database would increase at an exponential level, and be more useful to him in his ventures to new planets. Just like that, with Lex scanning his inn and occasionally watching the match, with the guests mingling amongst themselves or going about their day, the final match came to a close. With 2,500 Jotun soldiers, 1,879 beasts and 144 earthlings remaining at the end of the final match, the node was destroyed. The participants were teleported back, some tired, some wounded, some dying, and some completely unharmed. While the participants were being taken care of, all the leaders turned their attention towards the Innkeeper, who had once again appeared center stage, with all the screens focused on him. What an immaculate performance by all our valiant participants. Such ferocity and camaraderie were truly a splendid sight to see, not in the least when it gave birth to yet another story of the righteous triumphing over evil. I could praise their efforts endlessly, yet, I think, they are more interested in their prize than mere words. Lex's performance this time was coming off much more friendly this time, despite their vast gap in status to all his guests. This was mostly due to a shift in his own mindset, but also because now he was not so desperately hoping to fall into the state of flow he sometimes encountered. Now, Lex did not need external aid as he himself was enough for this small task. Without any further ado, I announce the winner of the Midnight Games, the Beasts of Nibiru. As the Innkeeper's voice echoed, thousands of beasts broke into a cacophony of roars. They were looked down upon in the beginning for their ignorance, but ignorant as they may be, whether on their planet or over here, they reigned the strongest. For these individual beasts, the prize did not mean nearly as much as the validation of this mysterious being. Yet the sloth gazed upon Lex with expectant eyes. Though the winner has been announced, the award ceremony will be held in 6 hours. This is so that all those whose valiant efforts gave us this result may be able to recover, and receive the proper award with honor and dignity. With that, the innkeeper once again disappeared, much to the sloth's distress. But it recovered quickly, as a few hours changed nothing. It was also true that this would give the participants enough time to recover and be present at the ceremony in a much better condition. Lex did it this way because, though they would get no individual awards, he wanted to give them some recognition. So, while it was not technically an award, he prepared something for the exceptional performers. So, while during these final moments everyone got ready for the ceremony, back on Vegas Minima, Ragnar had struck with relentless fury. As soon as the final node was destroyed, the ships orbiting the planet detected the unique signature of the spawning portal. With the formation threatening to destroy the planet if a high-leveled cultivator struck being disabled, finally unleashed his complete strength. When Hell's Butcher made his move, why would anyone else's support be necessary? The troops stood by as he eradicated the largest zombie hordes on the entire planet with nothing but a cleaver. 5 hours later, while there were still some zombies left on the planet, they weren't nearly the threat they had been previously. With plenty of time to spare, Ragnar took a nice, long shower, adorned his military uniform, and went to the Midnight Inn to watch the award ceremony. A couple of moments after he appeared, the ceremony finally began. Author's note: read the creator's thoughts below for some important information. Chapter 185, Simple Days bonus chapter. In the haunted forest, as some of the kids from Earth had started calling it, Helen sat alone. Well, she wasn't alone if you counted the various peacocks, pigeons and squirrels that followed her. Though they did not need to rely on her to be fed, as they did in the early days of the inn, they continued to follow her whenever they encountered her. They had formed a friendship that none of the new or recent guests at the inn could form. Helen did not mind, and in fact sort of preferred the company of these simple animals these days. She wanted to change something in her life, and until she figured out what exactly that was, she would spend her time like this. Sometimes, she imagined herself to be like those cartoon princesses that all the forest creatures loved and responded to. But she was no princess, nor did she want to be one. She was sitting on a picnic blanket, and Velma had brought her a lovely basket full of sandwiches, pastries, some drinks, as well as some things she could feed the animals. Sometimes Velma would accompany her and ask her so many questions. In those days, Helen would share some stories of her childhood and school days with her. Though technically Velma was still in a school-going age, she hadn't been back in a while. Velma especially loved gossip of any kind, and the more scandalous, the better. Yet, somehow, Helen felt like they had very different understandings of what constituted scandalous. The most outrageous scandal, according to Velma, that Helen had shared so far was once when their school organized a trip, but due to poor planning, left all the kids alone in a hotel unsupervised. The scandalous part, for Velma, was the abysmal service the hotel had provided to those annoying, bratty teenage kids. Today, though, Velma was too busy to join her, so Helen was back to her regular activities. Or so she had thought. Normally, she would be playing with the animals and eating her snacks, but today her focus was on something else entirely. One of her little squirrel friends had brought her here and shown her something wonderful. It had had squirrel babies. Unbeknownst to all, these were the first beings to be born in the inn, and could be called true natives of this wondrous land. Helen only smiled and watched the new squirrel parents as they fussed over their babies and proudly showed them off to her. The sleeping babies were nestled in the mother's embrace, who seemed to be gloating at all the other squirrels watching. If she didn't know better, Helen could almost believe the other squirrels looked at her with envious looks. But she did know better, so why did she still think they were jealous? This kind of behavior may seem unlike a normal squirrel, and though these squirrels had not yet cultivated, they were to some degree influenced by that once colossal change the inn had undergone that had scared Bastet away. If one day they began to cultivate, they would be true prodigies. For now, they were simply proud parents that had a complex understanding of social relations between species, and knew how to make others jealous. "You're not chipmunks," Helen said as she looked down on the babies fondly, "but I'll name you Alvin, you can be Theodore and you can be Simon. When you grow up, you can sing and put on a performance for me, and I will bring you delicious food from the inn." Of course, no one other than her would know these names, but who cared? Helen had given names not only to these babies, but to many of the animals as well. Today is a day that calls for celebration. Let's have a feast. She summoned her personal hologram and ordered a rather extravagant order of pet food, before holding her own feast for her furry friends. She made plates out of leaves and made all the animals sit around the picnic basket before beginning. They seemed to be unusually obedient, as well as intelligent. She did not need to repeat her orders even once. In the distance, Little Blue watched all the fun as it hid between the trees. It was too shy to approach on its own, but enjoyed watching all the fun, nonetheless. It had often seen Helen in the forest, and though she seemed nice, it still had a phobia of most humans. Secretly, in its heart, the baby whale wished Helen would discover it, and force it to join in their activities. Yet it was too good at hiding, and Helen never expected anyone to be spying on her, so its secret fantasies were left unfulfilled. All the hubbub of the tea party eventually woke the baby squirrels, and Alvin looked at Helen with curious eyes. Its parents talked to it and its brothers, as if explaining that Helen was their godmother. Helen smiled at them, but did not try to touch or pick them up. As much as she trusted the animals, being protective of newborns was a very strong instinct ingrained in all living beings, and she did not want to agitate them. She just waved and took a bite from an eclair. As unusual as it sounded, and as strange as it may seem to an outsider to view, Helen truly felt happy during these short moments. She forgot to worry about the future and forgot the troubles of her past. The expectations she had for herself slipped away, followed quickly by the weight of the expectations of others. In a small corner of the vast universe, these simple beings enjoyed their simple happinesses. Their activities neither touched upon the destiny of worlds, nor influenced the grand scheme of things, yet in these simple moments of shared joy, they captured one of the most profound meanings of life, one that often escaped even the wisest of beings. Chapter 186, Endings. The award ceremony kicked off with a display of fireworks over the Colosseum. It was nothing too fancy visually, compared to some of the big displays Lex had seen on Earth, but he noticed for the first time that the fireworks he had been setting off gave a unique fluctuation in spiritual energy that was pleasant to experience. Who could have guessed? Other than the sound of the fireworks, and the dazzling lights, another sensation had been added to the ones at the inn. This made them wonderful in their simplicity. After admiring the fireworks for a moment, he looked at the massive crowd. He recalled the nervousness he had felt the first day. He recalled how he had stressed over every single exchange, every conversation. He remembered his panic when the zombies had entered the inn, followed by the devils revealing themselves. It was not so long ago, yet at the same time Lex felt like so much had changed since. His inn had changed a lot during that time, and so had he. The Colosseum was packed with beasts and humans alike, all looking at him. In one particular corner, Promed, Harriet, Creel and Azure sat and watched as well. Well, at least some of them were watching him. Harriet's attention was solely focused on Rorik, whom she was pining for. He noticed a few of his other guests that had stood out to him as well during this period, but Lex only chuckled and moved on, otherwise he'd spend the whole chapter, no, the whole day reminiscing. Dear guests, we are gathered here once again, finally, to end this small interlude in our lives that has been the Midnight Games. I think by now you will know that I am not one for long ceremonies, so we'll get right to the matters we have all been waiting for. The first order of business is to recognize that while for many of us, this was but a small interlude, for many, it was the end of a journey. They may not have wished for it, but regardless, they have become heroes for the people of a land, and so I commemorate them with this statue, so that their names may be remembered till the end of time. He waved his hand, a 15 feet tall statue appeared beside him. Cut from the purest of white marbles, the statue depicted a man with a sword, fighting side by side against an unseen foe with a wolf. They stood upon a rectangular base, upon which the names of all the fallen participants were written, along with a story of how they fought for the freedom of the people of Vegas Minima. Once the event was over, Lex would relocate this statue somewhere else in the inn. After giving a moment for everyone to admire the statue, Lex continued. Now that we have paid respect to those gone, a small commemorative token to those who participated in the games. May you remember your time fondly. Lex snapped his fingers, and all those who participated in the games, whether in the cultural portion or the fighting, received a small golden token with the words Midnight Games engraved into them. The humans received rings, and the beasts received other small ornaments that they could wear in various places on their body depending on their species. Of course, many of those who participated in the games were not at the inn and had returned to their respective planets, but since when had distance stopped the system? And now, finally, for the award that everyone has been anticipating for so long. Lex turned his hand and, like a street magician, revealed the prize in his hand from seemingly nowhere. For the planet Nibiru, and its inhabitants, the prize will be a single drop of Bailey's vitalizing dwarf star ferment. Lex waited a moment to see if anyone recognized the name, but it did not appear to be the case. It appeared that this reward was extremely rare, and not many knew about its existence or use. But that only made sense. When Lex received the reward from the system and read its description, he was amazed. The reward did not look too spectacular, only like a drop of water that had a crystal suspended in the middle. Lex closed his hand into a fist, and the reward disappeared, already being teleported into the core of Nibiru. Since you all do not seem too familiar with the reward, I shall explain, briefly, some of its uses. The dwarf star ferment has already been mixed into the core of Nibiru and will initiate a great change. Not only will it raise the star rating of the planet drastically, over the next few years, and potentially give birth to a planet spirit, but all the natives of Nibiru will gain a massive increase in strength. For beasts, your bloodlines will be refined into the best versions of themselves, or will undergo enhancing mutations. The chances for some beasts being born with some extremely rare bloodline being born will increase greatly, and their cultivation talents will be vastly superior to their peers. As the planet changes, natural treasures will be born with every changing season, and opportunities will fall from the skies like rain in a monsoon. Some people may have felt like Lex was exaggerating a little, but true to his word, he had indeed been extremely brief in the benefits it provided. Only those that lived on the planet would truly understand how much things would change soon. His mind went out to that little girl he had met on Nibiru, Tiffany, who had been called the carrier of the will of Nibiru by the system. She would likely benefit a lot as well, based on his limited understanding of the will of the world and world spirits. The system had provided him with some information on those topics, but not much. But recalling all that would have to wait, as Lex didn't want his thoughts wandering. The same thing had happened to him when read the description for this prize and almost shed tears when learnt that the prize could also be used on a human rather than a planet. Considering how beneficial it was to an entire planet, he could only begin to imagine what it would do for a person. Different guests had different reactions to hearing his description, but Lex only focused on a few. First of all, the devils quickly noted down the benefits and whispered to one another about turning it into a prospective farm. Ragnar's eyes widened when Lex mentioned world spirit, but recovered quickly. The sloth, golden hair, had the greatest reaction, and was grinning as widely as possible. It did not care about any other thing, just the increase in star rating meant that the planet would be able to bear the strength that he was unable to control, and he would be able to spend more time awake from now on. The most curious reaction, however, was by Marlowe. He seemed way too excited for someone who should have no interest in this, since he could never go to Nibiru. What Lex didn't know was that Marlowe's intuition had become extremely strong after his change into a prime human, and his intuition was now telling him that an opportunity for his son's recovery lay on Nibiru after the change. And with that, dear guests, the Midnight Games are concluded. I hope you all enjoyed thoroughly, and had no complaints about your stay at the Midnight Inn. I hope you will remember the inn the next time you are planning a vacation. Contrary to what many expected, the innkeeper did not disappear after his grand announcement, and climbed down from the stage and mingled with the guests. It was mostly some of the guests who wanted to introduce themselves before leaving, but not everyone took this opportunity. Many guests decided they would come and meet the innkeeper later, once the crowd remaining from the event had all gone. And indeed, many guests were leaving quickly. The soldiers had all retreated as they had work to do in clearing out the rest of Vegas Minima. The beasts also quickly disappeared, as they were eager to go home. Igashima, the tree, had thoroughly enjoyed its time at the games, but it too had to return home. But it saw itself returning often to the inn in the future. After all, it had about 20,000 megapixels worth of winnings from betting to blow away. Nibiru, Igashima's personal garden. Tiffany stared out into the large empty patch of land where Igashima normally slept. From her hiding place inside a hollow portion in a tree, all she could really do was look. If Lex saw her now, he would not recognize her at all. This was not only because she had grown a lot in height and size due to the many fruits she ate that increased her power, but also because of the various scars she wore on her body. She could currently only see out of her left eye, as her right eye was swollen shut. Many of her bones were covered in hairline fractures, and her muscles screamed in pain as if they were being torn apart. In fact, once she had retreated from the latest battlefield and hidden here, her body had completely stopped responding to her. She was paralyzed, at least while her body finished healing. For reasons she did not know, she would always heal very quickly from her wounds. That was the only reason she was still alive. Had Igashima been here earlier, it could have participated in the defense of what was once the Red Nation. As much as she had prayed for the Lord Protector's return before, she wished just as much that the tree would not return. Yet since when did life go according to one's wishes? With a flash of bright light, Igashima returned to its home after weeks, feeling good. The feeling lasted barely a moment, as an ambush lay waiting for it. Several nascent-level beasts attacked at once, not giving it any time to defend. Tiffany could only watch with a teary eye as the Lord Protector, once a mighty being that had protected this nation and its people and beasts alike, died and its legacy ended. Back at the inn, Lex received an unusual notification. One of your guests with MP credit at the inn had died. Transferring the MP to the inheritor. Chapter 187. Just the beginning. Lex, who had been conversing with his guests, was extremely confused by the notification, but noting that it was not something urgent, set the matter aside for later. Currently, he was preoccupied with his guests. Seeing that the innkeeper wasn't actually disappearing, and actually greeting his guests, many wanted to take an opportunity to get acquainted. Lex knew for a fact that even with his enhanced mental capabilities, he would never be able to remember all the people he was meeting, but Mary's memory was reliable, so that was his reliance on if he should ever meet them again. It was nearly 5 hours later that Lex finally got some room to breathe. By now, most of the guests were gone. He had gone from several thousand guests to only a few hundred in the span of a few short hours. Even then, of the few hundred, nearly 50 people were those close supporters of the family heads who were too afraid to return home. The Morrison family was still also here, but a few moments of spying let Lex know that they were already forming a plan on how to go back to Mars. Despite ending the event, the Colosseum had not vanished, nor had the guards, because, contrary to what one might expect, the official end to an event did not actually signify the end of that event. Normally, the end of an event would be followed by the cleanup and packing up of everything. While those were not of any concern to Lex, he had received 24 hours after the end to see off guests and make any arrangements if he needed. This was naturally important, considering that many of his guests had been staying at the Colosseum instead of his actual residences. Once he was done, he considered going back to his room, but then, on second thought, went towards Midnight Manor instead. Rather than teleporting, Lex walked into the restaurant inside and took a seat. Only a few other people were here, as Main Street had started pulling most of the crowds as of late, but that suited Lex just fine. "Would you like something to eat?" asked Velma, who approached the innkeeper. "Bring me whatever was the most popular dish during the midnight games," he told her as he leaned back in his chair. Noting the relative silence in the manor, he recalled that he had been considering hiring a musician, but never got around to it. Not giving it too much thought, he purchased another AI named Frank and had him start playing the piano in the lobby. The few people who were sitting in the restaurant instantly noticed when a soft melody started playing, as if to accompany them for the evening. A lot of them guessed that the innkeeper was in a good mood, but none of them tried to take advantage of it. A few moments later, Lex was served a dish that made him chuckle. How could he have known that the dish that was most popular during the games, enjoyed by humans and beasts alike, was a burrito? Not that it left him with any complaints. For once, Lex enjoyed his meal out in the open, for his guests to see, rather than in the privacy of his room. Currently, he did not look like some overbearing entity that was beyond their comprehension, but like a simple man enjoying a burrito after pulling off a successful event. Once he was done, Lex looked around the room one more time, then disappeared. Of course, before leaving, he also decided to pay for the meals of all the guests who shared the room with him. What was the point of being rich if you couldn't do things like that? Back in his room, Lex ordered 100 more burritos. His new appetite would not be sated with just one, but he didn't want to embarrass himself by eating so much in public, and began looking at his notifications. Much to his surprise, Igashima was the guest that died. The MP he had in credit had been transferred to his inheritor, whoever that was. That was quite unfortunate. This was probably the first guest that Lex knew of that passed away. He decided that he'd take special care of whoever Igashima's inheritor was, if he ever met them. Then he looked over the rest of his notifications. Despite his heavy expenditure on the last-minute trinkets and awards, he still ended up making a profit of 780,000 megapixels during the last day, bringing his total MP to 8,780,000. Now that he had only a few hundred guests left at the moment, he had to be a lot more careful with how he spent it. Next, he went over a deluge of miscellaneous issues and matters, anywhere from how many midnight suits were left, what areas required more AI staff to manage high guest densities, a request from Gerard regarding upgrades to his golf cart and more. To be honest, Lex was filling his time with small, less important matters because he didn't want to do anything big until he received his quest reward. The final wait usually felt the longest, so he kept himself busy so that time would pass faster. Unexpectedly, the day passed by very quickly, and at last the massive Colosseum disappeared from the inn skyline. The hundreds of guards disappeared, and from his hiding spot from which he viewed the entire inn, Lex's personal bodyguard vanished as well. There were literally dozens of things he wanted to do now that the event was over, but first things first, it was time to view his quest rewards. Quest complete. The hosts rewarded as being calculated. Reward upgraded for having over 1,000 participants. Reward upgraded for having participants many cultivation levels above host. Reward upgraded for attracting attention of several Dao level cultivators. Reward upgraded for changing destiny of 3 planets Earth, Nibiru, Vegas Minima. Reward upgraded for hosting Dao Lord level guest. Reward upgraded for spreading prestige of inn. Reward demoted for letting guests die. Reward demoted for discriminating against guests. Devils plus zombies. Reward rank. SSS plus to destiny rank achieved. Reward. Authority plus 1-to-1 free in expansion, size double, in star rating plus 0.51 million megapixels. 1 SSS rank protector recruitment token. 1 destiny protection upgrade for in. Unlocked special system feature. Special quests. 1 system upgrade. Blocked. Remarks. With your tumor gone, who will you blame for your bad decisions? Quickly deploy preparations for the amnesia trope. Notification. System upgrade. Reward blocked due to unknown errors. Reward being replaced. Reward received. Bathroom robe. Notification. Set items detected. When items, bathroom slippers, bathroom robe, and bathroom towel are equipped at the same time, they will unlock a special ability. Just like the last time Lex received a reward that upgraded his inn, a subtle change swept through his inn. A wave of spirit energy swept across the inn, washing all of his guests in such concentrated and pure spirit energy as they could never have imagined. It was unfortunate that the stronger guests Lex had recently hosted had already left when this happened, or they would get to enjoy untold benefits. Well, all the strong guests except for Remy, the man who wanted the inn to be the official meeting of his secret society. All of Lex's guests, whether they were the arguing family heads, to Marlowe who was butting heads with his wife, to Chen and Blaine who had once experienced this sensation before, immediately stopped what they were doing and sat down to cultivate wherever they were. Since Lex himself could finally sense spirit energy, he too was suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of having a breakthrough, and had to stop pursuing his notifications to sit and cultivate instead. Those of Lex's workers who could sense spiritual energy also stopped all their tasks to cultivate. The galactic sovereign turtle, that had literally just returned from Nibiru, was so surprised that even as it sat down and retreated into its shell, it did not know why it was instinctively behaving this way. Little Blue suddenly felt sleepy and decided to nap on top of its father's shell. The gardener, who was cultivating an unusual technique given to him by the turtle instead of the one given by the innkeeper, went into a daze as spirit plants that surrounded him started growing rapidly. Even the few extremely rare seeds Lex had received that had yet to actually sprout, despite the turtle's personal care and attention, vibrated just a little. Then one of them immediately burst open and formed a lotus. Only Mary, A few mortal guests and a few of the ice who had not yet entered Chi Gathering remained undisturbed during this time, and only they got to see how the inn quickly began to increase in size as well. To be more specific, the inn had doubled in size. It was no longer possible to easily see from one end of the inn to another, unless one climbed the Midnight Mountain. A few hours later, as the first of the guests who had begun cultivating finally stabilized their realms, opened their eyes to a world that seemed more magical than ever. But how could they know that for the Midnight Inn, this was just the beginning? Chapter 188, Exploring Rewards. When Lex finally opened his eyes, he was so shocked he barely understood what was happening. He had only just entered the Chi training realm, and yet a couple of days later he had a spontaneous, repeated breakthrough and entered Chi training level 3. A part of him wanted to believe that Lex was just an unprecedented genius of epic proportions when it came to cultivation, but knew that that was probably not the truth. "Mary, what just happened?" Lex asked as he quickly started to munch on his burritos. He did not expect that raising your cultivation was hungry work, but he was starving. "Your inn's star ranking was upgraded. The Midnight Inn is now equivalent to a 2-star ranked planet and is now the ideal destination for higher-leveled cultivators. Every time there is an upgrade in the star ranking, the inn undergoes a qualitative change. The initial burst of spirit energy during that qualitative change is extremely useful to all cultivators, but is not something that can be easily sought out. It is almost impossible to find spiritual energy of that concentration and purity, which is simultaneously very docile in nature. This is why, whenever a cultivator encounters such a wave, their body will naturally absorb it and strengthen their cultivation based on how much they are able to absorb. In fact, if you recall, Bastet and Falak also left shortly after one of your upgrades. I've always strongly suspected that the surge in spiritual energy is what prompted them to leave, for whatever reason. If you look out to the rest of the inn, you'll notice that there aren't just a few of your guests undergoing a breakthrough. Lex scanned the inn, and he was flabbergasted. Almost all of his guests were sitting on the ground, cross-legged, and were cultivating wherever they happened to be. As amazing as it was also incredibly dangerous. Just the Chi training stage was so dangerous it could cause ruptures in the meridians if not done properly, so one can only imagine how much more difficult it was in a higher realm. Yet all of them seemed to be completely fine. In fact, some were more than fine. Lex immediately noticed not only Rorik but also Audrey Morrison breaking through to the nascent realm, along with various other Earthlings making great progress in the Golden Core realms. Lex let out a sigh. As great as it was that these cultivators were growing, Earth was currently too unstable. Their breakthroughs, albeit great for them individually, might destabilize the situation once again. But while the growth of the Earthlings might be problematic down the road, his various ice that were undergoing a breakthrough were nothing but great assets. In fact, Lex was astonished that any of them had reached the Chi training stage at all, but a quick glance let him know that at least a dozen of them had done so. Gerard, Velma, the gardener and Nurse Jubilation were only a few amongst the many who had surprised him like this. And here Lex was feeling great about his own quick breakthrough, but had already been surpassed by his workers. He needed to start paying more attention to them. Lex quickly moved on from that thought, as he had many things to do. He also noticed, during his scan, that the area of the inn had expanded greatly. Furthermore, unlike when he purposefully expanded the edges, this natural growth happened differently. The land literally doubled, which meant the distance between any 2 points was twice what it used to be. For example, the distance from Midnight Manor to Main Street had doubled. This was not necessarily a bad thing, as he felt that these two areas had extremely different vibes, and needed some distance from each other. Yet now, more desperately than before, Lex needed to figure out a way to fill in all that empty space. Landscaping was an option, but even that could only do so much. What Lex needed was a YouTube tutorial on city planning and rural development. And a vineyard. Lex looked at his notification and read through it properly this time. While his reward had been increased for several feats he had accomplished, ultimately raising the reward ranking from SSS Plus to Destiny rank, whatever that meant, Lex noticed that his quest rank had also suffered some demerits. One was because he allowed guests to die during his event, and another because he purposefully targeted zombies, and subsequently devils, which the system did not approve of. Still, his rewards were plentiful. His authority had been raised once again, which came with the usual upgrades he could perform on his various buildings and a few new ones. The size of the inn was also increased. The inn's star ranking had been raised as well, which would definitely serve to attract more guests in the future. He received 1 million megapixel, which was always nice, who didn't like free money. But after this was when the new and interesting rewards began. He looked at his inventory and saw the SSS Rank Protector Recruitment Token. He summoned the token that was in the usual gold color associated with the inn, but was in the shape of a shield. The token that filled his hand also filled him with a sense of security, and put his mind at ease. Is this why you didn't want me to get security yet? Because you knew I would be getting something like this? Lex asked Mary, who was sitting on his shoulder. Yes, but not exactly. Though it may seem random to you, there is a method to the quest given out by the system, as well as the rewards. Ultimately, the goal is to help you grow the inn. The quests you receive will progressively get harder as you complete them, but still, you manage to perform well over the expected level on this quest. Normally, you would have only received something to help you beef up security, but would require your supervision or control. Ultimately, the security would still depend on how you handle the situation. But this token is much higher ranked and falls into a completely different category of rewards. Similar to the unique opportunity token you used to get the Regal Embrace, when you use this token, the system will scan the entire universe for a suitable protector for the inn who will be completely loyal to the inn. But you still have to be careful when you make your choice. Suitable can mean many things, and you may not end up with what you want if you aren't careful. Lex nodded. It was basically pretty much what Lex himself expected. Even when he was receiving the Regal Embrace, some of the rewards seemed questionable to him. Then he turned his attention to the next reward. Apparently, he had received a Destiny Protection upgrade for the inn, but got no description of what that meant. He could speculate on his own, but his understanding of the universe was too shallow, so he asked Mary once again. What does this Destiny Protection upgrade do? Lex expected to receive either a straightforward answer, or to be told he did not have the authority to know. Mary's answer, however, completely took him by surprise. Chapter 189. Bathroom said with a confused look on her face. Mary said, I genuinely have no idea. The only information I received from the inn says, and I quote, while at the inn, one is protected from the influence of destiny. Destiny is a very abstract concept. I guess we'll have to wait till you reach a higher realm, or develop your own understanding of destiny to fully understand what this means. Lex frowned. He could guess what destiny meant, but his understanding of destiny was heavily influenced by earthly media and culture. In the context of the universe at large, it may have a different meaning. Either way, since the inn provided protection from the influence of destiny, then he did not need to worry about it. Unless his destiny was actually very positive, then he felt like me may be missing out. But, again, this was based on his understanding of destiny as perceived by those on Earth. The reality may be different. Putting the matter aside, he looked at the newest unlocked feature for the system, Special Quests. Currently, there were no quests available in that tab, but the description of this feature was very interesting. Special quests were ones that would become available to him from time to time based on special circumstances or during special occasions, and he could choose whether he wanted to accept them or not. Furthermore, the rewards for special quests were not predetermined, and he could actually specify what he wanted. His request may or may not be accepted, but would definitely be considered and influence the final reward. That was it. That was all the information he was given, without any knowledge of what would qualify as a special event or circumstance, and what kind of quests he could expect. So far, all his quests were related to the inn in one way or another, but Lex felt like this might not be the case for special quests. After all, his normal quests could handle those matters. Only time would tell. Then finally came one of the most curious matters, which was his system upgrade, or rather the lack thereof. It had been blocked, for some reason, and his reward had been replaced. There was no information whatsoever about why his upgrade was blocked or what caused it. Hey Mary, any idea why the system upgrade didn't work? What do you mean? She asked, confused. The system upgrade I got as a reward. It was blocked, and I got a different reward instead. Any idea why that happened? Mary looked at him curiously, then seemed to go through some records in her mind. I'm sorry Lex, but my records don't show any system upgrade other than the Destiny Protection one. The only remaining reward I see is the bathroom robe. Lex frowned as he thought about it. First, the upgrade was blocked, and then, according to Mary, he never received an upgrade in the first place. There was something fishy going on, but like so many other things when it came to the system, Lex could only sit back and wait till he got more information. He turned his attention to the set equipment. He had no idea that his various equipment were a part of sets, and this opened new doors for him. For example, his fancy monocle was already amazing. If it was a part of some set, then he could only imagine what its effects would become once worn together. Lex visualized himself wearing his fancy monocle, a fancy top hat alongside a fancy pocket watch, strolling in some forest, decimating wolves wherever he went. Realistically, he knew the system would never give him something op, but one could dream. With a smile, he woke up from his daydream and viewed the bath robe and read its effects. Bath robe. When worn, the host enters an extremely relaxed state, as if just coming back from a day at the spa, boosting the host's comprehension. The host can use it to comprehend new techniques, understand difficult concepts, make various plans, etc. Lex smiled. As unusual as it was to be wearing a bathrobe while working, he could see this benefiting him greatly while he planned various aspects of the inn. He just had to be sure not to let anyone see him working like that. Then he checked the setability of wearing the bathroom slippers and bathroom towel at the same time. Bathroom slippers. Entering different areas requires different kinds of preparation. Equip the bathroom slippers while leaving the inn in foreign environments to protect yourself from hazardous environments. Note, the slipper only provides protection from the environment and does not act as a defensive item. Bathroom towel. Don't you hate it when you get something disgusting on yourself? Cleaning up is such a hassle. The bath towel rids the user of any negative statuses that are affecting the user via the skin, i.e. poison, paralysis paste, petrification, tracking powder, bad makeup, etc. Can affect foundation realm and below. Bathroom set. When all bathroom accessories are worn together, the host is cleansed completely from both internal and external factors. Internal factors include soul poisoning, artificially induced inner demons, constipation, indigestion, bad breath, etc. External factors include tracking techniques, poisons, curses, body odor, dandruff, wrinkly skin, etc. Note: please collect more items from the bathroom set to enhance the effects of the set. Remarks: since the host is too lazy to shower, the system has provided a solution. Please maintain a high standard of hygiene. Despite being used to the system, and despite ascending to a higher level, giving him complete and total control of his body, Lex could not stop his lip from twitching as he read the remarks. He was an extremely clean person. No one had ever complained to him about body odor. If the system were a person, Lex would kick its behind. Still, the set seemed extremely useful, especially considering there was no restriction on taking it out of the inn. The original butter knife, now known as the fruit knife, despite its amazing ability, could not be taken out of the inn. This would be useful to him when he was out exploring other worlds if he ever got into a precarious situation. Slightly curious, Lex equipped the bathroom set to see how it feels. The robe, warm and soft as it was, released a gentle energy that Lex felt wash over his body and pass through him. It was like being massaged by the hand of 100 angels, and when the energy disappeared, Lex felt extremely refreshed and lighter, both mentally and physically. It took less than a second for him to recall the set also cleansed him in case he was constipated, and now he suddenly felt physically lighter. System, you are a goddamn pervert, Lex said loudly before he removed the robe and moved on to his next task. He could not help but stop to notice that he smelled like lavender. Chapter 190, Protector Token. Putting everything aside, Lex focused on the Protector Token. There was no use in waiting to use it, as every moment he didn't was a moment he was left without protection. Without any further hesitation, Lex crushed the token. Immediately, a display appeared before him with a few lines of instructions, which read, "Please wait while the system scans for suitable protectors of SSS rank. Please note, you may only select one of the displayed protectors. Please note, to protect the identity of the protectors, their names will not be displayed. Please note, the protector selected will be a real existing entity in the universe, and not a newly created AI. Any loyalty displayed by the protector will be a result of its particular circumstances, as the system will not influence or manipulate the mind of a pre-existing being. Please note that while the protector will be subject to certain restrictions by the system as an employee, should the difference between cultivation realms between the host and protector be too vast, the system will not be able to prevent the protector from betraying the host in case the intention to do so should arise." Lex could not help but chuckle. He should have known things were never so straightforward. Originally, he was looking forward to picking the strongest protector for his inn, but now the situation had taken a dire turn. What should he do? It would depend on his options. Of course, it was more realistic this way as well. How convenient would it be if a Dao Lord directly agreed to be his protector? But at the same time, even with the immense power of the system, how was it possible to restrict someone at that level? Even if not necessarily at the Dao Lord realm, any strong entity that realized that Lex depended on them for security might develop thoughts about gaining Lex's power. Even if they did not know about the system, it would not stop a greedy person from attacking and interrogating Lex. This was why choosing a protector suddenly became a lot more difficult. Finally, the writing on the display changed, and 5 options showed up. Protector A. Cultivation, History. A lone warrior on a mission of vengeance, Protector A was left alone from the tender age of 8 when his family was killed by assassins. Escaping only due to the sacrifice of his siblings, this protector spent his life raising his skill and strength. He was eventually able to defeat his enemies and retook his place as rightful king. Once he became king, he gave rise to the most glorious kingdom in the history of his planet, but even that could not escape from the sands of time. The king's cultivation rose endlessly due to his limitless potential, but only resulted in him having to watch as his new family died, and his once glorious kingdom eventually fell to ruin in the hands of his descendants. Defeated not by any enemy, but from the sorrow of his own heart, he roams the lands, searching for something that will not fade before his eyes, and can accompany him on his endless journey of cultivation. Inviting him to the inn, an entity even beyond his own strength, may invigorate his beat heart and plant the seeds of wanting to protect it in his soul. Protector B. Cultivation, Nascent History. Once a valiant warrior with endless potential, this protector suffered a grave wound that nearly destroyed his cultivation and took his life. With the loss of his talent and potential, he fell into depression and has spent 100 years in bed. If his talent were restored, he could cultivate back to his peak and beyond on his own, and his gratitude would be endless. Protector C. Cultivation, Nun History. A protection formation array that gained sentience, but awoke only to discover that the sect it once protected had long since perished. A protection array without anything to protect, the array feels like its existence is pointless. Although unable to move, the array has endless potential and can grow limitlessly as it has a deep understanding of how to grow the strength of its own array endlessly. The only thing it lacks is resources. By inviting it to the inn and providing it a place to protect, you could give its life purpose. Protector D. Cultivation, Mortal History. A pup that has just been born a few minutes ago. It has no cultivation, but has a bloodline that will allow it to grow extremely quickly, with the only limits to its potential being the kind of resources it can absorb. It was put to sleep the instant it was born, and so its personality is unknown, but could easily be trained. Protector E. Cultivation, History. The sun and the moon are her food, and her very existence defies fate. Her glory is boundless and her supremacy is without question. She was trapped by her father on a planet in a dead zone known as Earth, where she protected a village of humans who worshipped her for thousands of years, but eventually escaped due to her own ingenuity. Now free, the protector sought to roam the universe freely, but her escape alerted her father quicker than anticipated. This goddess of pleasure and prosperity is searching for a place where she may hide from her father, without losing her freedom. If allowed to hide in the inn, she will be extremely grateful. Probably, as long as she is worshipped properly. Lex read through all the descriptions and had several thoughts. The first of them being, in the entire universe, were these the only qualified protectors? When he asked Mary, she gave him an answer he should have expected. No, these are not the only ones available, but the limit you have on options is only 5. It's similar to when you only received 5 options for your previous rewards from which you picked Regal Embrace. So, when the system discovers any 5 that fall into the qualification category, it stops the search and presents you with the information. So these aren't the only ones in the universe, but the first 5 the system encountered. Since you have raised your authority sufficiently, I can tell you that in the future, once your authority rises even more, you can enter the search parameters for such rewards on your own. Of course, the premise for that is to once again receive an award at this level. I'm going to be honest, I never expected you to receive such an award even once, let alone twice, and it'll only get harder in the future. Lazy system. Okay, now that I understand that much, look at Protector E and tell me that isn't Bastard. That's definitely her, right? Mary read the description and, based on what she knew, it did seem like it. But how was that possible? This was too much of a coincidence, right? One may think it made sense, as she was probably somewhere close to Earth, and any scan performed by the system would find her first, but the system did not work that way. The concept of space was vastly different from how mortals or lower-leveled cultivators perceived it. The only thing she could chalk this up to was fate. Anyway, it doesn't matter if she is or isn't. She's not amongst the ones I was considering. Lex's considerations were Protector C, the formation, and D, the pup. They both came with their pros and cons. First, the formation. Since its primary purpose was defense and protection, using it to protect the inn was perfect. Furthermore, as the formation was sentient, it could help guide Lex in letting him know how to strengthen and grow the formation. But for all the good it brought him, the sentience also presented him with a problem. Since the system could not guarantee loyalty, Lex felt hesitant about hiring it. He did not know what kind of personality the formation would have, and how effectively his orders would be. Lex was extremely vulnerable right now, and had to make a decision before any incidents could take place. After all, his inn had garnered a lot more attention now, and from various groups of people. Lex was confident that he could continue to put on a performance so that the array would never realize how weak and dependent on it Lex truly was. Yet at the same time, a single slip-up was all it would take to reveal that Lex was relying on the formation for protection. Of course, none of this truly even mattered if a random security incident ended up killing Lex while he was busy pretending to be strong in the first place. If he showed any kind of weakness, well, Lex did not need to imagine what would happen to him. It was too dreadful. Then he turned his attention to the pup. The system said it could grow quickly, depending on the kind of resources it was fed. Resources, with a bit of imagination on Lex's part, could easily be arranged. He rubbed his hands together like an evil villain in a movie. Chapter 191. Fenrir tuning into the piano music being played at the Midnight Manor. Lex slowly rubbed his fingers together as he listed down the pros and cons of Protector D, the pup. The pro was obvious. Since it was a newborn pup, Lex could train it from birth, which would mean that loyalty was not an issue. After all, dogs were extremely loyal. But the con was also fairly obvious. The whole point of having a protector in the first place was to provide security, but if the protector was even weaker than Lex, then its position would be pointless. While it had limitless potential, and could benefit Lex far in the future, it would not help Lex from any troubles today or tomorrow. Basically, Lex's issue was boiled down to only two factors. He could choose immediate strength and questionable loyalty, or eventual strength but assured loyalty. It was surprisingly difficult to choose. But tomorrow, or the days that followed, wouldn't matter if he could not live past today. He had to deal with his immediate protection first. Lex opened up his system and investigated what kind of protection he could purchase directly from the system, as this should help him decide. Fortunately, because of his increase in authority, he had more options available to him. One of the options, though very expensive, immediately caught Lex's eye. While this would not provide an immediate solution, it was still very quick. He scanned his inn and found the sovereign galactic turtle sleeping in its shell near the greenhouse. A quick scan showed him that the turtle did not have a breakthrough to a higher realm, and had only increased its cultivation level within the Golden Core realm. This was good news, as Lex would not have been able to wake it up otherwise, since a breakthrough like that would put it into a very deep slumber. Teleporting directly to the turtle, Lex directly woke it up by knocking on its shell like a guest, knocking on a door. After a few tries, the sleepy turtle eventually brought out its head to investigate what was going on. "Hey turtle, if I raise the effectiveness of the greenhouse and give you a cutting of a delinquent viper vine, how quickly can you raise it to maturity?" The turtle was confused by the question, mostly because it did not know the name of most of the plants he worked with. Lex showed him a picture and, after considering for a while, gave an answer Lex found acceptable. With a heavy heart, Lex spent 5 million megapixels, leaving him with only 4,780,000 megapixels, and purchased a cutting of a delinquent viper vine. He then spent another 100,000 megapixels upgrading the greenhouse to the maximum amount his authority would allow. With both of those tasks done, Lex handed the cutting to the turtle and said, "This is your immediate priority for now and everything else can be taken care of later. Plant this in the greenhouse and grow it as quickly as you can. I'm counting on you." With that, Lex disappeared back to his room, as he had a decision to make. The turtle let out a tired sigh and slowly stood up, completely unaware that Little Blue was sleeping on its shell. Just like that, the gardener woke up to the unusual sight of the baby whale sleeping on a giant turtle that was walking across the greenhouse. Then he noticed all the overgrown plants and cried out, "My art!" He quickly took out a pair of shears and began trimming them where he could, to try to reclaim what had been lost of his artwork. The gardener had been trying so hard to create his own art using the plants. If taken care of properly, when they grew up according to his desires, they would become a display worthy of the inn. But somehow, something always got in the way. The gardener kept cutting with tears running down his face, unaware that wherever he tears would drop, new plants would start to grow and ruin his artwork. Back in his room, Lex did not delay any further and selected his protector before he ended up changing his mind. A blindingly bright light flashed in front of his eyes, and when it disappeared, it left him with a pup before his eyes. A white and black dog, one that Lex assumed was a husky, lay before Lex, sleeping soundly. The reason Lex assumed, and was not sure that it was a husky, was because the pup was as big as a grown horse. Even as a mortal, he was afraid of what would happen if this dog tried to give him a hug, or tackled him with love. Who the heck would train this massive puppy about where to relieve itself? He felt a headache coming on, but regardless of what happened, his choice was made. He could not allow a being that was much stronger than him to stay in the inn permanently. Regardless of how loyal it might be at the start, there was no guarantee that with time, it would not have a change of heart. With this puppy, though, Lex could train it well, and provide it with the best resources to help it grow. Best of all, the turtle would help him grow the delinquent viper vine. Although it was very expensive, at full maturity it could grow up to one level above the nascent realm. Furthermore, it normally lived underground and could cover an area of up to 20,000 acres. The best part was, this vine could be controlled directly by Lex via the system. He could even pass the control over to Mary. Over time, according to the system's information, he could nurture the vine's spirit so that when it formed, it was completely loyal to Lex. Of course, it would not immediately reach that realm, but the turtle promised to speed it up as much as possible. Until then, Lex would have to get by with using the fruit knife. This was a dangerous move for Lex, but he was betting on the fact that there would be a short lull in terms of guests after the games. This got in the way of some of Lex's plans, but it wasn't a big deal to spend some time at the inn and just concentrate on improving it in the meantime. Anyway, now Lex turned his attention to something very, very important. He had to name the puppy. Somewhere deep inside, he felt a calling to inherit his place as an MC and name the dog Little White, but could not find it in himself to name the dog so casually. He scanned the pup once to learn more about it first. Name: none. Age: 0. Sex: male. Cultivation details: mortal species, dog. Midnight in prestige level 1. Bloodline: Fenrir. 100% purity condition. The dog has been injected with a powerful sleeping and priming agent, making it susceptible to bloodline theft. If left alone, it should recover on its own in a day. Remarks: you have probably made a powerful enemy somewhere in the universe by stealing this dog. Lol, get wrecked. Of course, Lex made an enemy somewhere in the universe, but he couldn't care less. How would that person ever track Lex down? Lex rubbed his hand over the massive pup's head and looked at it fondly. He had no idea what a 100% purity Fenrir bloodline meant, but he liked the sound of it. Henceforth, he would be called Fenrir. As is the way with these things, far away somewhere in the universe, a massive wolf stared at an empty cage with red eyes. It took it 1 million years to finally breed a purebred Fenrir, the source for the final ingredient to evolve its own superior Lycaios bloodline. Yet, as he was preparing for the extraction ceremony, the pup disappeared from right in front of its eyes. How was it possible for the pup to disappear before his very eyes, in his own private domain? The wolf searched its domain for the intruder using its senses, but it was no use. The most frustrating part was that while giving birth to the pup, its mother, which had long been the subject of its various experiments, finally died. Originally, the wolf did not care, but now he was left without a mature breeder. The wolf turned its eyes to another cage which held a similarly sleeping dog, the original pup's sister. At least he did not need to start from scratch this time. A 99% purity whelp like this would greatly increase his chance to breed a 100% one again. It needed to raise this new breeder to maturity, which would no doubt take a while, but at least it didn't start from scratch. More importantly, it needed to figure out how the original pup disappeared, and how to prevent any future pups from disappearing. It would never repeat its mistake again. Chapter 192. Fanatics. While Fenrir was currently sleeping in Lex's room, he wanted to create a real home for it. He looked at its thick coat and immediately knew where it should live. Since it was a newborn, Lex would not be leaving it alone for now, but in the future, its home would be near the peak of Midnight Mountain. Lex made a few quick alterations and a small, yet hidden cave appeared near the peak of the mountain. He left the cave empty for now, as he planned on designing it based on Fenrir's personality, but carved the pup's name into the wall. He wanted to ensure that the cave would not easily be located by his guests, so he also moved all the trails coming even close to this location. But as much as Lex wanted the pup to live in its own home, it was likely that it would be living with Lex for a while, so he needed to rearrange his own apartment. Of course, Lex could have some of the AI take care of the pup, but since he was nurturing it to be absolutely loyal to Lex himself, he would have to spend a considerable amount of time with it. There were no shortcuts in this regard. Lex purchased a massive doggy bed and placed it near his own, and then bought a collection of chew toys. Lex added a new room to his apartment which would be keeping all the dog's things temporarily. Something this big would definitely consume a lot of space. He also wished he had some kind of guide or manual about this breed of dogs, and even checked the system for something like that, but had no luck finding anything of the sort. He would need to keep an eye out for an expert on beasts so he could ask him some questions, such as, what was he supposed to feed the dog? Was a dog like this still allergic to chocolate? Because, to be honest, Lex had a lot of chocolate in his apartment. His excuse was that he left some on his guests' pillows to improve their experience, but he had been munching on it every chance he got. But for now, he had done everything he could regarding the dog. With the rewards finally handled and the event finally over, Lex could now turn his attention to a matter he had been putting off, which was meeting Remy Laverne and learning more about this secret society. Personally, he didn't think it was such a big deal, even as far as prompting the system to give him a quest regarding it. Without delaying the matter any longer, Lex teleported from his room to the lake where the young man seemed to be reading a book by the water. Surprisingly, the book was in Japanese. It must have been given to him by Akihiko. The two seemed to have become decent friends over the course of the games. I see you seem to be getting along with Akihiko, Lex said, as he came up and sat beside Remy. Yes, Akihiko-san is surprisingly wise for someone so young. I have learned much from him. Suddenly Lex realized that this man who looked very young might actually be very old, but maintained his appearance due to cultivation. On the other hand, despite his vigor and good health, Akihiko was a human mortal in his 50s, and so naturally looked like an old man. Judging people by their appearance, despite the old adage not to do so, was a habit that Lex would have to overcome. Lex scanned him, to learn a little more about this man who prompted a quest. Name: Remy Laverne. Age: 9,999. Sex: male. Cultivation details: species: Attila Morpher. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: very literally the slippers on his feet are worth more than you, so scam him like a call center based out of a basement. Yet another old geezer in disguise. But what in the world was an Attila Morpher? He looked human, and if he were hiding or altering his appearance, the host attire would have detected it. Mortality and short age bring a perspective to time many cultivators lack, Lex replied to Remy's comment about Akihiko's wisdom. I am curious though, what would someone like him have to teach someone like you? Your lives must be extremely different from one another. That's also what I thought, at first at least. But the details can vary, pursuits can vary, even desires can vary, but the pattern remains the same. He took the experiences of his short life and superimposed them upon mine. The lessons he learned in a year, I could not even learn in 1,000. He must be a wise man, then. It is a tragedy that the line between wisdom and idiocy is so thin. No matter what I say, Akihiko-san refuses to cultivate. Why would anyone willingly forsake a better and longer life? Everyone has a story, he must have his reasons. I am more interested in hearing about you, though. I hope you've been enjoying your stay. Hey, I just had the easiest breakthrough of my entire life and saved thousands of years of work, so how could I be anything but great? Remy asked with a massive grin on his face. At first, I was only considering this place because of the ease of teleportation, not to mention the phenomenal entertainment, but after that breakthrough, I'm convinced. Our base can be in nowhere other than here. That's not to mention at all, what place could be safer than here? I saw with my own eyes how that young chap Ragnar stayed in line. If even someone like him behaved, What else do I have to worry about? Are you so sure? Lex asked, amused. I have no problem with it, so long as all your members follow the rules, but this is a public place and I have many guests. It is not really a good idea to have this as a base for a secret society. That's not to mention at all the very fact that you and I are having this discussion. Shouldn't you be hiding the fact that you want to host your society here instead of blatantly telling me? I doubt I could keep secrets from you, Remy said very casually, and I'm sure if we had any secret meetings here, you'd eventually find out. The point is not to keep the secret from you, but to get your help keeping the secret from everyone else. Besides, isn't this being a public place the perfect disguise? Even if our members come often, with such a diverse clientele, no one will pay extra attention to us. Lex raised his eyebrow. What Remy said did make sense, in a way. Lex felt like he was insisting on using video game logic, but since he was fulfilling a quest, who was he to stop him? So then, what would you like to do? I doubt simply renting a room for a meeting is all you had in mind. If only things were so simple. You see, the first step in hosting the society would be distributing the golden keys to the few members of my organization. The problem is, some of them are in other galaxies and I do not have the time to spare to travel for so long just to distribute keys, as I have a job. So, while I've already had keys sent to the ones within my reach, if possible, the first thing I would like you to do is distribute the keys. This request by Remy was extremely reasonable, based on the premise that Lex could teleport people across the universe. Unfortunately, he could not actually freely teleport wherever he chose, and totally depended on the location of the planets connected to his system. Mary, is there any way I can control what planets the Inn connects to? Well, your authority has increased significantly from when you started. If you get some item from the planet, it might be possible to target it specifically. It would still depend on how far it is, though, from the regions the Inn normally starts searching from. How can I find these people? Lex asked, to which Remy scratched his head. Would their names and descriptions work? Lex only stared back at Remy as if he were an idiot. Let alone the whole universe, there were billions of people on any given planet, many of whom would share a name. How were those two details good enough in any capacity? Even if Lex were really as powerful as everyone believed, that was still too much, right? Some kind of personal item will suffice, Lex said, finally. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I'll see if I can get my hands on anything like that. I guess sending them the keys will have to wait. Now, on to my second request. The thing is, the purpose of our society is very specific, and we require a certain kind of environment to carry out our activities, so. As Remy began outlining what he needed, Lex started to get worried. Was he about to host a society of BDSM fanatics? Chapter 193. Employees in a relatively remote corner of the inn, far away from any of the main attractions, Lex built a cabin. The cabin itself wasn't too large, with 3 individual bedrooms and 1 living room that also had a kitchen in it. If anything, the unique part of this cabin was the secret basement. The entrance to the basement was completely hidden and could not be detected, as arranged by Lex, by using his powers, so that if Remy ever needed to bring someone else into the cabin, they would never detect the opening. A vertical ladder from the opening led into the first room of the basement was just one that led to 4 other rooms. This is where the real magic of the inn shone, as building the specifications of those rooms would require extensive engineering and labor, along with expensive and rare materials. Yet Lex was easily able to isolate the unique environments in each room. The first room was completely empty except for a small pool of lava right in the middle. The second room was completely empty, except that it was -100 degrees Celsius and perfectly insulated. The third room had dirt instead of concrete as the floor, with perfect artificial lighting and humidity to act as a greenhouse. The fourth room was completely normal and completely empty. Lex could not even begin to imagine what he needed such unusual rooms for, especially so close together, but he did not ask. At most, he would just spy on them whenever they actually used the room, which Remy was quite upfront about in saying that he did not expect to be able to keep secrets from Lex. He did add, though, that they themselves weren't completely certain about what kind of requirements they needed, but would make the corresponding changes themselves after some experimentation. The only thing Lex said was that Remy wasn't allowed to hold people against their will, or harm them in any way, in the inn, to which Remy agreed. Oddly enough, the quest wasn't completed yet, but Lex didn't know what more he could do, so he just ignored it for now. Due to the uniqueness of the cabin, Lex charged Remy 400 megapixels per night for it, and Remy booked it directly for 300 days, the maximum amount he was allowed to rent out a place at a time, as Lex learnt. Well, earning 120,000 megapixels so easily wasn't something Lex would fret over. Once he was done inspecting the cabin, Remy was extremely satisfied, and finally left the inn to continue his job, the details of which he very openly shared with Lex. On a side note, Lex did not think Remy was a good person to hire to conduct secretive jobs, as Remy was actually sent by the Jotun Empire to compile an independent report on the inn. Apparently, according to Ragnar's report, they suspected Lex to be at the Tao Lord realm or above, and it was Remy's job to evaluate the legitimacy of such a claim. Remy even offered to show Lex the report, which he politely declined. Once this eccentric guest finally left, Lex finally had some free time. There were, of course, many things he needed to do, but none so urgent that they required his immediate attention, which is why he could take his time and choose what he wanted. Teleporting away from the cabin, he reappeared at the manor where Velma was currently passing out orders to some of the other ice. As soon as she was done, she quickly came to him and asked, "Is there anything you need, Innkeeper? I just came to check up on you. How are you doing? Is there anything that you need?" "I'm doing well," Velma replied, suddenly getting flustered. She felt incredibly flattered that the innkeeper was checking up on her. It is a little difficult to manage all the guests at the manor as well as at Avalon at the same time. Maybe you should put someone else in charge of the Avalon. That makes sense. Take some time to evaluate everyone working there and give me a suggestion about who would be good for that position. Any other suggestions? Is there anything you want? No, I am extremely satisfied with the way things are. How's your cultivation going? I see you've already entered the chi training stage. Oh, it's excellent, she said as she suddenly jumped with excitement. Cultivating was really easy, and I broke through the chi training stage even before Gerard. I even unlocked a bloodline ability, look. As she said that, a silver light shone in her eyes, before more silver light appeared in her hand, taking the shape of a washcloth. Using this, I can wipe the whole manor in minutes, she said, as she displayed her prowess by having the washcloth fly around at astonishing speeds, wiping down each and every surface. That's amazing, Lex said genuinely, not realizing his ice could even exhibit bloodline powers. He scanned Velma to learn more about her. Name: Velma. Age: 0. Sex: female. Cultivation details: chi training species: human artificially created. Midnight Inn designation: Midnight Manor supervisor. Bloodline: Regalia. Bloom remarks: just so you know, this qualifies as child labor. Hey Mary, Lex asked, with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Does Velma have a soul? Yes, she answered immediately. As a living being, of course, she has a soul. Suddenly, Lex was filled with guilt. He had literally been treating them like because of his assumption that they were artificial beings, but, although different in the way they were born, they were still human. Lex suppressed his guilt and immediately made a decision. Instead of AI, Velma and the rest would be referred to as his employees or workers. He would not demean them like that now that he was in the know. Velma, I plan to start paying all the workers a salary. Since I'm already taking care of your housing and food, how about 100 megapixels a week sound? Oh no, she said in a panic, her silver washcloth disappearing. We do not need salaries. You have already given us enough. Nonsense, since you are working, of course you must be paid. At the inn, everyone is like family. And not only salaries, we need to work out everyone's schedules so we can figure out how we plan on giving holidays and vacations. We can't have everyone working every day. This conversation ended up taking much longer than Lex anticipated, but eventually Velma reluctantly agreed and told him she would help him plan out the schedules. Lex also wanted to have a casual, non-work-related conversation with her, but he felt like he should take it slow. This little girl, or baby, this loyal employee of his was way too excitable. Chapter 194, You Have Booty. A week went by since Lex's conversation with Velma. It was oddly peaceful and the least hectic week Lex had in a while, which allowed him to spend the time very productively. He finalized the employees' pay at 100 megapixels a week. Counting employees that worked at the Avalon and Manor, as well as the various miscellaneous jobs across the inn, he had roughly 150 workers. He was momentarily mind-blown when he realized how many people he had working for them. He deducted 360,000 megapixels from his total and set the system to pay the employees on a weekly basis. He took this time to meet more of his employees and learn about them as well. Learning that Gerard, the employee with the appearance and personality of an old man, had developed a craze for driving and racing, Lex was extremely surprised. He was surprised even more when he learned how much game the old man had. Out of all his employees, Gerard worked the most, because there was always a line of older ladies wanting to be driven around by him. And sometimes, some young ladies as well. Of course, all he ever did was to drive them around and chat with them. Lex offered to buy him an actual car, but he insisted on keeping his golf cart, and just requested a few upgrades, only some of which Lex was able to facilitate him with. Despite the system's seeming ability to make absolutely anything, it actually had very strict limitations. For the rest of his requested upgrades, Lex would need to find a mechanic. He put that on the mystery trial list as well. Lex also finally installed the lazy river close to the lake. He scrapped his original plan to have it extend across the inn as a way of transport, and kept it to a corner of the inn. Still, it was widely appreciated by his guests. He also built a few glasshouses underwater. His primary target for those were beasts or guests that could only exist in water, but a few special functions would allow humans to live there as well. The water could be added or removed from the houses as needed, and the glass could go from clear to opaque, as per the guest requirements. That was also a huge hit among his guests. He added a few tree houses in the forest as well, and inspired by the hobbits, built a few houses that seemed to meld into the landscaped hills. Overall, he increased his guest capacity by now having a total of 400 rooms overall, many of which were empty. He needed empty rooms, otherwise the random golden door would not spawn on the planets. Speaking of planets, Lex spent 250,000 megapixels, 300,000 megapixels and 500,000 megapixels to extend the reach of the inn from just Earth, Vegas Minima and Nibiru to their entire star systems respectively. This meant the inn was connected to not only all the planets in their systems, but moons, satellites and spaceships in that area as well. Not only did this spread the range for where the Golden Door would appear to accept new guests, Lex could directly teleport to any planet in those systems that he wanted. The Vegas system only had 2 other habitable planets, as Lex remembered, but apparently Nibiru had 7 other planets and hundreds of moons in its system that were inhabited, which is why it was the most expensive of the 3 systems. Of course, Lex did not plan on visiting those planets, not yet anyway, but it was good to spread the reach of the inn. During this time, the delinquent viper vine DVV had already started to grow. Though planted in the greenhouse, it could extend its vine up to 1 acre away from its location right now. Its strength was still very low, at only the Chi training stage equivalent, but the turtle assured him that within a month it could get it to the base of the Golden Core realm. When speaking of the vine, it was natural to also think of the pup that caused Lex to purchase it in the first place. As promised by the system, Fenrir had woken up a day later. Yet it did not have the energy Lex was expecting from a massive newborn pup. It seemed to be extremely depressed. The good news was that it acknowledged Lex easily, and grew extremely attached to him. The bad news was, Fenrir was a cuddler. Lex had been sleeping with the pup for the past week. Today, Lex finally managed to get the depressed pup and the shy baby whale to spend some time together. After acknowledging each other, the respective babies quickly returned to their fathers, after having drained their social batteries. As for what Lex fed the pup, a lot of thought had gone into it. Lex fed him a lot of spiritual food, along with 1 tier 1 zombie core, as well as a lot of meat every day. The pup ate till it was full, and already its strength had shown rapid growth. In fact, Lex felt no shame whatsoever, so he rode the pup around his inn like a horse. Like Little Blue, Fenrir was an immediate hit with all the Earthlings, but since he was always with Lex, they could only admire him from afar. Yes, as far as Lex was concerned, this past 1 week was extremely enjoyable. But today, finally, he welcomed a few guests that could spell potential trouble if not handled correctly, which is why he already had the fruit knife hidden within his sleeve. A small group of pirates had returned to the inn, this time sober. They were led by an almost frail-looking man, but one that wore the look of authority on his face. None of them were subtle as they looked around the place, as one group searched for the guards that took care of them the last time they were here, while another admired the scenery they saw for the first time. "Welcome guests, to the Midnight Inn," Lex said, his usual smile on his face. The pirates had already been informed about the inn and its rules by their personal holographic assistants, but Lex liked to welcome them nonetheless. The leader, maintaining his stern expression, looked at Lex dead in the eyes as he said, "I was told you have booty." Chapter 195. Captain Hooker, "I was told you have booty," the leader said, his expression deadly serious. Lex, on the other hand, almost broke character. "Excuse me," he said, unsure of how exactly to respond to that statement. Before the man could repeat himself, though, a golf cart approached them with a relatively short and bulky man hanging out the side. "Captain, you're finally here," the man yelled with a massive grin. Looking at the telling man, the leader's expression softened a bit, and he simply waited for him to catch up with them. "Booty, why the hell did you not return to the ship?" the leader asked when Booty approached. "Haha, Captain, smell the fresh air. Who would want to return to that tin can and breathe in recycled air when you can spend time here, relaxing?" The captain did not respond, and only glared at Booty. All right, it's because I knew there was no other way to get you to visit this place yourself. It's incredible, I've spent some time here, and look, I even had a breakthrough." Booty then displayed his mid-golden core aura to his fellow pirates with pride. "And, most importantly, we can even unload stuff here. Captain, you have to check out the guild room, it's so much more convenient than that shop on Benaroof, and we can just teleport here whenever we want. This is a great place." Booty was in a great mood, and the rest of the crew was indeed surprised by his sudden breakthrough. The captain, though, did not seem pleased. He was a firm believer in if things were too good to be true, they usually weren't. Lex, who had only been observing so far, chimed in, "Well, it seems you have found your companion. Feel free to take a tour of the place on your own, or if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. The Midnight Inn welcomes everyone, as long as they follow rules." With that said, Lex disappeared, not giving them any time to respond. But though he had disappeared, his attention was still focused on the pirates. If they made any trouble, Lex would need to solve it immediately. The good news was, most of these pirates were in the Foundation realm, and could easily be resolved using the fruit knife if they made trouble. The bad news was, the captain wasn't. Lex scanned the space pirate captain. Name, Captain Hooker. Age, 86. Sex, male. Cultivation details, nascent initial species, human. Midnight Inn. Prestige level, 1. Bloodline, orc. Condition, the body is in a state of starvation. Remarks, space pirates are either very rich or very poor. They look poor. Firstly, he was surprised by the realms of these space pirates. He expected pirates to be stronger, though it was a good thing they weren't. What Lex didn't know was, space pirates could get away with being weaker, because as long as they destroyed or disabled an enemy ship, their raid was practically complete. Space fighting was extremely dangerous, as well as difficult. A good enough spaceship was a million times better than having stronger pirates by your side. Of course, this was dependent on what kind of enemies you targeted, but it was true for the majority. While Booty was convincing the captain to explore the inn, and Lex was listening in, Mary appeared to tell him that Marlowe was requesting to speak with him. Lex raised his eyebrow in curiosity, but complied. Lex teleported to the lakeside, the most popular spot in his inn at the moment, and greeted Marlowe, who was busy eating endlessly. "It has been a while, King Marlowe," Lex said with schadenfreude in his voice. Marlowe instantly burst into a fit of laughter, which forced him to finally stop eating. "It is just a title, it doesn't matter much," Marlowe said in false humility as the massive grin on his face told Lex. "But I have been good nonetheless. I had an important question I wanted to ask you about something very serious." "Go ahead." "Before the Midnight Games started, you said there was a combat arena that had been temporarily shut down. Can I use it now? I'm itching to have a go with that old geezer Brandon. Of course, fighting is what this maniac wanted to do. Sure, I'll open the arena. But I hope you know when to stop on your own." Yes, of course. It'll just be a friendly spar." "I hope so," Lex said internally, because if it wasn't a friendly spar he would have no way to intervene. But the timing also wasn't bad. If he could have them fight where the pirates could see, it would intimidate them enough to not cause trouble. Lex thought about where to place the arena, and then decided near the recovery room was a good idea. A few hundred feet away from the recovery room, Lex built an open-air arena around 5,000 square feet in size. He reinforced the ground a few times so it wouldn't break, and then purchased a small array to cover the arena to stop their attacks from exiting. Even then, such a small array with a defensive purpose cost him 100,000 megapixels. On the topic of arrays, One might wonder why Lex never purchased a defense array for the inn if he was so concerned about security. The truth was, of the security options available to him, arrays were one of the options. But to cover the space of the entire inn would cost a few billion MP. That, too, was only a defensive array. To stop the assailants from attacking further, or to control them, would cost several times more. So, for now, this would have to do. He built a few seating stands for anyone who wanted to view the match, as well as a broadcasting upgrade for 10,000 megapixels. This would broadcast any matches in the inn like what happened during the games, so that if anyone wanted to watch from the comfort of their room, they could. It's done, he transmitted to Marlowe, and sent him the location. Chapter 196. Supreme Emperor. News of the newly crowned King of New York, Marlowe, challenging the newly declared Supreme Emperor of Mars, Brandon, spread fast. Mostly because Marlowe roared his challenge at Brandon as loud as he could without causing something to break. Supreme Emperor Brandon was once again celebrating his honeymoon with the Supreme Empress Audrey, and so was in no mood to respond immediately. This gave enough time for news to spread across the inn. Rorik, the acting ruler of Mars, as the title his parents had imparted upon him, was currently not at the inn, or else he may have tried to downplay this fight. But he had been gone for nearly a week, as the heir apparent, that would be the title Brandon gave to Alexander, had briefly returned to Earth since no one was supposed to know his location on Earth, and had returned with grave news. Alexander's friend, Zeus, had managed to send him some extremely vital news at the risk of his own life. He had transmitted the identity of the traitor in the Morrison family, as well as some aspects of the Council's plan to take over Mars as well. Though the news transmitted did not contain too many details, there was enough for them to ascertain that the plan was extremely thorough. Apparently, the Council had tampered with all the atmospheric regulation formations on the planet, not to mention any other plans they may have. Originally, this may have presented a problem for the Morrisons, as they were weak and exposed during transit from Earth to Mars, but with 3 nascents in the family, now they could literally just destroy the Council. Thus Rorik was currently on Earth, handling the situation as he saw fit, as Brandon had given him permission to do whatever he wanted. The family heads had also used this opportunity to return to Earth and test if their newfound strength could overcome the arrays trapping them. Usually this was the kind of stuff Lex would worry about, since it might affect stability on Earth, but through spying on his guests Lex already knew that Fernanda, who was under a lot of pressure, had told the Council that she would interfere if the situation deteriorated. All in all, the situation was so complex on Earth that Lex simply stopped following it. Should the situation get bad, he would return to rescue his family, otherwise he would just not care. A result of this unusual situation caused a massive crowd to gather at the newly built arena. The environment was different from the Colosseum, but that was a nice change as well. Marlowe, of course, had arrived on stage. Behind him was his own group of supporters, including his mother and Larry. Sophia, predictably, had not deigned this important enough to leave her son's side and watched via hologram. Brandon had his own group of supporters, despite his current absence. Even the pirates happened to find their way to the arena and had in no way been manipulated by Lex having his staff give them the wrong directions. The crowd especially got excited when the Innkeeper himself showed up and sat beside him. Lex was extremely friendly and charismatic, and in no way let anyone know that the only reason he was here was because the fruit knife was currently the only deterrent he had. In fact, Lex had even tried to upgrade the fruit knife into the fabled chef's knife, but unfortunately he lacked the key ingredient 50 Millennium Crystal Watermelon. Only by slicing open this apparently legendary and rare fruit could the fruit knife be upgraded. Eventually, Brandon finally appeared holding hands with his wife. He was wearing shorts and a white undershirt, showing off his various tattoos. Audrey, who now looked even younger than she had before, was wearing a long skirt and a random t-shirt. The two really did look like a couple of youngsters. In fact, if Lex stood beside Brandon, it would be tough to decide who was older. "Brat, you better be ready to get your behind whopped. Don't you know not to disturb your elders? Shut up, you old, irresponsible geezer. I've been wanting to beat you up from the moment I heard about how you raised Alexander. That's no way to raise a child. He's my grandchild, I can do what I want. Oh yeah, well, this is my leg and I can kick whoever I want with it." The duo's pre-match trash talk was truly unique. "Before you two begin," Lex interrupted, "I would just like to remind you not to push things too far. If I need to get involved, things will not end well." Things will not end well for me, Lex silently completed his sentence. They acknowledged the innkeeper before Brandon stepped into the ring. The crowd hushed, and even the pirates stopped their chatter to pay attention. This was the first time Lex would see a fight between two nascent-level cultivators, so naturally all his attention was on stage. The fight began and reached peak intensity immediately, without any warm-up. With eyes wide open and bated breaths, everyone watched two old men fight each other. During all the hubbub, though, Lex missed the fact that two new guests entered the inn. One of them was Horace, the overly dramatic teenager who was in love with Aisha. It just so happened that another guest appeared at the same time, a guest who was slightly older than Horace. Lex would have recognized this second guest as Babur, the celebrity he read about on Tempest from the ancient Mughal family. The two guests who should not have had anything to do with each other locked eyes the moment they appeared, and then displayed animosity-filled grimaces. "I thought you died," Horace finally spat through gritted teeth. "I heard you got scammed by some girl on Tempest and beaten to death. And I heard your family made you dump your girlfriend. Must be nice, out there in the universe, being spoiled and pampered like some rich heir." Horace immediately drew a sword and stared at Babur with eyes that screamed murder. Chapter 197. Ventura. While the standoff between Brandon and Marlowe was one worthy of being contested, between these two kids, there was no point in fighting. Babur was a chi training cultivator and Horace had only just entered the body tempering realm. But the passion of youth did not seek logic, and currently Horace was ready to kill. That is, until Alexander, who was passing by, saw them. He did not recognize them, but the situation was obvious to read. "I advise you not to fight here," he said in passing, not paying too much attention to them. "Not only will it be pointless, you'll get banned from coming to the inn. If you're really desperate for a fight, go to the battle arena." Despite his anger, Horace controlled himself and sheathed his sword. Babur, on the other hand, was startled when he saw Alexander. Even before Brandon proclaimed his own family royalty out of jealousy for the attention Marlowe was getting, Alexander was considered a prince on Earth. He was strongly admired by his own generation and those near him in age, and Babur was no exception. Though technically Babur could also be considered a prince due to his ancient heritage, he did not behave arrogantly in front of the real deal. His attitude became even more docile when he thought of the reason he even came to this inn. "Excuse me for the crass display, Your Grace," Babur said promptly, completely ignoring Horace. "Don't worry about it," Alexander said. "Your Grace, would it be possible to talk for a moment?" Babur said, quickly catching up to Alexander who was already leaving. "I have a message for you from Russian Princess 77. Babur almost blushed as he said the name. Not only had he been beaten up badly by a prank she pulled, but later, through a series of coincidences, he ended up working for her. Alexander paused and turned to look at Babur. Russian Princess 77 had been a great help to him many times, and he took her very seriously, but at the same time, he still knew next to nothing about her. This might be a good opportunity to resolve that issue. Alexander eyed Horace, who was standing nearby, and said, "Follow me." After walking a short distance, he asked, "What's the message?" Russian Princess 77 said that she has some information that will greatly influence your future. If you want to hear it, then you have to agree to owe her a favor. Alexander thought about this for a moment, but then eventually nodded and said, "All right, I'll owe her." "What's the information?" She said, "It's very important that you enter the new minor realm that will open on Earth as early as possible, the one gifted by the inn. She says that if you miss this, you'll lose someone very important in your life without any way of getting them back." Alexander frowned as he ruminated on her exact words. The phrasing mattered immensely. Still, he had some time to think this over before the realm opened. For now, he looked back at Babur and smiled. "So you're her friend?" he asked, as he thought of ways to extract information about her. If Lex did not have the power of the host attire, he would never be able to keep up with this fight. He was expecting to see some new forms of fighting, but the direction this fight had taken was very surprising. Marlowe, in his new form of cultivation, had lost access to spiritual energy as well as spiritual techniques, but instead gained various bloodline abilities. Brandon, on the other hand, was practically the poster child for conventional cultivation, and so launched techniques like a toddler throwing candy at a duck, which was to say, very frequently. The end result was Lex watching what looked like an anime battle, but in real life. He understood nothing about the complexities of their fight, but at a glance, Marlowe seemed to be winning. At a certain point in the battle, Brandon opened up his belt and started whipping Marlowe with it, who only laughed as he dodged each attack. This was taking an unusual turn. "Lex, one of your guests wants to speak with you," Mary told him as she munched on holographic popcorn while watching the battle. Just when it was getting kinky, Lex muttered, before disappearing. At the restaurant in the Midnight Manor, a lonely teenage boy was slumped over one of the tables. There was a club sandwich on a plate beside him, but he had not touched it yet as he was lost in his thoughts. When Lex appeared and saw him, he recognized the boy. He was one of the two teenagers who'd used the inn for a date. He'd been anticipating the return of the two very dramatic kids, but they had not appeared together since. Last time, Aisha appeared alone, and now this time it was Horace. "Dear guest, are you all right?" Lex asked, his voice heavy with concern. Horace was startled by the sudden intrusion, but quickly recovered when he noticed the innkeeper. They had never really met, but he asked the bartender about the owner of this place and learned about the innkeeper. He really didn't know much about the inn, despite coming here before, but only hoped the owner of the place was trustworthy. "I heard you're the owner of this place," Horace said directly. "I have a request for you, and I can pay if I need to." "What do you need?" Lex asked simply. Horace took out a green-colored crystal from his pocket and held it out to the innkeeper. "I came here last time with a girl named Aisha. If she comes back looking for me, can you give her this and tell her I'm being enrolled in Ventura Brown, and that I'll find a way to get to Ventura Silver? I have her picture here so you can recognize her." "No need for a picture, I know Aisha. I will pass along your message if she visits the inn, there's no need for any payment." "Thanks," Horace said, smiling weakly. He stuffed the club sandwich in his mouth, and directly disappeared. It seemed he was in a hurry. Lex stared at the crystal in his hand, and wondered about what the teenager had just said. He was being enrolled somewhere. An academy for cultivators. Interesting. Chapter 198. Tickets. Lex eventually put the crystal away without investigating it further and told Mary to let him know whenever Aisha came into the inn again. He scanned the arena, and the fight was still going on. Lex returned and watched the fight, but fortunately, it ended without anyone getting hurt. Just as Lex had hoped, the pirates were greatly intimidated by the fight and behaved well while they were at the inn. Without wasting any time, they made their way to the guild room under Booty's insistence, where they ran into Chen and Lily. Unexpectedly, to both the pirates and the siblings, the two parties immediately became interested in each other's goods. The pirates sold many of the rare metals they'd just stolen to the siblings, and put up the rest of the goods they were willing to sell in the guild room. In exchange, they purchased hundreds of zombie cores. This was a good opportunity for the siblings, as zombie cores were a business they would soon lose, as the planet was almost free of zombies. With these rare metals, as well as the accumulated wealth, they could start planning for their future. As fruitful as it was to make money like this, their ultimate pursuit was still as warriors. The pirates had finally been convinced to use the inn as one of the ways they sold their stolen goods, but a one-time deal was not good enough. If their goods continued to sell, they would consider making the inn their permanent spot, but for now they were still testing waters. Lex had already earned a few thousand MP just from the charges on this single transaction, so he hoped they decided to come back. With their work done, they left, and Lex's peaceful days once again resumed. During this time, Lex focused on his cultivation and improving the inn. Using his Leo persona, he had put up some requests in the guild room for various techniques for the Chi training realm, but while some people offered to sell him some techniques, he was never satisfied with their descriptions. A few days later, news spread that the minor realm that Earth had been awarded by the inn had finally appeared in Iceland. Many of the guests at the inn from Earth left, as everyone was curious about it, with Alexander being one of them. A couple of days after that, representatives of the council appeared at the inn, followed by Fernanda, and had a meeting with the family heads and eventually reached an agreement. It appeared that the new realm was much bigger than anyone had imagined, and besides a few of the starting regions, none of the Earthlings could proceed. They reached some kind of resolution, and eventually all the family heads finally also left the inn, along with the Morrisons as well. Other than a few random guests that appeared every so often, the inn only had a few dozen guests left who had been staying for a while now. One may think that Lex would be upset at the slowed down business, but this suited him perfectly as the Viper Vine was still growing. 1 week later, the vine had reached the peak of the Foundation realm, and could spread as far as 500 acres. Soon, it would reach the Golden Core realm, after which its progress would slow down. This was because Lex, as well as the greenhouse, lacked the necessary resources to speed up its growth beyond this level. Lex was already dumbstruck when he learned that the turtle had been having the gardener cry above the vine as his tears seemed to help and put a stop to it. Although he was in a hurry, he wasn't that desperate, right? Fenrir had also started coming out of its depressed and introverted phase, and could often be seen playing with Little Blue in the forest. Its strength had also grown to the chi training realm. At this point, as progress was slowing down, Lex finally started planning for the future of the inn again. Hey Mary, is there any way to I don't know, to be more specific in the kind of planet I search for to connect to the inn? What do you mean? I mean, I'd like to connect to a planet without almost dying for once. If we can connect to one of the planets being ruled by the Jotun Empire, or anyone else who has a decent security or civilization in place will work. Mary laughed at hearing Lex's request explained. No, there's nothing that specific, but you can be a little more targeted. Previously, you were using golden tickets, which not only have a wide range, but are free from many restrictions. You can buy cheaper tickets for your next expansion that have more restrictions. The drawback will be the time to connect the inn to the planet will be longer, but at least the list of planets you'll get will be more reasonable for your level. Lex rubbed his hands in the typical evil villain fashion as he thought about what to do, and checked his options in the system. Alexander leaned against a tree as he took deep, heavy breaths. He was covered in the blood of yet another monster he killed, and his entire armor suffered a great deal of damage. That's right, monster, not beast. This minor realm was filled with strange and unusual things he could never even imagine, and his understanding of living things underwent a huge drastic change. But the monsters made of rocks and metal and even dirt aside, it was the monsters made of materials he didn't recognize that gave him a tough time. He thought the Midnight Games had been tough, but at least there he only fought enemies in his own realm. Here, there was no guarantee of what he might encounter next. Just as he was about to move forward, a bright light in the distance caught his eye. He turned to look at what appeared to be the ruins of some kind of temple and saw a giant portal. In front of the portal, he saw a familiar figure, trying to resist the pull but failing. Helen, Alexander roared in a panic, as he started sprinting towards her, but she was too far and his voice did not carry. What the hell was she doing here? Unlike him, Helen was not a fighter, and had no training except the most basic self-defense, so how could she even reach here? As these thoughts ran through his mind, and as he sprinted towards her, he watched in horror as she was pulled into the portal before the portal shut down. She had disappeared before his very eyes. Despite receiving a warning before this realm even opened, Alexander could not stop his friend from disappearing, potentially forever. Chapter 199. Spiritual Techniques. Lex was sitting in his lawn chair, sipping a smoothie as he surfed the system. Lately, he had begun avoiding relaxing in public to maintain his mysterious persona. But after Lex decided to be more approachable rather than mysterious, he had returned to lounging in the open. The first day he had done this, his guests avoided him, but by now they had gotten used to it. His horse-sized pup was lightly snoring beside him, attracting loving gazes from many of his guests. Lex was not paying attention to that, however, as he was currently looking up the kinds of tickets he could buy. The golden ticket he used previously was the most expensive one available to him, at 100 million megapixels. The reason why it was so expensive was because not only did it have the greatest range, it resulted in the fastest connection between the system and the world, and was capable of searching for extremely powerful worlds, such as the 5-star world Lex came across called Dunya. The cheapest ticket available was only 100,000 megapixels. This was incredibly cheap considering how expensive some of the things Lex purchased were, not to mention that it could still cover vast distances in space. It had many shortcomings, but somehow ended up being perfect for Lex. First of all, it was restricted to 1-star planets only. Secondly, Lex would have to pick one of the planets he was already connected to, and the ticket would only search within the same galaxy. Thirdly, being there were any beings too strong on the planet, it would interfere with the detection and so the ticket would be unable to detect the planet, depending on the strength of the person. Fourthly, the shortest amount of time it would take to connect the planet was about a week. The last point was not one Lex counted in his favor, as a week was still the shortest available time for the connection to be completed. Although he was thinking of getting this ticket, he hadn't bought it yet. Lex would not go anywhere unprepared, and he was still not ready. For one, he had only finally managed to purchase a few techniques for the chi-gathering realm. They had not come from the guild room, but rather from John. He visited John in with his Leo persona and described exactly what kind of techniques he was looking for, and had John make them to his needs and specifications. Lex had asked for 2 different attacking techniques, 1 defensive technique, 1 to improve his speed and 1 to hide. Until Lex learned all techniques to a satisfactory level, he would not even think of going to another planet. This was also not considering the fact that he needed a lot of new equipment as well, some of which he had ordered from Chen and some from Will. Done perusing the system, Lex stretched a bit, nodded to some of his nearby guests and returned to his apartment with Fenrir. He changed into the bathrobe and entered his meditation room. Considering Lex had never learned any spiritual techniques before, he expected it would be difficult. For most of them, that was true. For the defensive technique, however, a single glance was all it took for Lex to learn it to the maximum proficiency possible. Even Lex himself was dumbstruck by how easy it had been. But it made sense. Regal Embrace had only just begun to show its worth, and not only had Lex's defense improved, his understanding of anything related to defense had also improved. But practicing the defensive technique made it much easier to practice the others, as it gave him a deep understanding how these techniques actually worked. Lex was currently at Chi Training Level 3. There were a total of 9 levels in the Chi Training realm, and with each realm Lex would hold an increasing number of Chi in his body. To use these techniques, he would need to manipulate the Chi in his body along certain pathways, these being the meridians, in certain patterns in very exact amounts to give birth to various phenomena. Why these phenomena were birthed was a topic of a different study. It was like asking why a magnetic field was created by passing electricity through a wire. The why of it was completely irrelevant to someone who was an electromagnet to perform a task. This person only needed to know how to turn the magnet on and off, not the hows and whys behind it. This was currently the situation for Lex with these techniques. He did not understand the complexities behind the techniques, but memorized the techniques themselves. The defensive technique was called Chi Repulsor. It worked by building up charged Chi anywhere on Lex's body, and when the built-up Chi encountered a sufficient force, it would release a pulse of Chi that would push back against the force. For example, if an enemy were punching Lex, and Lex blocked it with his hand that had been charged with Chi Repulsor, the released pulse of Chi would either neutralize a lot of the punch's force, or in the case that the pulse was stronger than the attack, push the enemy back. This type was a very standard defensive technique for Chi cultivators, as they did not yet have enough Chi to launch techniques far from their bodies. If Lex had to learn this himself, it would take him a long time, as not only did he have to run sufficient Chi strands at very specific speeds in very specific patterns near the area where he wanted to use the technique, he then had to control the build-up Chi that was outside his body, something incredibly difficult for Chi training cultivators who were only just learning to control Chi within their bodies. But by understanding and practicing such a complex technique repeatedly using his over-the-top proficiency in it, he eventually got the hang of how to properly manipulate Chi within his body. It was an extremely novel experience, and he loved it. Chapter 200. Misbehaving Chi. Despite being thoroughly familiar with the technique, Lex continuously practiced it for over an hour. He practiced gathering the Chi for Chi Repulsor on various parts of his body, from his palms to his chest to his legs and even his forehead. Only when he was completely drained of his Chi did he finally stop. Tired and sweaty, Lex went and took a nice long shower, before he re-equipped the bathrobe and returned to the meditation room. Sitting cross-legged, he started cultivating using Regal Embrace. Each cultivation style was different, and would slightly transform the absorbed Chi into the unique form of Chi each cultivator contained within their body. For people who had affinities, such as Will Bentham who had a water affinity, the Chi or spiritual energy they stored in their body would be more concentrated and special. The Chi in Lex's body, though, was on an entirely different level. It contained aspects of spiritual energy, soul energy, and vitality. This unique combination of aspects meant that Lex was not limited to only using spirit techniques, though at the moment he only had access to those. It meant he could also use his Chi to use the rare and especially potent soul techniques, as well as the special techniques of body cultivators. While a normal cultivator would have to build up a reserve of each respective type of energy to use the techniques associated, Lex could use all three directly using his Chi. This also made his Chi more potent than that of his peers, though this potency was displayed in a form of resilience instead of attacking power. The bright side of this was, Since he was technically drawing from 3 sources while people only drew from 1, he could replenish his chi faster. The drawback of this was that each of his breakthroughs would be 3 times as hard as an ordinary cultivator. Lex had personally experienced this difficulty while trying to cultivate these past few days. But Lex wasn't trying to cultivate right now, he was only replenishing his chi so that he could practice his techniques. He scanned the inn once, to ensure nothing required his attention, and then resumed his training. The next technique he practiced was the one he found easiest after chi repulsor, which was the technique to increase his speed. It was called Falcon's Relief. Instead of focusing on something like the legs, the chi was focused around the heart and the lungs. The effect was not something as mundane as ensuring he got plenty of oxygen in his blood, no. By focusing on those 2 areas, the chi would slowly dissolve from his meridians into his blood, and provide him with an overall boost in speed, not just in his legs, but everywhere. He could run faster, but he could also attack faster, turn faster, eat faster or digest faster. What he wanted to speed up was up to him. The duration of the technique lasted as long as all the chi did not dissolve into the blood. Whether Lex used that for an increase in burst speed or long-distance running or something else was entirely up to him. But while this was the next easiest technique after chi repulsor, it didn't mean it was actually easy at all. In fact, while Lex had barely started using it after a few days' practice, he could say for certain that without the meditation room and bathrobe helping him concentrate and learn faster, it would have taken him much longer. Learning these techniques also gave him a new respect for all the fights he saw previously, because using the techniques while you're standing still was one thing, but using it while also doing any other action was incredibly difficult. But Lex was not too hard on himself, he had only just begun training and it made sense that he was bad. He especially could not fathom how people used multiple techniques at the same time. But Lex was getting ahead of himself. He had to take things one step at a time and focused on Falcon's Relief. The hours flowed by like grains of sand falling in an hourglass, and by the time night fell, Lex was extremely tired. Not only was he drained of his chi, he even felt physically and mentally exhausted. Taking yet another shower, he wasn't unhygienic, Lex proceeded to eat some food. At this point, he exclusively only ate spirit food as it helped him replenish his chi passively, and even slowly helped him increase his cultivation. Once he was done, Lex threw himself onto his bed and instantly passed out. The next morning, before he could even ask, Mary let him know that Alexander wanted to meet with him. The meeting was short, as Alexander wanted to know if Lex could track Helen. Lex obviously could not do that, and said so in a diplomatic way. Alexander then asked if there was anywhere in the universe that was blocked from accessing the inn, as Helen had disappeared through a portal, yet had not returned to the inn using a golden key. Lex assured him the inn could be accessed from anywhere, according to what Mary told him. He did not spend more time with Alexander, as the kid seemed troubled by his own thoughts and Lex had his own tasks to complete. Once again, Lex started the day by practicing chi repulsor, then spent the rest of the day practicing Falcon's Relief. By the end of the day, Lex was able to use the technique and also run at the same time, a huge achievement as it required an immense level of multitasking. The following day, Lex practiced Falcon's Relief for half the day, before moving on to his 2 offensive techniques. The 2 techniques, Chi Blade and Auxiliary Burst, were very difficult for Lex to master. It was not just the inherent complexity of the techniques that overwhelmed him, he felt like Regal Embrace was giving off an inherent disgust for the techniques. He could feel it in the way his chi would misbehave whenever he tried to practice. But instead of being discouraged, the challenge somehow increased his motivation. Instead of trying to develop the techniques as instincts or reflexes, he practiced them mindfully. He paid extra attention to the speed, density and flexibility of each strand of chi while he practiced the technique, and learned to anticipate when and how his chi would misbehave, and ended up learning the techniques even faster than Falcon's Relief. That only left his final technique for Lex to learn, simply called Mirage. Mirage could help him hide by camouflaging him and making him difficult to detect using sight, but currently, Lex was unable to master it. This wasn't simply because of the complexity of the technique, it was also the scale of the technique as well as the amount of chi required to use it. Since he had to cover his whole body while using the technique, the scale was bigger than anything Lex had done previously, and the amount of chi was nearly everything he had in his body. At this point, he went back to John for some consultation. As much as Lex would like to do everything on his own, it just wasn't possible. Receiving the guidance of those more experienced than him would make the learning process drastically easier. In his Leo persona, he demonstrated each of the techniques to John, as well as talked about his experiences while learning the techniques. John was secretly very impressed by Leo's speed, but did not let it show. Was he learning multiple techniques within a single month? No, it had not even been 2 weeks yet. When Lex explained how he managed to learn the 2 offensive techniques, John's eyes shone and he realized something, but did not say anything yet. John spent a good few hours explaining his mistakes to Lex, and instructing him on how he should proceed with his practice in the future. Once he was done with that, though, John sat down comfortably in his chair and stared at Lex for a few moments while he considered something. In the end, he let out a sigh and said, "Young Leo, are you familiar with arrays?" "Yeah, aren't those the formations used to protect places and stuff? I heard we had some guests who stayed at the inn for a long time because back on their planet, their return location had been surrounded by them." "My young friend, never say something so illiterate again," John said as he chuckled at Leo's lack of understanding. To a layman, indeed formations and arrays are the same thing. This is because both of them have the same origin, and often a person who is a master in one, is usually also a master in the other. But arrays and formations, while occasionally similar in effect, have vastly different purposes. Formations make use of various items, some manufactured and some natural, along with the intricate and complex knowledge of the science of cause and effect to give birth to various effects. They can be defensive in nature, or offensive, or auxiliary, or even a mix of the 3. Arrays, however, are made completely and only of spiritual energy. John watched Leo, who was paying complete attention to his words, but for some reason lost the will to say more. He handed Lex a ring and said, "Insert your chi into this and you'll be able to read the book inside. Let me know what you think." "Sure," Leo answered, feeling unsure about why John brought all this up. But he went along with it anyway.